Good morning.
Good morning, Itago.
Good morning. Since there's no conversation, I was wondering if I could just read a little tiny sort of several paragraphs having to do with why they lie, the idea of
Yeah, yeah,
totalitarianism.
go for it.
All right. Logic can be met. Logic can be met with logic, while illogic cannot. It confuses those who think straight. The big lie and monotony or monotonously repeated nonsense have more emotional appeal than logic and reason. While the people are still searching for a reasonable counterargument to the first lie, the totalitarians can assault them with another. Never before in the history of mankind have the means existed to manipulate a society to the psychosis of totalitarianism. Smartphones and social media, television, and the internet, all in conjunction with the algorithms that quickly censor the flow of unwanted information, allow those in power to easily assault the minds of the masses. What is more, the addictive nature of these technologies means that many people voluntarily subject themselves to the ruling elite's propaganda with a remarkable frequency. Modern technology teaches man to take for granted the world he is looking at. He takes no time to retreat and reflect. Psychology lures him on, dropping him into its wheels and movements. No rest, no meditation, no reflection, no conversation. The senses are continually overloaded with stimulus. Man doesn't learn to question his world anymore. The screen offers him his answers, ready-made. That's why they lie, you see.
Thank you.
It's a technique of totalitarianism that has been used for centuries, but now they have technology that makes it even easier. They want to rob you of your logical facilities, your faculties, so that you can't observe the world yourself, and you're completely under their power. That's why they lie. It's a very important question. That's why people ask all the time. They can't comprehend that what has happened to their entire sense of themselves in the world. It's an obvious question. So I just thought we'd think about that for a little while.
Morning all, how are you doing?
Hi. Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Been doing some, well, not quite research, but just a little bit of reading up on Lewis Essen. Anyone ever heard of him? He, a physicist. He invented the cesium-133 atomic clock, and he's very critical of Einstein and his what Lewis Essen called a joke or a hoax of a theory of relativity, and he was put under a lot of pressure to keep his mouth shut about it. He wrote about thought experiments and how they're just a contradiction in terms. As if an experiment, you don't actually have to do anything, you just have to think about it. What a load of nonsense.
But they use this clock to prove space-time bending, right?
No, absolutely not. He actually wrote an article on it. I'll give you a link explaining that he's got.
Globus do this, right?
Lewis Essen wrote an article explaining how that experiment, the Haffel-Keating experiment, does not show anything what they claim, and he's the one who actually invented the clocks, and he says no, they're just misrepresenting the data. He wrote an article on it, and it was covered up. I'll give you a link to it.
Of course they do. Yeah, that's what they do, right? So funny.
Yeah, just give it a sec. Yeah, very interesting. So there, yeah, it's a little article about Lewis Essen and how certain what happens when you speak against the relativity theory or religious doctrine. It really is like a religious doctrine because everyone's got to, to agree with it, else they're cast out, excommunicated from the science community. Yeah, it's also another thing they faked. A lot of people would go, oh, well, what about in 1919 when there was an eclipse of the sun and they proved relativity by showing that light bends around it? Well, that was fake too. Stephen Hawking, in his book Brief History of Time, exposes that as a fake, which is funny that such a guy, whose basically whole career is based on his nonsense, following that. And then, he obviously had a lot of thought experience of his own, or somebody else did, and programmed him to speak it, but who knows? That's another story, isn't it? Yeah, world record holder for surviving Lou Gehrig's.
Good morning, family. Where is everybody?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm doing
Hello,
some chores.
Roger.
Yeah, I'm doing
How are
some
you?
chores.
Yeah, it was so quiet. They're out on the field taking the globe measurements.
Yeah, you think so? Nah.
Yeah, it's a sunny day, Good weather.
Yeah, it's beautiful weather, man.
Yeah,
Awesome stuff.
summer. How do the globies like their balls? Two-legged. Two legs.
The what now?
Hello, Ariel.
Uh,
Yeah, how the globies like the balls
you said
with
with
two
two
legs.
legs.
Yeah.
How come?
Yeah, it's silly joke.
I don't get it.
Well, the men have two legs and
Okay.
yeah.
What is strange? What is strange? What a strange time we are in.
Oh,
It doesn't say much
yeah.
for humanity, does it? That we
No,
can
they
be
don't
Weird.
care.
so deceived.
Yeah.
No, it's crazy. I was just looking into I was watching a John Levy, an old John Levy show, and he's talking about some of the cryptids of the past, Blemiers and all the different, the dog-headed thing, whatever that
Lemmier?
is. Blemiers,
What's that?
that's the headless man. Their faces were on their chest. Their eyes were like, I
Oh,
don't know, very, very weird
that's
looking.
weird stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's actual, I mean, they could be fake for all I know, but there's actual photos
Uh,
out there on the internet. It took me a minute to find it, but it's the
uh,
weirdest looking thing you've ever seen. It's like a face on a chest and no
wow.
head, just a little tuft of hair where the neck would be. It's weird. I don't know why I decided to bring that up, but sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. Um, it must be something with the hate for life, you know. That's my best guess.
Well, you know what the Zika virus caused in South America? And there was a prevalence of some genetic disorder, or I don't know if you call it a disorder, but it caused babies to be born without a fully developed brain. So their skulls would actually have, they would have these misformed, deformed skulls.
Mm-hmm.
That was a, I don't know if that was a genetic thing, but that was one of the that was one of the features of the Zika virus.
Here, let me post this
Well,
picture.
I've seen not the whole video, but like an intro from a video from Controversy 7, something.
Yeah, what's his
Yeah.
name? I know who you're talking about.
It's a black guy, yeah, but he's pretty good, like with the
Yeah,
prophecies.
doesn't he sound like very no, I don't want to use the word scripted. That sounds negative, but like he really
Yeah,
has everything thought out before he starts the
yeah.
camera. I
And
dropped that image in the chat if you guys are interested. But what were you gonna say about? I'm sorry, man.
and he was showing these things to come,
Hmm. Yeah, he does a lot of
people
prophecy.
got their stuff at the moment. Now they got their stuff, and later, like in 6 or 8 months, the second wave. He was showing something like very horrific, images with very, very ill people, injuries
Yeah,
and stuff, like zombies,
if I
that
like
kind of
him,
level.
but he uses a lot of I don't want to call it a lot, but he does use fear mongering. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, he does. Um,
How are you, Ariel?
I feel the same, like he's pulling the hairs, stretching
Yeah,
the story.
I think he got together with what's his name from the flat earther, tall dude. I'm
Uh,
totally drawing a blank. The Bible guy. I'm
yeah,
totally drawing a blank. Anyway, he teamed up with Controversy
but
7 for a little while. They had a show.
a guy I didn't see anymore on YouTube was a black man. He was a flat earther. He was making videos about flat earth, but he was dressing himself in some sort of supervillain costume, and he always had a mask on.
Gee, I wonder what that was
Okay.
all about.
Yeah,
Agent or
yeah.
not?
That guy was so good. He was making good videos, but
Yeah.
I don't see him anymore. And he was like, I was sure that when censorship is gonna, this purge is gonna start on YouTube and stuff, he's gonna be the first one to be removed, you know.
Man, I'm gonna miss y'all. I'll tell you that much, because you know it's coming
Yeah,
eventually. It's gonna throw so many people like us into turmoil because we don't have, the kind of
the belief.
community that we have here in
Yeah,
online, and just to
we are
then again,
blasphemers.
then
We
again,
don't
we
have
we,
the
we
belief. Yeah,
we're really determined people. I'm sure we'll find each other.
Well, I hope for that.
What are you talking about in terms of restrictions?
Yeah.
Just, who knows? Who knows? Whatever may come down the pipe. Whether they get rid of the internet, shut us down, power. Who knows? Who knows what's. But I don't think it's going to be anything good.
But if commerce is so heavily dependent on the internet, then how can they do?
I don't think that's the means to their end, or the ends to their means. I don't think they care about commerce. They're the ones that make the money.
Yeah, so what I
Okay.
heard was Twitter was one time saying that they want to get rid of all these troll accounts, which is these bot accounts. So you need to have a verified account, right? So
Yeah,
probably they want
yeah.
to put some gate in front of everything. So you need to show your ID.
Mm-hmm. Show your papers, even online. Your papers, please.
Mm.
I'm sorry, Ariel. You started to say something really good.
No, I mean, I just haven't. You know, I work in the medical industry, and all our data is online. It's accessed. I mean, in the future, I don't think people will be working in offices. I don't think there's going to be a return to that.
No, I don't either.
So,
I think, sorry.
So the internet is vital for, and I call it an industry on purpose, for our industry, to retrieve records, to make new records. You know, it's all data exchange. So in the UK now, and people are not aware of it, there is a new thing is going to happen. I don't have all the details, but the NHS, the National Health Service, is going to make some of its health records available to third parties. And it's not clear who these third parties are for the moment. They are saying it's in the interest of research, but it's probably for drug companies or insurance companies to target people for whatever reason. And people have got until the 20th of this month to go online and actually opt out, to say, I don't want my data to be shared with anyone.
So they're putting it out there on, like, blatantly saying, "Hey, look, your lack of saying no means yes." Like we've always.
You will be opted in unless you opt out. And there is no. I found this information by chance, and there's no public campaign to advise people of this fact.
That's some horseshit.
It is.
No, I know it's kind of fringe and silly, but did you guys look at that
Someone
that
should
photo?
attack this action.
I mean, even people in the health services, they are such NPCs. Honestly, there's not much in the way of original thought going on there.
No.
They claim to be all about helping people and, you know, protecting people. But as far as your civil rights are concerned, you're just a number on a piece of paper.
My doctor that I had in California before I moved here to Oklahoma was the most. I had only had him for about maybe a year. He was the most amazing person I've ever met. He was independent. He wouldn't take a dime from any pharmaceutical companies, and he was the most awake son of a bitch I've ever met. I mean, he told me things I'd never even imagined. He was a German guy, had an accent and everything. He was not that gives him any credibility or anything. He was I'm pretty sure he was a flat earther, but kind of skated around that topic, but it was he knew his shit, and he wouldn't hide it. He'd let you know if there was a natural remedy that could do much better than some chemical they're going to try and inject you. Or I miss that guy.
Yeah, most of the doctors that I know, and they are not medical doctors, they are psychiatric doctors, and they are ghouls. They are ghouls. I have
Yeah.
no respect for them.
They don't have respect for people, in
No,
my
they
experience.
don't. There's been one that would, because I take part in these massive meetings every Wednesday, and when we go there, we talk about not the 1,000 people, that is in our service, that are patients. We only talk about the people that are in serious trouble. People who need emergency care and maybe hospitalization, where something has really gone wrong in their lives. And there was only this one man, and he when I first met him, it's so busy and everybody's got so much going on in their workday. And this man actually came upstairs from away from other people. I'm very lucky where my office is, and I actually have my own office with a door that can close. And this man actually came to look for me and said, "Oh, so you're a South African? I've been to South Africa. I've been to Botswana." And he struck up a conversation with me. I don't know if he was in the area looking or what he was doing there, but he actually came and sat and we had a chat. And he was all about the Conservative Party. So he was a Conservative Party member. The Conservative Party is the ruling party here. And I found that quite surprising about him. And I wondered afterwards, he left, he was just a locum doctor. So he was filling in a post, and then his contract was up. And we went for drinks one night with the whole people in the office went.
Yeah.
And he was a lovely man. He really did have the human touch. He would see our patients, because our patients are like people you will meet on the street.
Yeah.
And he would stop and talk to them as if they were like his acquaintances. He wouldn't blank them,
That's exactly
So
how
So he was likable, but I wonder if that man was a Freemason. Actually, I'm convinced that he is.
What makes you say that?
Well,
what makes you believe?
he was talking about politics, and I at work I am known as outspoken, and that I don't have mainstream views.
Yeah. Is some of your views known, or do you keep the flat thing quiet?
You know what? Last year, when everything went so insane, I started working from home. So now my Wednesday meeting is not an in-person meeting in a massive boardroom, with like almost 40 people. It's an online meeting on Microsoft Teams. And on a Monday, when I physically go to my work, I hardly, there's like maybe less than a third of the people that work, that used to work in that building. I hardly see my colleagues. I can go to work, go past reception, go upstairs to my office, and literally be there by myself with no human contact for the rest of the day. This is what's happening in our service. Everybody's working from home mostly. It's just ludicrous. And the people's appointments, they are online or on the phone.
And half of these jobs are going to be replaced by robots. our
How can you
algorithm.
assess? How can you assess the veracity of what someone is telling you when you can't even see their face?
Yeah.
When you are supposed to read cues from their face, from their body language.
Well, 80% of communication, body language and
Yeah.
facial expression.
And you have to look at the way they present themselves. Are they taking good care of themselves? Has that deteriorated? Those are all insightful things that can tell you, what you're dealing with. Yeah, it probably will be AI bots. How are you feeling today? Press 1 if you are suicidal.
Press the pound key for Prozac.
Yeah. So with regards to this doctor, he really interested me as a human, whereas other doctors they are just Dr. X or Doctor whoever.
Yeah.
I'm not even really interested in them as people.
Dr. Dickhead.
Yes, because they maintain that status quo, that hierarchy thing. Their egos are so weak. They have to hide behind that title and what it gives to them in that setting.
Sounds like
So,
cops.
yeah. And in medicine, it's all very hierarchical. Sorry, what's the word? Yes, it's all about hierarchies.
Yeah.
Who will get the most leverage in decision making. It's always the guy with the doctor in front of his name. And I have known doctors who are so dull, who so lack any, like, you can see they're just not well-read people. They don't have broad, like, general knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, they probably went to university and like scraped through, all their courses, and they just never were inquiring minds or particularly intelligent.
You'd think that doctors would be the most inquiring minds of them all.
No, I mean psychiatry is just a craft. I mean it's quite mundane, and I mean there's only X number of drugs and treatments, so it's a formula, and it's not. There isn't a lot of scope for trying something new. I mean, it's commonsensical when you're suffering from depression that you have to, maintain certain, you have to be quite rigorous with yourself, get some exercise, attend to your diet, get regular sleeping hours. You have to regulate all these things in your life. It's a difficult thing when you're really low and you've been diagnosed with depression. There are commonsensical things that can help you. But, most doctors, yeah, I'm sure they do highlight those things to people, but they don't make those things like the important things. The important things are here, take these drugs, and your next appointment
don't miss a dose.
Yeah. And SSRIs, the reuptake inhibitors, the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, you don't have a sex life when you're on those things.
No, you don't.
And when I first realized that fact, I was like, so you're up shit creek, and the cure is something that is not going to enhance the quality of your life. It's going to rob you of something that is like intrinsic, the enjoyment of the pleasure of sex. It's going to be gone. So that's the choice you've got to make. I mean, how screwed up is that?
Yeah, it is. And there's so many other things that you get that I don't know how much weight you give things like grounding, earthing, that type of for mental, physical, spiritual health. I do a lot of grounding myself.
So imagine if you're in a relationship and you are depressed and your partner is not. You go and see a psychiatrist and he gives you these tablets. Now your partner is also affected by your taking these chemicals. I mean,
it's almost like there's a plan behind it all.
I was watching a video this morning with a lot of black and white footage from the early 60s where these dunderheads were discussing, space exploration and the rockets that they were making and experimenting with. And to me, those people, when I look at them and the way they behave, I mean, I just shake my head and think, people were so strangely naive or something. The way the world has changed. If you look back at those people when they're in their suits and they're explaining stuff, they look like a joke to me. How could they have been taken seriously? But people did. They just took it all on faith.
Yeah, it's scary.
And if you look at the actors in at that time, everybody who was involved, it's all satanic. It's Freemasonry. They're all bad actors. Ex-Nazi scientists.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not honest.
I have a feeling when I look or talk to this kind of people, a doctor, a actor, a school professor, or any other fields, I feel like I'm talking with people who won the game of losing your soul.
It's an
And
interesting
actually
way to look at it.
they are very good at acting like they have it, They all get trained to behave like they have one. But yeah, when I walk on the street, I see a poor man asking some business man like in a fancy Armani suit. He's asking for a cigarette, and this guy is saying, "Oh, why don't you go to work?" When a poor man is asking me for a cigarette on the street, if I have, I give him what he asked me for. Yeah, that's just how I feel, It's
I
not up
agree.
to me to judge that man why he's asking me for it. I mean, he's a poor man that God sends him to me,
Yeah,
He
he's your
doesn't
brother
come
on
by
earth.
himself. Yeah. And I do believe in this thing that gift from gift you can make heaven.
What? Say that again.
Gift from gift you can make heaven or Eden.
Yeah, so imagine, like, there's this doctor at my work. He's such an arrogant twat. He is the
Yeah.
worst. He's I think he's got sort of Asperger's to a degree, because his social skills with people. He's so freaky. He puts that distance between you and himself, with his official title.
Is that what
And
Asperger's is? Like social awkwardness?
Oh, he's extremely awkward. He rolls his eyes. He can't make eye contact with people. I don't know how he deals with patients behind his closed office door.
I was just gonna say.
But with his colleagues, he's such a weirdo freak. Anyway, and everybody's scared of him because if you ever have to deal with him on the basis of, there is a problem that needs to be resolved, it's very difficult with him. He becomes like an automaton, and he will just refer you to like policy X, Y, and Z subsection 2A. He's so lifeless, and so people shy away from him. You don't want to get embroiled in anything with him because he's such a total dickhead. And so when he sees his patients on the street, if he takes a walk in his lunch break to go and get some lunch or something, he will totally blank them on the street. I have actually seen that. We went up, because where I work, it's a really lovely area of London, and on occasion, a group of us will go and have a quick lunch. We are surrounded by pubs and stuff, and we took a walk one day in the winter, and it started raining. It was so horribly freezing cold, and on our way back from having lunch, there was one of our patients. Now, I don't have contact with patients because I'm not a clinician, and it was a black guy, and this black guy was also just institutionalized as far as I'm concerned. He could have had such a much better life if he never started down the psychiatric route. He was. I could see him. He would come into our building, and then he would have a mask on, like he would be the patient. And as soon as he left not a physical mask, but he would play the role of the patient. And as soon as he left there and he was back on the street, his whole demeanor changed. His body language would change. He would smile. And when we were walking back that day from lunch, this guy had gone and sat like in a lotus position to beg, like in the main business area there, because there's lots of people walking up and down. And he wasn't warmly dressed. He wasn't a guy with a lot of body fat at all. And he just took up position there on the floor, on the pavement to beg. Yeah. And it started to rain. And when I saw this, I thought, what the heck? So I had an umbrella. So I went there and I stood right by him and I said, now, seriously? Get up and go and sit somewhere where it's not raining on you. I go, seriously, are you crazy?
Did he find shelter?
He because I'd never spoken to this guy, but I'd greeted him and said morning and whatever. But he looked at me and it was something he was figuring out in his head. And then he nimbly got up very fast, and then he walked right with me under my umbrella. And I left him by this bakery that had awnings, so he could shelter from the rain. The rest of the staff in my group who knew this guy, who had spoken to him, I'd never spoken to this guy before, had a conversation or anything. They just blanked that guy completely. And I just couldn't get past it. It's freezing cold. It's starting to rain. He was only wearing a shirt, no jacket. And he obviously needed to get some money or something for whatever. And so he went and sat there like it was a sunny day to beg. And I just thought, you're crazy. It's too cold. You're going to get sick. You know? So I just went over to him and said, what the? Dude. Like,
Sometimes
We need more people that are compassionate like that. It's gone.
so yeah, we
that's all it takes. Yeah. A good word from someone, because when a man is breaking down in one place, yeah, that's where he's going to be. You know, he's gonna be broken in right that spot, right that place. And you were the one who saw this. All it took it was a few words.
you know,
Yes,
he looked up at me from where he was sitting, and he took his time. He like looked me square in the eyes, and then he actually made up his mind, because he could have just made up his mind to ignore me or to act crazy or something.
yeah.
And I just thought, yeah, sure. So you have to like panhandle and do your whatever, your business, but come on, it's raining. Don't be so
He
freaking
realized you were
crazy. Get
right.
up. Hmm?
No, he realized you were right.
I just think he's one of
Because
you.
in
You
his
know,
mind, in his mind, when he took that spot, it was a good idea.
it was probably a good idea on any other day when it wasn't raining and it wasn't that cold.
Well, for him in that moment and spot place, it was a good idea, but kind of extreme.
Yeah.
He knew that, but when you told him, "Get up, you're gonna get sick," he realized that, yeah, you were right.
People get sucked into staying in the staying in the system when they really don't gain from doing that. I say they become institutionalized, not because they are being locked up somewhere in a padded room, but they game the system kind of thing. So it becomes something that is a crutch. When they really don't need it, they can shake that crutch and throw it away, and get on with life and have a better quality of life. That's quite prevalent, and that is because people give up their they bow to the authority of the person who's handing out the behind their backs. I call them state-sponsored pushers, because that's what they are. State-sanctioned drug dealers. Psychiatrists. Yeah. You can see people who are quite lost, in that system, when all they really need is, some close connection with other human beings. I often perceive that people are friendless, without family. They have no connections in their community. And that is basically all that they have, is that doctor who allows them to come there and speak to him for half an hour, like every 3 weeks. So it becomes like important to them maintain that. Really
And that's
sad.
actually exactly the man they should never. The doctor is not a healer. The doctor is something,
Exactly.
anything else other than a
Yeah.
healer.
Well, I listened to this guy on YouTube, and he was explaining about the different uniforms that people have. You start off with a suit, and you work your way from there. Like a suit is like right in the middle, all the way up to the astronaut. And between the suit and the astronaut, you get the white coat. It's quite funny if you think about it that way.
Yeah.
In this hierarchy of, I have authority, so you should listen to me. Yeah, they've sent the military in. There's a city up north called Bolton. It's quite a high number of people from India who live there, and from Pakistan, and so they've got the Indian variant, and now they've sent the army to go knock on people's doors to say, "Here, do you want this injection? We'll give it to you on your doorstep."
England is funny. I was there.
England is a shithole.
There was a Hindu doctor in somewhere in. He had like a small park with quite a few houses.
Mhm.
He was renting. He asked me to move one of his servers in a different building, but also rewire phone line. And he told me, yeah, if he's calling like British Telecom to come and do that, they're gonna charge you. And I said, what's the point calling them then? It's just two wires, you know. So I did all that. I moved it, and then he asked me. He said to me, "There's a hotel in Liverpool. He can't go there." And I asked him, "Why? I mean, it's your hotel." And he said, "Well, Liverpool is a different kind of people. They don't like Indian people over there." Yeah, and that's why he was not going. So he sends. He wanted to send me, but
Yeah, I grew. I grew up. I remember when I was gosh, I must have been about 6 or 7. No, I must have been about 6, maybe even younger. My father was he was working for a man who was breeding racehorses.
yeah.
This is in the Midlands in KwaZulu Natal, in South Africa, where I'm from. And I don't know what my dad was doing, because my dad is actually an engineer. Well, he was. My father was a victim of a hit and run accident. He was a double amputee, and he didn't live long after he lost his legs. But so when I was like a small child, we lived on this very, very rich man's estate.
Yeah.
And he employed Indians to work on his farm. And so we lived, well, his house was it was, what's that American, Dallas? that soap.
TV show, yeah.
Yeah, so it was like that. So he had this massive house, and so my father was like his manager. He like do everything, do whatever, and so we had a nice house as well next to his house, and then there were all the workers basically were Indian families, and there was a Hindu wedding when I was a kid. It was the best wedding ever. It carried on for like 6 days from the first start, where they take the bride and they bang the drums and they walk around with her, to the actual day when they got married. There was they buried a guy under the sand. There was a guy there that they buried. They dug a hole. It's all very like theatre. All the people were sitting outside. We had food that was steamed like rice in banana leaves. And there was so much singing and dancing. And there was this man who could regulate his heartbeat. And so they put him in a box, and they put all the sand over there, and he stayed in there for half an hour. And then they dug him up. Like entertainment. Yeah. In South Africa, where I come from, there's huge not West Indian, from the Indian mainland. Huge Hindu community.
Well, when I only in England, I got to meet like Indian people close, you know. But when I met them, I saw that they're nothing different than the gypsies. Like they're one and the same kind of people and mentality and everything. Their level of knowledge, like I don't know, you find no Indian like being skeptical about the system, the government, about anything, you know. Like they go along with it, all of them, fully. And they really believe in this kind of thing that you, in life, you have to work your way through, no matter by what means. Yeah, I don't know how to exactly say, but
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You know,
yeah.
I worked with a woman like a couple of years ago, like 3-4 years ago. And she was from Mauritius. And so her daughter was married for something like 10 years. And so she didn't give her mother a grandchild. So this woman, Val, she went to the temple, and they said to her, she would she'd buy coconuts and go to the temple to go and offer the coconuts to the god. I don't know, Vishnu.
Yeah.
I don't know which one. But for her daughter to have like children. And I thought I'd check. I'm sitting in my office. It's noise in the street. So one time there was a traveling guru or somebody, I don't know which one, and he came to the temple, and she went there, and so they could all ask a question, but you had to buy a ticket. And then when she went to talk, they said if she pays £300, then the guru will do a special prayer for her. So we were at work.
Yeah.
And she was telling me this.
Yeah.
That they said, yeah, she should come back and bring the money, and then he would do the prayer for her. And so I had to be. I looked at her, and I thought, So you are telling me this because you want me to say to you, yes, it's the right thing to do, or no.
You're right.
It was the funniest thing, because when it's a question of faith and somebody asks you, should I appease the gods by like throwing my newborn into the volcano? It was basically the same thing. So you don't want to be too outspoken. You want to proceed with caution because you don't want to give that person the wrong advice, or you don't want to give them advice at all. It was the funniest thing. An adult woman who thinks that paying a man $300, £300 to do a prayer for her is going to solve, the problem that she's trying to solve.
Oh, it's very quiet today.
Yeah, no one's here.
I'm here.
Hello, Ariel. How are you?
Hello, I'm very good. How are you? Who is
Just
that?
chilling out. Who is that?
Oh, it's you. Crypto, I thought it was you.
Are you serious?
No, of course it's you. I'm gaming, so I've got a lot of noise in my headphones.
Nah, that's fine. World of Warcraft, I assume.
So I've paid my subscription to Blizzard. I wasn't going to play the Burning Crusade. It's just a bit of nostalgia. So I'm just trying, because it opened last night,
Yeah, I know.
the Dark Portal. So I'm just running around the Hellfire Peninsula.
Like you do. BRB, just
Visiting my old haunts.
yeah. I play a bit of Hearthstone. I never really got into World of Warcraft. I feel like my life would just be sucked away if I started playing that. It ain't worth it.
It is. I mean, it is for autists and socially inept people, isn't it?
Yeah.
TBC is not such a time thing. It doesn't have to be. But when I played this, when I first played this, was about 3 years ago, and I played a Warlock, which is the highest performing DPS, and it was so competitive. Oh my god, it was hilarious. In the Warlocks in my guild, because everything here takes 40 people to complete. So you'd be in a guild where there were like, say, 5 Warlocks all competing with each other to be the best DPS, and it was hilarious. The level of competitiveness, the bitch fights.
Yeah, some
So
people
you said that it's autistic. Is there any game which isn't autistic?
I mean, there's
That is the
Farmville.
world of games are the world of autism. So,
Yeah, true. You think Farmville isn't autistic?
Probably is. But I mean, here people can talk about the game in a way that I don't think is possible in other games. Yeah, what's the best spec, and how do you? Because in a raid, you take extra gear, you swap out your gear to get the best performance. It's it can be like that. And the hissy fits that people throw when they don't get the reward that they expected. It's terrible.
Funny though, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, if you play like this, you have to play in a guild. You have to be a part of that. You can't succeed at anything if you don't. So you have to build personal relationships with people. And in a guild, it's all very structured. There's a class leader, depending on where you are in the pecking order. You could be just a grunt, or you can be somebody of note who can achieve something. When we go into a raid, you're not allowed to talk on Discord. It's not social when you're in a raid. It's all very regimented. You will shut the fuck up and let the raid leader talk, and you will not talk out of turn. That could get you guild kicked. You have to know your place.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's awful.
It,
You wouldn't want to get kicked out of a guild.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a member in the room with no rules. You want to mute him?
We'll have to guild kick them.
Connect for champion.
Ooh.
You're
Yeah.
unmuted. What's up, Connect?
Hello?
It's
Hello,
It's a
hello,
sweet
man.
achievement, that is.
Hello, how are you?
It's awesome here, man. It's lovely weather.
That's good. I was just listening in the background,
Okay,
listening to your
So-
stories on my assignment.
okay. So how did you find the server, if I may ask?
Well, actually, this is my friend's Discord account.
Oh,
I'm just like
okay.
his laptop. I borrowed it to do some assignments, so I just like joined it, and it was muted, so I couldn't talk. So I was just listening to stuff while I was doing my assignment.
Okay. And have you looked into the topic yourself?
Of Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. It was a while ago now, though. I've kind of been a bit busy with a lot of things getting in the way of my life. But yeah, it's been a couple of years. But I do remember going through that like deep dive phase of just going to all ends of the internet.
Okay. And what did you find? What did you learn?
I definitely learned that there was a lot of skeptical minds out there, more than I originally thought. I kind of thought everyone just subscribed to the traditional like beliefs of like the globe Earth and stuff like that. But yeah, to my surprise, there was actually a lot more people than I thought existed that had beliefs that were contrary to that.
Okay.
And how about you? How did you get into this sort of, I'll use the term in air quotation marks, conspiracy theories, as many people like to.
Yeah, that's a good one. I was on Telegram in a bunch of groups. We are sharing conspiracies with each other, like Boston and Sandy Hook and 9/11, the moon landing, right? So basically, I've been through them all and found some really crazy stuff, right? So if you're quote unquote conspiracy minded and you think that there is you have this feeling that there's a lot wrong with the stories they tell you, right? So yeah, you go from rabbit hole to rabbit hole. And a friend of mine, a Telegram friend, he said a few times to me, "Oh, the Earth is flat, man. You have to look into it." And I was like, "Nah, man, that's batshit crazy. The Earth isn't flat. Why would you even think that? It's stupid, right?" So he told me a few times, and I was like, "Okay, now I'm done with it. This guy, I need to debunk it and then move on, right? Because there are more important things." So I dove into the rabbit hole of the flat Earth and tried to debunk it, but I couldn't, right? And basically when it clicks, it clicks. So when you finally understand that water, right? The basic physics of water is that it is always flat and level in rest. It will never bend. it will never conform to a ball, then it's pretty much done, right? So 70% of the Earth, they claim, is covered in water. So how much flat pieces of water do you need to make a ball, right? So there are so much more things that you dive in. What is the heliocentric model? You have to learn the heliocentric model to then figure out what's wrong with it. So that's been a thing I've done, right? Learning the heliocentric model, what they say, what is wrong with it, how it cannot work, and finally prove it to myself by doing own observations. So going to a beach with the binoculars and doing observations, finding out, for instance, I saw an oil tanker was 24 kilometers away in full, right? I could see the whole oil tanker at 24 kilometers away. So when you do the math, right, if the Earth was a globe with the radius of 6,371, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than approximately 2 kilometers at 30 centimeters high, right? And I'm a tall dude. I'm from the Netherlands, so I'm almost 2 meters high. So this horizon cannot be further than approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away. And yet I saw this boat at 24 kilometers away, right? So it cannot be a ball.
What would you say your opinions are on things like gravity? Because I've had discussions with people who are globe earthers, and they constantly, like when I talk about water not conforming to the shape of a sphere, they'll always retort with things like, gravity, the effect of gravity is the thing that is causing that conformation of the water around the ball. So I was just interested in seeing like ways that you like not go around that, but how you counter that sort of argument if you've encountered it.
Well, of course we hear this argument on the daily, right? Gravity, right? So what I would ask you is what gravity? Define it. What is gravity, right?
If I was to play devil's advocate, I'd say that gravity is it's the force, the natural force that acts upon objects.
Right. Okay. Well, then you're wrong.
Object that has mass.
Yeah. So then you're wrong. Gravity is not a force anymore in the heliocentric model. Gravity is an emerging force, a pseudo force caused by the uneven distribution of mass, causing the fabric of space-time to bend. So in your model, gravity is not a force, right? So it's more basic than that, right? They first of all, you need a ball, right, before things get pulled into this mass. It is not a ball, so there cannot be a gravity or fabric of space-time, right? Secondly, there is no validation of this. So nobody has ever validated through the scientific method that the fabric of space-time is bending. Okay? So it's basically just a story, which you believe. It's a story backed by some formulas. Nobody has ever given us any experiment that goes through the scientific method that validates the bending of space-time.
Whenever I've actually used that and talked about that before, as gravity is just like sort of like a theory and stuff like that. But they tend to usually come back with Kepler's law of gravity and how we've observed other planets, which is observations that apparently we can do. If we get a telescope, you can actually observe orbits around other planets happening, and they're with balls and stuff like that. Like every other planet is clearly spherical when you look at it through a telescope.
No, it's not. No, because you're looking through. So 1 second.
No worries.
Ver- I'm going to verify you because there needs to be some visual aid, right?
So Connect 4,
So
I
you're
just
verified.
Yep.
just to
Give me
pick
1
you up
second.
on just one single point. The planet Venus, can that be observed to be a sphere from the Earth? Connect 4, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can the planet Venus be observed to be a sphere from the Earth?
Yeah, I believe so.
Right, look it up and come back and tell me you're wrong, because it's not. Because in your theory, you can never see Venus as a circle.
Hold on, let me look it up now.
So you're just coming in here talking nonsense, making up
Well,
stuff which you
really,
don't even know at all anything about.
I think you've interjected at the wrong time because I'm not
No.
a globe believer. I'm talking to the person I was talking to before about arguments that I've encountered
Yeah.
with other globers. So I was
Yeah.
playing devil's advocate and talking him through points that I've come across that I myself haven't been able to refute. So I was asking for advice.
Right.
So I really appreciate if you wouldn't come at me with that hostile energy.
No, fuck off, you're an idiot. That's my hostile energy, talking to me like that. Piss off.
Well, I mean, that doesn't seem like very, it doesn't seem
Yeah,
very fair.
let's calm down the energies, right? So I've posted a meme, right? So it's about sphericity and observing a shape of an object. So when you I've posted it 44 minutes across the hour. So you see
Yep.
four objects, right? And just by looking at it, you will not determine the shape, right? Same as the moon, right? When we look at the moon, it always has one face. So you will never know if it is a ball because you will never see the other side of it. You will never go there, right? So it's just assuming that it is a ball. And the funny thing is, right, the distance to the sun. You know how Kepler did this? Or Christian Huygens, actually?
No, I'm not.
No, so yeah, Christian Huygens assumed the size of Venus, then measured the time it transited across the sky, and calculated through Kepler's interplanetary laws the distance to the sun, right? So he assumed that the Earth was a ball. He assumed that the Earth was curving. He then assumed that the Earth was orbiting the sun. He assumed the size of Venus and then calculated the distance to the sun.
Okay.
That's pretty out there, right?
Yeah.
All these assumptions. So, the only way to be sure that the Earth is a ball is by direct measurements of the surface. And everything else you throw at it, right, is non sequitur because it all follows then. So it doesn't follow, right? So have you seen the black swan observation? Have you seen it?
No.
Yes, assumed Inji. I don't know why. You wanna add? No, Inji is adding to.
The black swan.
Yeah. So
flat. That's
let
just
me
what's
post
come
it.
up. Yeah.
Let me post it. So the black swan argument. So it's a pretty easy modus tollens, right? If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that would be 6,371 kilometers, then every distance to the horizon, right? Every distance to the horizon cannot be more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So Q, that would be the horizon, the geometric horizon, not Q, therefore not P. So if we look at these two oil rigs, can you tell me where's the horizon?
So that I can't see it. Like, is it where that is that like a oil island or something like that? Like where
Yeah, the oil rigs,
starting
yes.
to, yeah, the oil rig where it's starting to sort of like cut off.
Well, let me make it a bit easier for you. So is it in front of the two oil rigs? Is it in between the two oil
It's in
rigs?
front.
So the horizon is in front of the two oil rigs, you say?
It appears that way, yeah.
Well, have a closer look, right? Because it is.
Sorry. No, the horizon is behind it.
Okay, excellent. So this model, right? This globe model necessitates that it has physicality of a ball, right? So it has to curve away, and they gave us this radius, and with this radius, it necessitates that the horizon cannot be further than approximately 2 miles or 2 kilometers when you're at 30 centimeters high. So this is a still shot from a video. The guy has his high-powered zoom camera. He pans around on the beach, showing you where he is on the beach. Then he drops down on his belly and he zooms in on these two oil rigs, right? We can see both oil rigs, and it isn't about the oil rigs. It is about the horizon, right? The leading edge of the sphere, the tangent point, right?
Mm.
So the leading edge of this sphere with a radius of 371 kilometers cannot be further than 2 kilometers at 30 centimeters high. Yet it is almost 10 times further than this. Thus, it is not a ball. Right?
Yeah.
It debunks the radius.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I didn't really explain gravity or explain.
I wanted to go back
Yeah,
to.
it's all fine. It's all fine, right? So this is all non sequitur, then, right?
You talk about one thing, you kind of have to touch on the other. So
it's non sequitur because it doesn't follow, right? So gravity, it doesn't follow, right? It has to be a ball for the heliocentric model to have gravity. But let's discuss it. Why do things fall, right? So the why. It's a difficult question, right? Because even in the heliocentric model, they do not know, right? They cannot tell you what the causes of gravity, right? There is no scientific experiment for the cause of gravity, for the bending and warping of space-time. So, but when we look at observable reality, right? You pick stuff up, you let it fall, and it falls, right? And observable reality shows us that stuff can be dense or less dense than the medium it's in. So if I have a beach ball and I throw it up, it will fall down because it's denser than the medium it's in. It's denser than the air. And when I take this same beach ball and I take it...
Less dense?
Sorry?
When it goes up, it's less dense.
Did I misspoken?
Yeah. I think you said the beach ball's denser, so it goes up.
Oh, my apologies. So the beach ball is denser than the air, so it falls. But when I take... Yeah, so my apologies. I'm also reading stuff. But when I take the same beach ball and I take it to the bottom of a pool and I drop it, right, it shoots up. Because it's now less dense than the medium where it's in. So this is observable reality, and this we can test, right? We can test this. We can change the medium the object is in, and we can change its directionality.
Okay, so you're talking about the perceived effect of things coming down when they go up isn't due to gravity. It's more due to things with different densities. Have I got that right?
This is what we observe, right, and what we can test.
Yeah.
Right? Do you agree that we can test this? We cannot test the bending and warping of space-time. So this is just a story. But what we can do is test an object in different mediums.
Yeah. So what about objects in a vacuum, when they've been observed to, independent of like forces like frictional force, they've been observed to fall at the same speed.
Yeah. Okay. So
Regardless.
what is it?
So like a
What,
feather would fall at the same speed as a bowling ball, for example.
that's not
Like I've seen.
not true. That's not true, right? So a feather and a bowling ball will not fall like at the exact rate. The 9.8 meters per second is an agreed upon average, right? So this
Yeah.
does not happen everywhere on the plane. So it is not even the number, right? This is an agreed upon average. And what have you done in a vacuum chamber? What have you done with the medium?
To my knowledge, they just remove frictional force. Like,
You've changed
like
the
drag
medium, right?
force, like air resistance.
Well, you've changed the medium again, right?
yeah,
So there you go. Even a vacuum
Yeah.
chamber can show you that changing the medium where the object is in will change or affect its directionality or the way it behaves, right? But it's basically a red herring, the vacuum chamber, because on Earth we don't experience vacuum chamber. We need to create it, right? And it needs to
Yeah.
be, the word chamber says it all, right? It needs to be in a container, right? So we need to have a container. We need to suck all of the particles out. Well, most of the particles. So a perfect vacuum cannot exist. So we
Yeah.
have this vacuum that's so, right? It's not even a perfect. It's not even the vacuum that they claim is in the outer space, right? It's just a so vacuum. So even in this so vacuum, there are still particles, right? There's still air in. There's still something in there, only less. So you've changed the medium it's in, but it's a red herring. It's not. We don't observe vacuum chambers here on Earth, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. So
Right.
it's just more of like an observational thing where they've drawn like a completely random conclusion, like based on pretty much the same observations, but you're just showing that it's like, no, this is due to changing the medium. It's not actually due to what you call gravity. It's not some sort of external force like that they're describing.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. I really appreciate. You seem to be very, very knowledgeable. I want to pick your brain more, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to know what you think of COVID and what.
Well,
actually, before that, let me ask what actually got you.
So
Sorry.
This Mexican beer stuff cannot be talked about in this live stream.
Okay.
The powers that be have shut down servers, YouTube channels, many social media accounts for just talking about it, and it's just the way it is. So this is a flat Earth server. The Mexican beer thing is something that affects us all, right? So
yeah,
I know it's on everybody's lips, but unfortunately, in this live stream, we can't really discuss it.
That's all good. Instead, I'll ask what before you were talking about when you were like coming to know about the flat Earth and things like that. You were talking to your friends, and one of the real key arguments that he had that was a winner for you was about water and stuff like that and how it lives. I just wanted to know what are some of the really common sort of globe arguments that you see put forth, like the really sort of just default that the most people will just instantly resort to, like, and what do you think is the best way of going about like retorting that?
You've ticked them all, right? So gravity would be the first. So there's something called cognitive dissonance, right? So when you're confronted with information that goes against your bias or what you think is true, right? And and then there's this cognitive dissonance. So when I show people that the Earth cannot be a ball because the horizon is not at the place that it should be, right? The first thing they will say is, what about gravity? What about satellites? What about this? What? So that's why I told you in the first place, it's all non sequitur. It first needs to be proven to be a ball, right? So, and you can go into the weeds.
Sorry to cut you off, but you mentioned satellites. So they're probably, I would argue, the easiest forms of evidence, in air quotes, that people would like resort to, like showing images of the Earth taken by satellites and stuff like that. Where in those images you can see that it's round, but obviously they're all sort of like composites or things like that, or they're only partial images. But I have seen that was linked to me by friends. There's a Japanese satellite that takes full-size pictures of the Earth. It's called the Himawari 8.
Yeah, Himawari 8.
Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, that's based on data. So they take data, composites, 3 separate sets.
Yeah.
What they claim, right? What they claim, but
yeah.
First, right, we need to establish that the Earth is a ball. So the radius needs to be validated to get those metal tin cans in some kind of orbit, right? Then we need to validate if the Earth is actually turning, right, spinning around its axis. And the last part would be that they claim that the Earth is a ball spinning in space, but it has an atmosphere, right? So we are breathing gas pressure here on Earth, 14.7 psi on the surface of the Earth. And they claim we are adjacent to an infinite expanding vacuum, right? So it is infinitely expanding, this vacuum. Yet our air, which is high pressure, stays here. But when we look at every gas law, entropy, right? Entropy says everything goes from high to low. Every gas law, you need a container for gas pressure to exist, right? This container needs to be. We need this barrier container for gas pressure. So they claim all these things, but they are violating natural law, right? So if somebody can demonstrate gas pressure without this container, we can then talk about where these objects are, because at this point, this place is Narnia, right? It's Narnia because there is no validation of this place existing.
Right.
Yeah, you
so,
need to demonstrate.
I see what you're saying.
You need to demonstrate that you can violate all the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, in physical, empirically do it. You know, not saying, oh, there is a place high up there, or there is a place so far away that you cannot reach where this is happening. You know?
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I would agree. You need that sort of tangible evidence, especially if you're making very sort of outlandish or wild claims like that. You really need to be able to be held under heavy scrutiny and be able to hold up. Anyways, I'd have to go now because I'm like I invested so much time in this that I've forgotten to do my assignment. But I really appreciate you guys taking the time to talk with me and answer my questions.
Do come back and
of
find
course.
out more.
Yeah, definitely will. Thanks, guys. See you later.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Well done, Roger.
That was a weird conversation. He started off by talking about flat Earth people and how they derived at their conclusions. Then he knew quite a lot. Then he wants to talk about the disease. He sounds like an Aussie.
When they come here, they expect it to be a blind belief, you know. They
Yeah,
don't know
so
it's scientifically based,
yeah,
actually.
I noticed, Ariel. I noticed. That's
Did you?
something I noticed. So it's weird, right? So then, so it first goes from he was like, well, how can I defend the flat Earth? Because he was almost LARPing. He was a flat earther, right? So it's
Yeah.
maybe it's because of the fact that he was afraid of telling us he believed in the globe. Well, that's fine, right?
I just like to get into. See, I'm a bit offbeat. Always was. How people's thought processes work. You know what motivates them. I just found the insertion of the. So, what do you guys think of the thing that should not be mentioned?
Yeah.
How does that follow? The Earth is measurably flat. Should I take it or shouldn't I? Weird. The human aspect of this to me is really fascinating because I've spoken to people in my life and I have had the most bizarre reactions to this. You know, I never expected to be part of this mission where I want people to please just consider it. Please just look. You know, please, it's important. And so for me, listening to you guys with your expertise, I mean, to me, this is it's like a school. I'm just here to learn. But when I take this up with people in my life that I know, that because it presses on me, you know, that I've discovered this thing and I want people to know. So when I listen to new people who come onto the server, I listen to them with a different kind of ear.
Yeah, I get it.
Because of the unusual times that we live in now. I think I'm going to encounter somebody like me, who when I came here, I was almost desperate, you know, at that point. When you know, the day when I got here, I didn't know what to expect from the people here. I had no.
Didn't I unmute you? Didn't I unmute
It
you?
was you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And you know, I had no expectation, but at the same time, I didn't know what was going to happen when I opened my mouth. So I wonder when people come in here and you say, well, you know, how did you come to the server? I'm always interested in that answer.
It tells you if the man is a seeker or is just a clown.
Yeah, but that would be like me going onto any kind of server about what people, you know, say are conspiracy theories, and just going there and not knowing anything, and just wanting to talk rubbish to people. You know, be a troll, be an idiot.
Well, that is quite easy to do. That's the thing.
Yeah, but why would adults? I mean, why would people? What is wrong with people? I mean, you can carry on. Sorry.
I just wanted to say they don't like complicated, complex way, like the hard way to explain the things. They want the easy way to explain it easy so any fool can understand it. I mean, to stay at the level of being a fool, but also understanding. That's the explanation they want. Like, hey, when you tell them gravity and spinning, it's spinning, yeah, and refraction, that's it. You don't need to know anything else, you know.
Yeah, I've talked to people who want to convince me that in real life they have seen light bend and refract to such a degree where things beyond the horizon, on the other side of this curve, you can see those things because that's how it works.
Well, that those experiments or examples where they show that laser or light is bending, they are actually very uh, complex, complicated assemblies. You need to have a tank with a liquid, and you need a small hole in it at the bottom, so that liquid is flowing
Yeah.
and shooting down. And now through that tank you shoot out a light beam or laser beam straight through that tiny hole, and you will see the light curving with the liquid jet stream.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've
It
seen
will
those
follow it,
experiments.
because
Yeah.
So, but that is a very complex uh, setup,
Yeah.
and it doesn't
Because you
happen
can,
in the
yeah.
air.
No,
Yeah,
because you can achieve that under those controlled.
yeah, and it's just about better understanding prism. I mean, it helps you see what's going on there. The air we breathe is not a prism.
No, I've watched so many things about how what is the sun really doing to the particles in the air. The way it looks when the color, you see the different hues of color in the air changing, the pinks, the oranges, the blues. So I'm starting to get a sense of that. I wouldn't want to be in a conversation with somebody who, really had insight into molecules and how they can be manipulated or how they react in the environment that they are in. Because my knowledge is like sketchy. So yeah.
I don't know, but
I've actually
I don't
started.
believe. Lately, I don't think that. Good morning.
Morning.
Was
Morning,
that
Elijah.
Elijah? Yeah.
Have you guys? Were you guys here for the conversation yesterday? Just like kind of popped up. Thinking about Coriolis, right? You know, And they always say, well, you know, the air moves with the spin of the earth because, you know, but at some point, the spin put it in this pattern to where we don't like experience it or whatever, right? But what about sound? Right?
Yeah, I heard some of that conversation yesterday.
What about the Doppler effect? You know, is that going to? I mean, you're just introducing it as
Gravity is pulling that
noise
too.
happens. You know,
Yeah.
like that's like a real time thing versus them saying, well, the atmosphere is somehow traveling with the earth. But you can't say that about sound.
Yeah. If you give a little talk with the Globers, they will make you believe that gravity is pulling sound also. You know, they will make the sound have a weight.
Yeah, like so, you know, a siren going, coming towards you and then going away from you. You hear that, or anything going by you. Like, where is that at? If we're moving at 88,000 feet per minute, and I break that down into seconds, whatever it is, I should really do that at some point. But you know, it's ridiculous.
It is. It is a very good point, Elijah. I like it.
I mean, it's just like the more like we just keep thinking of, oh yeah, wait a minute, what about this thing that we experience? Like, it just keeps on piling up, and they just keep on making shit up.
Yeah.
You know,
they will try to attack you with the fact that gravity is holding the atmosphere, like in this frame. So, and you have the sound propagating through it. So it's also moving like with that speed, but it doesn't affect the speed of sound. The Coriolis, it's a perfect frame.
yeah. I mean, but then there's no Coriolis.
Exactly.
It's
And
like
you
which
know,
one?
the
So
other
which
day,
one
yeah,
you gonna pick?
the other day I was watching some on Scholar Google, and I've seen a lot of these scientific citations and stuff like that. And I've seen a lot of research going on in uh, co-magnetometers and these how they try to use all sort of interferometers to prove gravity, you know, like, and quite many of these experiments, it was actually Germans, you know, at these universities who were performing these experiments. But when I start reading the article and stuff, I just see, oh, we assume. They all start with assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you know, when I saw the title, so like, how do I say, so explicit that confirming that they found the best way to measure gravity and to prove it. And then when I start reading about the experiment and article and stuff, what's going on there, we assume this, and that, you see that it's sketchy. You know, it's a dodgy story. Yeah. And they had like big titles.
Oh yeah. I mean, this last year of my life,
Yeah.
I have looked at
Some
scientific
some of
concepts.
yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ariel.
You know, things that I never thought would be in my in my scope of interest. But it's really helped me to think in a more organized way, and to spot the inconsistencies and to spot the fallacies.
Yeah.
You know, just to spot where people are not reasoning, you know, to the level required.
Yeah.
So interesting.
But this Google Scholar, I think it's some sort of program where all these students in universities and stuff, they learn and then they do like paperwork, you know,
Yeah.
explaining some sort of experiment they are doing at that university, and they take that little story, they publish it on the university site stuff as paperwork, and then Google is taking all these articles and they are being used in the mainstream media, you know, like in or also newspapers, articles, magazines, you know, and you can see like how many times that 3, 4 phrases that make that article has been used
Right.
on other
Yes.
yeah, and I think they get money for that, you know, for those little phrases.
So last year,
Hey guys.
hello.
Hello.
Last year, when my new life began as a um, as a noob scientist, when I had to force myself, you know, to read things that I really didn't find like that compelling to begin with. I find it far more interesting now that, you know, the science has been, it's being explained to me here, where I can, you know, I can learn. Um, I also just thought, um, you know, people just don't credit themselves enough. Look how few women
Well,
will
to
approach this
be a,
topic.
yeah, to be a scientist is actually very easy, and I think much better. It means to drop your beliefs, what you think you know, all that luggage, drop it, lose it, and start from scratch. For example, I look now at the aurora borealis. Yeah, in school I've been told, yeah, this rays from the sun, radiation and stuff is being deflected by Earth's magnetism, and all this radiation is going there in at the North Pole and hitting the atmosphere and lights up like a neon light. It lights up the whole sky. But now I cannot put my hand in fire for that. That is true.
Right.
So I have to find a different way to explain it. It's It's not gonna be easy, but yeah, if the sun is not what they said, then it's something else. And I'm thinking of helium gas acceleration. Once it's reaching certain altitudes. I think there's some phenomena happening with this helium gas that is rising, and when it's accelerating, maybe it can do all these kind of lights in the sky, you know. But and also, as I theorize that va- vast majority of the quantity of helium that rises from the ground, most of it rises from the North Pole. So the further you go away from the north, the less helium is coming from the ground.
Is that a fact?
Well,
Maybe you should do a scientific paper, Mister.
you know, I think people should. I think people should just look. Where do we have these helium factories? Like where they
Yeah.
extract it, the gas, where it's coming from, and then we can have an idea. You know.
How much does helium gas sell for? I was just thinking. I did read, not very in depth, but I did try to read about how they extract it.
Yeah. It's coming from the ground, but
Yeah.
they say now that it's coming actually in very small quantities. So you can still harvest it, like even in Europe and stuff. Most likely, you won't get that much as you would if you go into these northern lands like Russia, Norway, Iceland, you know, or the North Pole.
Is that regulated? You can't just wake up one day and say, "Oh, I'm going to start doing helium extraction."
Yeah. Well, I didn't look how they harvest its extract, but I should.
And how many tons of it does NASA buy, or do they extract it themselves, or do they just
Well,
procure it?
NASA, I think they get it. I think they get it from Alaska, Canada, Alaska.
Mhm.
Transport is complicated.
What from Alaska? I've watched those
Yeah.
ice truckers.
Mhm. If you have like a truck carrying liquid helium in a tank, uh, every time you go by a radio tower, antenna tower, or electric wires, you know, you have a great risk.
Yeah.
I posted a link with that Google Scholar search result. They show there like hundreds of articles, all sort of devices based on interferometers, gyroscopes.
It's like everybody wants to be a scientist. Look how many there are.
Yeah. And funny thing, they use these devices, instruments, literally against what Einstein said. He said that no optical phenomena or instrument can be used to prove or detect the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, I think he said
Because Einstein knew,
no experiment,
he had
no.
to he had to forbid us, because the light is the only thing that we can use prove if an object is moving or not. It's not the only, but it's one of the best, the most precise things that we can use to detect like very, very small motion.
Well, this article disagrees with you. It says they have built these really large ring lasers for rotation
I
sensing.
know. But it's an assumption that they sense the rotation. And
Yeah.
it's actually what they are ignoring is the electrostatic charge flow. There is a current coming from the sky down into the ground, a current flowing through the atmosphere. We don't feel it, but it is there. And this current causes, for example, the Foucault's pendulum deflection.
So you think Foucault pendulums actually really do deviate?
Yeah, when you swing a pendulum, it will deflect clockwise or counterclockwise, but that is not caused by the Earth's rotation. It is caused by the way which electrons propagate
Hmm. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
always
from
into.
the positive plane to the ground, negative. You know, we are in a
Yeah.
electric field, electrostatic, and magnetic field. Yeah, and if you take, I personally did this. I made a pendulum, like, yeah, very simple. I took one. There is this fishing line string, which is made of fibers,
Yeah,
and
like braid.
I pulled out a very, very thin wire line from it. Yeah,
Hmm.
is you barely see it with the naked eye. It's
Yeah,
like
I know what you're talking
thinner
about.
than
Like
a spider web. Yeah,
spider
and
wire?
now
Is it even
I mean
thinner?
it's thinner than a spider web. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So I took it, and I took two neodymium magnets. I glued them together with the opposing poles. Yeah, and I hang these magnets from this string, and I swing it. Yeah, and when you glue the magnets together like that, this pendulum will swing from left to right and never have this Foucault's pendulum deflection,
Are
not
you are you
even a millimeter. Yeah,
are you familiar with Boyd Bushman?
yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So you've heard all about the taking the opposing magnets and extremely strong. I mean, we're talking dangerous strong. And
Yeah.
he would take them and put the ring magnets. So he would
Mm,
stick them on a rod, and then
yeah,
screws on the outside to push them closer and
yeah,
closer and closer and closer, getting really dangerous. But long story short, he took the weight of that mechanism he made, put it inside of a ball that looked identical to another ball, and then made
yeah,
that other ball the same exact weight. And then he would
yeah.
ask someone to go wait down at the bottom at the bottom of the building and just pick up the
Yeah, to
first one
see
that hit the
which one
ground.
falls first. Yeah, but
Yeah.
actually, when you do this experiment, like you glue together these opposing magnets,
Hmm.
and you compare their fall rate with iron or steel, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
of the same weight, mass,
Yeah.
uh,
Hmm.
and you drop them, the magnets will still be the last one that fall down. So
And then
uh,
that's
even in a
crazy.
vacuum chamber, even in a vacuum chamber, it is proven that you affect the
Yeah.
acceleration rate. They
And why
fall
doesn't
at a
everybody know that?
slower. Yeah.
Everyone
Well, I
should know.
actually push this idea. I tell them, like, to a lot of Globers coming here, I tell them this experiment, because they come up with this clown story experiments where they say, oh, but the feather and the nail in a vacuum chamber, they fall at the same
It's
rate because gravity,
it's it's
Yeah,
because at best this is some sort of correlation, but doesn't really
yeah,
say anything or prove anything outside of
Just a neat little
saying
trick.
exactly what he just said.
yeah,
Yeah, like
Everybody knows about it. Nobody's saying that magnetism doesn't exist. Everybody knows
like
about it, but like, what
yeah.
can you say about it
It's a
in
force.
relation to the way that the that things are ordered in the universe? Well, we don't know.
Yeah,
we,
yeah,
we just don't
it's
know.
it's definitely interesting to see one ball hit first and one hit the second. They're supposedly the same weight. I guess
yeah,
Zachary Zabala, Good Times for All. He was supposedly going to do some of those tests. I never followed up on it, but Good Times for All, Zach Zabala.
yeah. I
Yeah,
know.
okay. So interesting. I remember the first time hearing that little interview that guy did with Boyd Bushman. That big grin on his face. He was happy as a pig in shit to tell everybody about what he discovered. And
Yeah,
I was too, man. I thought
you
it was
know that
cool.
video with Boyd Bushman. I saw it like in the very early 2000s,
Yeah. I think I've seen it a
and
long time ago too. It's, not sorry to cut you off.
and for me, it mind blew me because I knew I was fresh out of school, like out of high school. And I know my physics teacher told me that magnetism has nothing to do with gravity. They are by no means related. By no means.
Meet my friend
And
Boyd Bushman.
yeah, and when I saw Boyd Bushman, I just realized, wait a minute. This gravity they taught me in physics classes, it's a lie. It
Yeah.
cannot be true. If I manipulate magnetic fields and poles, yeah, and force, then I affect the acceleration rate.
If you had
So
to
yeah,
if you had to
yeah.
guess, what do you think's going on there, Gebiet? What
Uh,
if you had to guess?
well, you see, these magnets, when you glue them like north to north poles,
Yeah.
they cannot align themselves anymore with the world's magnetic field. We
Okay.
are in a magnetic field and
Yeah.
also electric and electrostatic. And all these forces, they are closely related: magnetism, electricity, and electrostatics. They are very closely related. you know
So interesting.
yeah.
I want to try that.
So
I want to try that experiment myself, or I don't know, would it be called an experiment? Um, I've always wanted to try it, but there's like they've said before, like Boyd was saying, man, those things can, you get too strong of a magnet or one that happens to have a defect in the inside or whatever, and the thing's gonna explode on all around.
yeah,
Put a shard of neodymium through the belly.
yeah. This is my best guess what could happen. Like
Yeah,
um,
makes sense.
when these magnets are glued like that, you forbid them from align themselves with the world's magnetic field, and you affect also the way that electrostatic force acts on them, and also the way electricity uh, propagates through them.
Yeah, I'd love
Yeah.
to see what the strongest magnets in the world would do if you did the same thing to them.
Well,
It's just
they
sit there and
say
hover.
what the strongest. You, tell you don't take metal like ferromagnetic metals or any other kind of metals when you go to do a MRI scan.
Yeah.
But they tell you, oh, that magnet is so powerful, it's going to pull you to it. But actually, that's not what's going to happen. Do you know why is it dangerous to have a metal object near a MRI scanner?
Is it similar to
Huh?
like a micro? Is it similar to like the why you wouldn't want to put a metal in a microwave? Would it
Uh,
get hot, burn?
yeah, electromagnetic induction. It will make the
Yeah,
metal
yeah, yeah.
melt. inside your pocket, and liquid
Ouch.
metal is gonna punch a hole through it very quickly. You know.
I'll take
Yeah.
an e-cigarette exploding in my pocket any day over
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And actually, the MRI scanner, electromagnetic induction field, probably is so powerful that could make like the metals even instantly evaporate, turn into hot gas, you know. and
Wow.
and that's like an explosion. It makes the metals explode, you know. So it's
Every time
nothing
I
to play with. Yeah.
every time I hear someone talk about gaseous metals, it just sounds like such an oxymoron to me. It's a thing, you know, but
Yeah.
just sounds weird.
Well, they are real.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know that. It's always
and
stuck in the back
and
of my head, like weird.
they call it nuclear physics and stuff like that, you know.
Man, I was trying to propagate a couple clones, and they just finally. I thought they were starting to sprout some, but they're not.
What are you trying to clone?
I was cloning some cannabis. I have a whole homestead, bunch of stuff I'm growing, but yeah, I wanted to throw a couple sativa plants out there.
Is that why you are called Eartherton?
No, that's my real name. My real name is
Really?
Earther. Yeah, take away the after the EA, I added that R, so it's like Earth, like Etherton, like the Etherton.
Interesting name. I've never heard that.
Yeah, I find it interesting too. Like your name is the liquid of life.
Yeah, it's like the Eartherton family, the founders of Earth. I am that the guy at the top
How
that
long
nobody
you
knows
came
about.
to Flat Earth?
What's that?
How long you came to Flat Earth?
About probably 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, I've been in here, and I've only recently started speaking up a little bit more than usual, but I've been in here since everybody was going to ODD, and then the second or the
Yeah.
first server, and
You know, you're the first guy I ever hear mentioning about the Boyd Bushman discoveries, inventions
oh yeah,
about magnetism. You know, yeah.
yeah, I'm a geek.
And
I love it. I love information.
yeah.
Take it any way I can get it.
So you see how magnetism has a north and south pole, uh, which make up magnetic field. So to have a field, you need to have these two opposite things, like north south, or in electricity positive negative, electrostatic also positive negative charge, and this creates the field. And because of these two opposite charges, you have the direction particle, the way it moves and travels and behaves in this field force. And it is either attracted or repelled, you know. Positive to positive is repelled, and positive to negative is attracted. So negative to positive attracted, and yeah. In the same way with magnetic fields. But gravity, the problem is that it is a unidirectional force field. So it doesn't even meet the minimum requirements to make up a field, because it is only attracting force, they call it. Like there is no anti-gravity. Yeah, so this
Have you ever seen that?
me
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. No, I just wanted to say this means that you cannot have a gravity field, because
Yeah.
this is how you naturally construct a field. You need these two opposing things, poles or charges, you know.
Have you ever seen that? It's an older video. I don't remember. I don't even remember where I saw it, but it was about this machine. It was basically just a gigantic magnet, and it was so powerful that they could levitate animals, frogs, fish, all kinds of weird things.
Oh
Have
yeah,
you
yeah,
ever seen
yeah.
that?
I've seen those magnetic levitation. I've seen them.
Yeah, that's
Even
weird. Not non-metal
water
objects. Yeah,
droplets. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
And any
crazy.
kind of matter they can levitate. Yeah.
hmm Are you familiar? I used to be a big UFO geek, and I remember hearing a lot about the theorizing on as to how these vehicles, quote unquote,
Yeah.
are traveling, and that Mercury. You ever hear that
Yeah.
Mercury theory about how it's spinning at high speeds, and
Yeah.
what's that all about?
Ionized gas, mercury gas. Yeah, and spin it,
I know it's all
achieving very,
theoretical.
very high centrifugal forces. Yeah. I think that comes from the Vril engine. Like I've read in some uh, UFO books, like in the 90s.
Yeah. You used to be a
They
UFO
were
geek too.
saying the Germans. Yeah, yeah, I was.
Yeah, that was one big thing that kept me from letting go. It took me about a year after really coming across a couple arguments that Flat Earth had that really made me think. It took me about a year to constant study and constantly looking into it, and eventually I just had to,
Searching.
you come across too much evidence, and I had to let go. And just I remember the day I said it:
Hmm.
space is fake. My UFOs aren't real. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Or at least they may be real, but not what I thought they were.
Well, I recommend you look into superfluid helium
Yeah, I hear
if
you
you
talk
want.
about that a lot.
If you want to see, yeah, if you want to see the supernatural powers of nature,
It's like
that's where you're gonna find them.
super cool
Yeah,
helium. You can find videos.
yeah, yeah.
Super,
Um,
not super cold, super
Oh,
fluid.
super fluid helium. All right.
Yeah.
actually, there are not many. There are not many documentaries about it, and even scientific literature is like limited.
Come on, come on,
It
baby.
kind of took off. The research being
Come on.
lately exposed because of the quantum computing,
Go get the
they
chicken.
start showing, telling stuff about it.
The chickens, baby.
It's such an interesting liquid that nothing can float on it.
So where if you said there's not much documentaries or anything, where can I find some material?
Well, there is like 37 minutes documentary on YouTube from the 1950s, and that's pretty much it, you know.
Right. Check it out.
Yeah. You search like superfluid helium fountain. That's a very interesting phenomenon.
You ever do much looking into like the mud flood and you know past civilizations, that type of stuff, John Levy type stuff?
Yeah, I've seen. Um, I believe in this Noah flood.
Yeah.
I'm 100% sure that it happened, and that event, from biblical perspective, I see it God's way to separate the modern world from the old world, because the modern world will be burned by fire, by the fire of Armageddon. And this is a fire which nobody has ever discovered yet. It's a fire that burns in very weird ways. And I think it will be caused by all this research in quantum mechanics and quantum computing. This kind of technology will trigger that kind of fire.
Wat is er? Oh no.
Hey Roger.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
I came in because I don't know if I'm a little bit behind, but you said that if you want to see something supernatural, look at fluid helium. And
Yeah.
you said it's hard to find. Is there something you could show that would show us how supernatural it can? How did you it does that? Or what do you?
Sorry?
Could you explain what
What
it
do you
does that's
mean?
supernatural?
Can you explain this
What it
superfluid?
does?
Am I really low? Is my
Yeah,
volume low?
well, it has a frictionless flow. It means that
Right.
if you were to go in to dive into a lake of superfluid helium, you will be moving frictionless. I mean, you can travel at any kind of speed. You encounter no friction. Like when you fly an airplane, the airplane has a lot of atmospheric friction. It has friction with the air, you know. But in a superfluid helium liquid, that friction is zero. You have no friction. So you can move at any kind of speed. You generate no sound, shock wave,
Resistance.
nothing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no resistance. Yeah.
hmm And you've seen
So
demonstrations of this, or what was the supernatural part? That somebody doing something with the
oh yes,
superfluid helium.
that guy who shows this in 1950s documentary, he has a motor rotor, synced into superfluid helium, and on top of it, he's hanging like a propeller, you know. And when the rotor starts spinning, um, if it was in normal water, that rotor has friction with the water and it makes the water spin in a vortex, you know. And this vortex then will make that propeller spin. But when they do it in helium, you can see the rotor is spinning very fast, and that propeller is only a little bit twisting, but not spinning, you know.
Cool. Name of the guy. How do I find that?
It's a 37 minutes video documentary, Superfluid Helium. It's a black and white
Is it on
video on
YouTube?
YouTube. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah.
I'll check it out. And I was also looking for the animals being suspended by the magnet that you were talking about. I think that Ryan
Hmm.
mentioned. That's probably what they're doing, maybe with some of the effects of anti-gravity, or maybe even on the floating images of on the ISS sometimes without the
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
harnesses.
but
it's quite a
you
big
know,
machine.
the
I was just
funny
gonna say
thing
it's
is,
quite a
they
big
use
machine.
they use a very strong magnet, and they call it anti-gravity.
But I wonder if they, yeah, because they could be wearing suits of like a metal too that would make it a lot easier for them to
Yeah,
float over a magnet.
yeah.
That would make sense. Why are they showing us the harness though? If they could do that, if they could just float like that over it, maybe they can't stand perpendicular. They have to use the harnesses for the perpendicular shots. But when they're going, just like floating through when they go through the tubes to, maybe that's like a big magnet that they're floating through, right?
Yeah.
So,
My blackberry bush died.
why? Why do you think it died?
It's all withered. I don't know. I don't know. It must not like something I had in the soil. They're finicky plants. It might come back. No, sorry.
What kind of other stuff do you have growing there?
I grow a lot of strawberries. Every herb you can think of: mints, orange, squash, zucchini, potatoes, cucumbers, kohlrabi, broccoli, cabbage.
Nice.
Chard, green and red.
You're the one that said you escaped California to go to Oklahoma, if I remember right.
Yeah, correct.
I'm on my way to California from Chicago right now.
Oh yeah.
Stopping for breakfast in El Paso.
You just going for a trip? Or?
No, I'm moving. I'm in a moving van. I got all my stuff with me.
Oh right.
Yeah.
What made you decide to go there?
Well, I lived out there 11 years already,
Oh,
and I
oh,
still have some friends out there. And yeah. So, and there's a lot to like about California. I know right now there's not much, but yeah, I think I messaged you actually about being
Santa
out of
Ana River.
California.
Yeah. You know what the
What's that?
Santa Ana? I'm from Orange County. Are you familiar with Orange County at all?
I'm gonna be yeah. I'm going to Irvine. That's where I'll end up.
There you go. Yeah. So that Santa Ana River, that thing is literally lined the entire for miles and miles and miles, right all the way even by Angel Stadium. Just lined with tents and
I know.
people living
Yeah.
on the Santa Ana River,
Yeah.
which basically isn't even a
Tent
river.
City, right?
What's that? Yeah.
Tent City.
I just
Or I
never
think
thought
they
I'd see that in Orange County, you know?
in Orange County even. Yeah, that is crazy. You think those are people that actually had real careers and now they're living in tents?
Yeah, now they're living in a van.
Down by the river. Yep. Tough times, right?
Indeed. Not if that's what I keep trying to. I'm still working on my wife as far as becoming completely off grid. She's a worldly person. She likes things. She likes stuff. She likes Christmas presents and just very worldly. So it's quite a task trying to get her to see that you don't have to go to work because she has a good job. She's the one that works. I homeschool the kids and tend to the homestead. But yeah, I'm trying to get her to get the hell out of that. She doesn't need to work. We got plenty of food.
Does she enjoy her work?
Yeah, to an extent. I think that has some to do with it. Right now, because we moved, she's way overqualified for the job she's at right now. She's just got, strangely enough, offered a job by NASA doing some kind of paperwork. She thought I'd get a kick out of that. I'm like, do it.
Why would they offer her a job doing paperwork out of nowhere?
I don't know. She's been applying. She's been applying a lot for different government jobs, and this job would have been doing paperwork for everything from NASA to Lockheed to all kinds of different places. The military stuff.
Does she know that? Does she know it's not a spinning ball?
Yeah, she's a flat earther.
Okay. So she's laughing at that, huh? Not going to go work for NASA. Should they offer her way more than any other job?
I'm not 100% sure. She didn't mention that part. I have a feeling though. I mean, because she's working at Mathis Brothers right now, which is she's worked worked $25-$30 paying an hour paying jobs for her whole since getting out of high school, and now she's working at moving stuff at Mathis Brothers. So she's really wanting to get into something substantial.
Furniture company?
Yeah, the furniture. Yeah.
Well, if she's getting offers from places like NASA, she must have some skills that she could land other jobs with.
We'll get there. I mean, I hope my ultimate goal is to get her to realize she doesn't need to work.
Yeah, well, if she likes her work, then that'd be different. Yeah, if you enjoy what you do, then it's not working, right?
She doesn't. I don't think she does as much anymore. She's she's missing the kids all the time, and I think she really would like to be here, but she's the thought of we're raised and brought up to think that it's virtuous to grow up and again go to college and get a good job and just American dream, and she's got that stuck in her head. When my American dream is the actual real dream of self-sufficiency. I don't need this horseshit government.
It does cost money to buy a lot of the equipment you need to be self-sufficient.
Yeah, but once you get started, you're like, I plan on most of the stuff that I grow is perennial. So like when it does snow, winter comes, all this stuff should come back next year. So it's like, you're not having to plant every year that comes by. I mean, sure, there's certain things, if you want them, you're going to have to plant them. But the most expensive thing is probably the a solar system of some kind. Good batteries.
The solar system's a lie, though. You know that, right? I'm kidding.
What do you mean? I was like, I have a solar panel.
You said solar system.
Yeah, I got you. My bad.
Have you got access to water?
It rains here a lot, and I just finished putting up my I just finished putting up my rain collection gutter for all around the house. And I just need to find some kind of huge container, some that's safe and be able to, raise it so I can have water pressure going to the house. You know what I mean? Have quote unquote gravity feed the house, as opposed to being. Yeah, we get a lot of rain, so too worried about that. There's streams and lakes everywhere. I've got every kind of water purification thing you could think of. Everything from straws to a mega home. I definitely recommend those mega homes to everybody. It's about $100 for one. Just amazing. You'd puke if you saw what comes out of the water. What's left in the pot once it's done distilling.
Yeah, I've been looking at water purification systems.
Get a like I said, look into Mega Home. It goes by a bunch of different names, but they all look the same. But Mega Home, it's like the only one that's licensed by the only water purification that actually has that UL, whatever that stands for in the back. It's like licensed as through. I don't know how to explain it, but there's other ones that aren't really safe, that aren't too much thought into it. It's not licensed. This one, the type of thing that'll last you probably 30 or 40 years before you have to spray or blow the fan off, the dust off the fan, and that's about it. About it as far as me.
Well, I'm doing a small experiment with energized water and some magnets, and the plants that I actually used are Brussels sprouts, and it seems to work because my Brussels sprouts are like ginormous compared to other Well, I grow everything from seed, and so now I don't use tap water. I filter that, and before I drink it, I actually I make a vortex, and I spin the water.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get into that. I want to get one of those little things that will connect two 2-liter bottles together, so you can vortex it from one to another. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And as far as the magnets, what do you do? Do you put like opposing ring magnets on your hose, or what do you do?
No, you see what I did is I put them under because when I started growing these, they were all seedlings, very tiny, and then I repotted them, and it was when I repotted them that I actually placed the magnets inside the soil. But you have to know in which direction you have to know the polarity of the magnet, number one, and then you have to know how to place them. There's a guy here on Discord who was talking about that.
He's an Ice Age farmer?
No, the South African guy. He's all about solar energy as well.
It's Flat Earth
Flat
Solar.
Earth Solar, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was talking about that one day, so I went and done some reading and about water memory and how to energize water. So I just I have a friend who got me these magnets. So I just thought, well, why not? And honestly, I'm convinced that it's working.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that, like the vortex water, the magnets, everything. I want to get my entire house lined with pipes. You know, the pipes that are actually have like a toroid going through them.
Yep.
Basically causes it.
Yes.
Look at that.
I've actually seen a pipe that has like a helix inside the pipe. so that the water has to
Yeah,
travel through that helix.
yeah,
It's
that's what I'm
it's
talking
just a copper pipe that you put in somewhere in your feed. I haven't acquired a pipe like that, but yeah, that's another idea.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of people talk about it as far as like some of the most well-known bakers in the world. This I just found this interesting as hell. But some of the most they were talking about all the different people that swear by it, and they got to a segment of the story where they were talking to world-renowned bakers,
Yeah.
and that literally every single one of them will not make their breads or anything unless they have that vortex system going, using the vortex system. So they'll spend tens of thousands of dollars for a system just because they want their water to spin, because they think it makes their
Really?
bread better. Yeah, they swear by it. They'll, like I said, they'll spend tens of thousands just to put a system in.
Wow. I do bake a
And
lot, so I'm going to definitely try that.
yeah, dude, let me know.
Wow. Because people who even washed or drunk energized water say that you can actually feel it on your skin, that
Really.
there's just a different feel to the water.
So energized you mean by just from the vortex, or through with the magnet
Yes.
and vortex?
Yeah, there are commercial systems available on I've found quite a few on the internet. They're quite pricey. So I've just concocted, my own thing. I mean, it's not
Yeah,
difficult to create that
no.
vortex.
Yeah, we're
There's a
all good
guy.
DIYers.
Yes. Um,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead.
It, it's quite funny, but I have so many regrets at this point in my life because of like you're talking about your wife, and you want to talk her into the off-grid life. If I
Mhm.
could if I could go back a couple of years
Oh,
and start
really?
again, that would be my sole like occupation, is to get
Yeah.
off grid.
Yeah, that's what mine is right now. I want to create a permaculture backyard. I got a decent sized plot of land. Honey, you gotta be quiet. But yeah, like some
Is
sort of
permaculture where you
permaculture thing.
plant in layers? No.
Yeah, it's like a combination of that. It's like symbiotic relationships between certain plants. So like the root system of this plant helps the roots. You know what I'm saying? It's like symbiotic relationships between plants, and
Yeah.
knowing what benefits what. And that and spagyrics. I love
Yeah.
spagyrics.
Yeah. I mean, this is the first year that I've really decided I want to have a big crop. I want to grow some food. Um,
Yeah,
it's got more to do with my fears around supply chains collapsing and
that's exactly
hyperinflation
right.
and other
Yeah,
dark things. But yeah, I find so much enjoyment in that. I'm collecting glass bottles at the moment so that I can and preserve
yeah,
my
yeah.
eventual.
We got mason jars coming out our ears right now for just that time, because when it gets cold here, it gets cold. You're not unless you're going to the store, you're not eating. And if I never have to go in another store again, I'd be a happy man. I hate money. I hate commerce.
What area, if you don't mind me asking? I have a friend in Oklahoma. I just visited on my way out here. He's
I'm
also
just
a
out,
flat earther.
just outside of Tulsa.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
always
maybe you
always
guys, yeah, yeah,
always
he's a
down to
cool
meet
guy.
another flat earther. Helio actually was just talking about me coming down to. I'm only like an hour from him. Telling me we should get something going. Do something, whether it be a meetup or just go have a beer or something.
What area is he in?
Fayetteville. I
Oh,
don't
he's in
mean to dox
Oklahoma as
him, but
well. No, okay. All right. Yeah, no, I don't mean to ask. I'm just asking
yeah,
because I thought
he
I
says
like
it
like
himself.
to connect
I
people.
just
Oh, okay.
it's what is Fayette? What is that? Is that Arkansas? Arkansas?
Sure.
I am going to go and tend to my plants now and do some baking. I want to see. Yeah,
Yeah, do that for him
I'm going to do
or
that.
for yourself. I'm curious. Get back to me on that.
Will do.
They say that the bread rises better, that just tastes better, the texture's better.
I'm
I mean, look
definitely
up
going to try
actually
it.
check out I'm sure you could probably find it on YouTube if you put like bakers and like uh just the keywords of bakers
Yeah,
and
I will do.
whatever it's called. You can probably find that video.
Hmm. I mean, yeah, I'm actually going to make a cornbread now with mashed up corn inside of it. So
That
not
sounds good.
not a typical bread,
You should
but
throw
different.
some green chilies in there.
I've got red chilies actually that I'm drying outside, but
Yeah.
that sounds like a good idea as well. Catch you later.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, Ariel.
Happy
You
cooking.
too. You too.
Bye, Ariel.
Bye, Raj.
She's one of my favorite people to listen to. Actually, I love her voice.
Sweetheart. Yeah, I love her accent.
Yeah, beautiful voice. She was talking earlier. I
Pretty.
was going to come on and say how much I appreciate her because she's one of those very intelligent women that is speaking out, able to talk about this publicly, and we don't get we don't have enough of that. You know, that's the kind of example that we need to make this a little bit more normalized for people, for sure. When you
Yeah,
say, oh, "Mom, listen to this woman. She's intelligent. She gets it. It's what you see." Takes that for some people. Someone that can relate to. How did she say she was doing her magnetic homemade? Did she explain that and I missed it? Her homemade vortex pipes?
I don't
Or
think she got too far into that. It was
okay.
just a DIY. I remember she said she was just a DIY job that she did. They're doing some
It's
research.
interesting to hear. She's listening. Come back and tell us sometime. How you doing that?
Damn, potatoes are huge. That's what I love about growing potato, man. You throw a couple seedling potatoes in the bottom of a trash can, fill it just a little bit, and as soon as they start to sprout, you fill it a little bit more with dirt. They sprout hard, they grow more. You just keep filling it as they grow. And after that, when it comes time to harvest, just cut open the bottom, and you just got probably like 100 pounds of potatoes are just pouring out. And that's what's great about potatoes too. Is they keep forever. You just replant them. Sorry.
Oh,
This stuff's
interesting.
not very interesting to people.
No, it's very interesting. I'm sorry, I'm being quiet because I'm texting my friend about you. Say, hey, I have a friend about an hour and a half away from you. I have a guy I'm talking to 24/7. See if you guys can maybe hook up at some point. If you guys are looking for other flat Earth feds.
Yeah,
He's not like
definitely.
he's not like he's not like a go team flat Earth guy, but he's old school. He knows what's up. He's getting off grid himself in a way. He's getting there. Smart dude.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier about how what we're gonna do if this the internet ever gets taken away or whatever. I don't have any friends that think like I do. You guys are my friends, basically. I couldn't imagine them
Exactly.
and not having anyone to talk to anymore.
Right?
Suck.
Yep. All my regular friends don't talk about this. They won't talk about
No,
this.
no. I've been alienated by my entire family for my beliefs.
Same
Not
here.
not not alienated, but they
Yeah, they
might go
don't.
out to dinner or something,
There's a
and
difference. There's a
you don't get
difference in the
invited.
way you're regarded. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
regarded in a different light. Yeah, it's something they can't. And I think a certain people get past a certain point where it's just too much of a paradigm shift in their mind, too much of a crisis of identity for them to consider because
it's just
the implications are too huge.
yeah. They just can't take it. Some certain. I
And
finally
that's
got my
okay. I
sister
mean,
to wake up.
yeah,
My sister came on ladies' night. I think like 2 weeks ago, and after finally, me working on her for a couple years, she's into conspiracies and stuff as well, but she's mostly about like government conspiracy. What's this COVID BS? Excuse me, I
yeah.
shouldn't have said that.
I realized that
Just,
it's like they'd be happier. Like my parents are older, they'd almost be happier not knowing what I know.
mhm.
You know, and the only reason I thought it might be important for them to know is for them to avoid some of these other big deceptions, like what we're
Yeah,
going through now
hi-
with
hindsight,
the
man. I
cocoa
wouldn't.
poke.
I'm sorry.
I said what we're going through right now with like the cocoa poke, you know, the Fauci ouchie,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah,
it's like, and it's weird because that's the reason that you try to wake people up is not to,
yeah.
get them to figure out that we're not on a spinning ball, but realizing how big the deceptions are so that when something else
Yeah.
comes along, you won't be fooled by it, and it didn't matter. In fact, it worked the opposite because if they were to listen to me about the cocoa poke, then that means I might be
Okay.
right about these other things. And it's almost like if there was a design to this all and they allowed the information or rolled the information out, that the truth about the Earth not being a spinning ball worked against that, worked in their favor because by this time they're not listening to us about anything. So what they really wanted to get people poked, and that was their main goal up to this point. That all these other truths that we've been privy to have alienated us now, so that
Yeah,
this really important information is not accepted. It's
yeah.
brilliant
Hindsight's
if that was their
2020, man.
plan. Yeah.
I wish if I could go back, I would keep my mouth shut to a lot of my
Same
family
here.
and
Yep.
go about it a different
Exactly.
way. But the
Yep.
only reason I felt obligated because I know there's a food shortage. I know
Yep.
there's going to be, the dollar's going to crash. All these things are going
Yep.
to happen, and
All those
they can't
things.
fathom it.
Nope.
So I mean, I wish I would have just gone about it like that and not ever brought up the shape or the nature of the world.
It's crazy because you think, I mean, it seems like the one that would wake them up more than any because it's the easiest to prove and it's undeniable once you look into
And
it,
it's your and everyone else's experience. It's
Yeah.
ludicrous to me.
Yeah. And it feels like a crime not telling them because it's like, wait a minute, this is your
Yeah,
nature of reality. And I have the opportunity for you to find that out. It's a crime to keep that from you. But then it feels like with the way that they're trained and brainwashed to react to it makes it feel like a crime to tell them on your part, like a form of abuse. And in a way it is because they can't handle it. they won't go there. They can't go there, and so therefore you are kind of creating a a situation that is painful for them. Not that you'd want that, but or that they would even be happier if they found out that you were right. That's the thing. It's just like something has to break through so that you're not leaving them defenseless.
See, I'm thinking, I think along the lines, and I think a lot about whether those stories are true or not, about the Great Depression and people, just leaping from buildings and
Sure.
just, offing
Sure,
themselves
what?
left
Yeah.
and right.
Right.
And I worry that, what they find, the masses find out some of this stuff. I think it would be enough to trigger a lot of them to do something stupid like that,
And that's why, in a way, I kind of feel like it's better that most people don't know, because most people probably can't handle it. They would
Yeah,
act a
it takes
fool.
a special individual to this truth.
Yeah. Yeah. It's too bad, but it's true. And I don't know, even if everybody did figure it out, if we had that critical mass, then it might be even worse if there was some kind of like if they almost like at some point you realize that the best thing that could happen is that the majority keep believing the lies, otherwise they won't care to keep the facade going, and they'll just like be more harsh, and the tactics won't be as delicate. And the facade is almost what keeps the normality that we live amongst there at this point, in a way. Like, we're not going to fight the army. People were never going to put their cell phones down to pick up a gun, and even if they did, it would just be a slaughter. You know what I'm saying? So there's this idea that we're going to overthrow or change the system is a little bit naive, and not only naive, but not practical, because things can't change that way in a society this big. It would just be chaos for too long. But I think that they might try to absorb the flat Earth and go with the UFO from outer bounds as the next psyop, and use the truth to sell them all more lies about where aliens come from. Not that might be if there are aliens, that's where they have to come from, right? So
From extra terra.
Yeah, extra terror. That makes more sense than anything, and they're hinting at it all the time, and that's why I think that they're going that direction. I think that's maybe why if they allowed flat Earth and rolled flat Earth out, so that they could create a local threat, just like Reagan said. If we want a one world order, right? He was the one that kicked it off with that speech. How would we get along and unite as one world if we were threatened by an outside force?
I often think to myself what it would be like if an outside race from another world.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he never said other planets. There was actually an article, not an article, a little clip I saw from Fox News, where it had McCaney, Trump's old speaker or whatever, representative that would speak for him, the hot blonde that would come out, Catherine McCaney or whatever her name is. So she was on the Fox News talking about UFOs, being true, and that there might be a time where we're gonna, basically setting up the scenario, but they made sure to say we're not sure, they might be our enemies. We don't necessarily know that they come from other planets. So they were even dropping those hints. So it seems like that would be their perfect, even if it's not true, that'd be their perfect psyop, because then they could have different kinds of outer ponds, good outer ponds, bad outer ponds.
Yeah, they could start a whole new deception.
Yeah, a whole new mythology. And it could be based on some truth, because it does seem like there's ancient stories that lead us to believe that there's other cultures that were not a part of ours.
Yeah, I truly believe there's something, whether it be a spiritual thing or something they know, that forces them to give the hints that they do. Because like for instance, NASA. How many times can you screw up? Nonstop. That they're showing some kind of screw up, and it has to be on purpose.
Yeah, it does.
It's almost like I feel like
obviously on purpose.
they have to tell us.
They're slowly telling us. It's like the whole thing was built to spill. Great band, by the way. You ever listen to them? Built to Spill.
What is it?
Built to Spill?
Never heard of it.
No? I'll send you a link. I think I messaged you once, but maybe you don't check your DMs or something, but I think that I messaged you a while back.
I do like once a week. I always forget they're there.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll send you some of the good stuff. But yeah, that's the whole thing is, it kind of seems like that could be where this is all leading. That they're giving up the game on purpose, and
Yeah.
just like the Twin Towers, NASA was built to spill. And and then that goes along with the scripture for the big truth being revealed, and then they could use a lot of that to reinforce people's religious beliefs rather than their belief in a creator or any of that. Just make it more of like another religious control situation, which would suck because I don't know, wouldn't necessarily suck, but a lot of people need that, and they're going to use that as a way of the flat earth as confirming that this religion or that religion must be true.
What's your take on it's for what it's worth, the blue beam and the alien deception?
Well, yeah. Well, remember that I was just thinking about that earlier. Remember the light show they gave us? I think it was maybe 6 years ago, where they had that like spiral in the sky. I think it was Norway.
Yeah.
It totally looked sci-fi.
Yeah.
I don't know, why are they showing that to us, right? That was on the news.
Yeah.
It kind of maybe like that could be like some of the little hints that they're dropping or things that they're putting out there to make people start acknowledging some kind of dome, because it looked like they went through like a porthole or something. It almost looked like maybe they could try to run with like, we have a way of getting outside the dome through this special technology, or I don't know. Who's that?
Sorry, that's my little one.
Yeah. Hey there. How old?
Yeah, she just turned 3. Or no, she just turned 4.
4.
She's a Down syndrome. Very sweet little girl. When she wants to be. Yeah.
Just one kid or two, or you said 2?
I have a son as well. He's 12.
Oh, okay. Does he do the work does he like doing the work around there for the gardening and all that with you?
Yeah, I don't think my wife realizes how much work it really is to do what I do.
Oh yeah, I bet. She's saying I'm the only one that works. You're the one taking care of the kids, and you're like the housewife that's like telling her. Yeah.
Every once in a while she'll pull that out of her butt. Well, what do you do?
Right.
Spend a day
Well,
with me.
you got the perfect comeback, honey. I don't want you to work. I want you to do what I do, and we don't have to work at all.
Exactly.
Nice. Does your son know about the Earth not being a spinning ball?
Yeah, he could slaughter most ballers that come in here.
Ah, nice. That's good. Is he having problems at school with other kids not getting it?
I homeschool him.
That's right. Okay. Yeah,
I'll never let him go into an industrial strength Wi-Fi system. Is basically
smart. Yeah. You remind me a lot of my friend E1. He's been around for a long time in this discussion. He's also off grid. He probably has some really good tips for you on solar panels and regenerating battery power and all that kind of stuff. He's a really smart dude.
Cool.
Try to connect you guys to at some point.
Yeah, that'd be neat. Like I said, I'm always down for some input and.
Yeah, it sounds like you're pretty studied.
Tips.
You know about all that. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to ask you. I have to go eat breakfast, but you mentioned something that I typed into Google and it didn't come up with anything. Spaghetti, some kind of like technique, spaghetting or something.
Spagyrics? Yeah,
how do you spell that?
SPAGERIX, I believe.
Okay.
Spag. Eric's. Crow has a lot of good shows. Or you know Crow 777.
Uh huh.
He's got a lot of good shows on regarding spagyrics and
Nothing came
natural
up with that
medicine.
either on Google.
I
Maybe it's
wouldn't
just a weird
imagine.
spelling. Yeah, that
Try
may be off the Google.
DuckDuckGo.
Okay, yeah, interesting. So I love it when Google doesn't come up with something and it's something real. That means it's good.
And you're like, I'm going to find it.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna find out about this shit. Spagyrics, you want a short synopsis of it? What it is?
Yeah, did you find something?
No, not yet. Let me try Google.
It's basically from what I've gathered, you know, similar to like I was talking about permaculture and symbiotic relationships between certain plants. It's basically like the alchemy of plants, basically, is what
Yeah,
it
evolved
boils down
alchemy. DuckDuckGo did come up with something. Google had nothing. And it's now instead of an X, it's ICS. So I don't know if that would have made a difference.
to. There you
Google.
go.
Let's see if it does. Okay, yeah, it does come up on Google. Well, I'll check that out too.
Yeah, it's
Nice talking
interesting
with you.
stuff, man. I wish I knew the numbers, the show numbers, but yeah, check out Crow. He has some really good, interesting individuals that come on there and talk.
Oh yeah.
He's
Well,
got
he always does.
multiple shows on it.
You pay the $5 a month for all his content?
I'm going to. I'm currently
Yeah.
not subscribed, but I have a feeling that people like Crow are going to be necessary for people like us very in the near future. You know,
think
if
they're
you want
gonna
to
shut us down on
stay
YouTube?
in the know. Yeah.
Yeah. I hear you. Yep. That is true. All
And
right, brother.
even then,
Yeah, go ahead.
even then, like Crow says, that's no guarantee that he's going to be able to keep his website. You know, they can just take him down if they wanted. But anyway, yeah, man.
Sure.
It's good talking to you.
Yeah, you too. We'll talk again soon.
All right, man.
I'll DM you some Built to Spill for sure.
Appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Later.
Take care. Boy. Sorry, guys. I'm muting now.
Would anyone here like to talk about why the flat or the round earth propaganda is being spread?
What you got?
No, I'm just looking for other people's opinions. What's the motive for saying the earth is round? Why is NASA lying to us?
Well, a million different reasons. Money's a good one. Personally, I believe it's more of a way to make you more. It's hard. I can't. I'm drawing a blank trying to deal with this fucking dog. Basically, to take God away from you. It's in my opinion. Ultimately, when it boils down to it, and it's all about control. And you know, when you're on a ball hurtling through space, there's nowhere else to go. You know, you're bound to just settle with what you got. Do your job, do your work. Like I said, the money is a good reason. Other guys in here can come up. I'm drawing a blank at the moment right now. I'm gardening and trying to get this dog from eating the other dog.
Yeah, no worries. But so you're saying that NASA's spreading this propaganda in order to take away people's freedom and restrict their ability to believe in a higher power. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
You mean spreading the flat Earth, or what? I'm not sure.
Yeah. So NASA's spreading round Earth, like globe Earth propaganda, in order to steal away people's freedom, steal away their money, and restrict them from believing in a higher power.
In a minimalistic way, yeah.
But there's more to it than that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more to it that a lot of other people in here could speak on. Yeah. But personally, I would think, ultimately, I think it's a way of controlling you. You know, if we knew, if we knew or we know what we know, and if the rest of the world knew, that, a lot of things kind of go out the window. You're going to be wanting to know about exactly what's going on. You're going to immediately realize you've been created by someone, and that's in my opinion that they don't want that. They don't. I'm not some
What does that mean?
Bible thumper or
Created by
anything.
someone.
Created by something, someone, creation.
Oh, I see. Created by higher power.
Correct.
Okay.
So who's asking? Who was asking?
I was asking. Sorry, Roger.
Oh,
I was.
Tommy.
Yeah. Hey,
So
Roger.
you were the guy that's going into the debate, right?
Yeah, I am trying to do some research.
But why? If you're doing some research, okay. Have you seen the Level documentary from Eric Dubay?
I have not.
So that would be a good start. It's an hour documentary. Basically, it all boils down to speculation, right? So why would a liar lie to you? And would he tell this lie to you, right? And at the very basic, it's non sequitur, right? It doesn't matter why they lied. It matters if they lied, right? So if I have a video, right? I come to you and you have, imagine you are married, right? I don't know, but imagine you are married and I come to you with my phone and I'm like, bro, I have this video of your wife cheating on with your neighbor. Would you like to see it? And you're like immediately, no, I don't want to see it. I just want to know, why did they lie? Why did she cheat on me? Why would she do something like that? We promised the world to each other, and now you tell me she's cheating. I want to know why she's cheating, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that more important than knowing the lie?
Knowing why they lied, rather than knowing that they lied.
That they lied, yes. That has to be established first, right?
I mean, yeah, but I guess knowing why they lied could then be construed to try and figure out, maybe they lied about some other stuff too.
Well, they lied about some other stuff too, right? So that's pretty obvious. I mean, I don't know, because you claim to make a documentary. I don't know what it is about. What is it about? What is your intention?
My intention is just to battle perspectives from either side, from the flat Earth or globe skeptics, and pit them against other people who believe the Earth is a globe. That's all it is.
You say globe
Okay.
skeptics or globe spectics?
I said skeptics.
Like you said,
Okay.
globe spectics.
Actually, I might have misspoke.
So again, it's a non sequitur. Why would they lie? You are not part of this club, right? Are you part of
I'm.
the elite?
What does that mean? What's the elite?
No. The people that are in power. Are you part of that bunch of group?
I mean, I don't think I'm a minority, but I don't really identify as on either side, really.
That's not what I asked. I
Am
asked
I
you.
in power? No.
Yeah, are you one of the few that belongs to the group that is in power, that knows certain things, right? That knows secrets, right? That has access to certain, I don't know, documents, files, agencies. You aren't, right?
No, I'm not.
No. So then you would never figure it out, right? Never. They won't tell
Well,
you.
the goal is to take both perspectives and then find out the truth. So I'd also talk to, this clandestine minority that you're talking about, get their, opinions on the subject, what they have to say about it, and then pit it against other people's opinions on the subject.
Yes,
That's
but
all it is.
it doesn't follow, right? It doesn't follow your logic. So why would they lie? Would be speculation, right? And we can speculate all day long. We can speculate about why would they lie about MK Ultra? Why would they lie about the Gulf of Tonkin? Why would they lie about Operation Paperclip, Operation Mockingbird, right? If you are a journalist, you
Yeah, it'd be
ought to
great to
know.
figure out all of those questions, I think.
So yeah, if you're a journalist, then you ought to know about Mockingbird, right? Operation Mockingbird?
That's not what this documentary is about.
No, I don't. I know, but I'm asking you: do you know about Operation Mockingbird?
No, not in great detail.
Okay, well, that's a good rabbit hole to dive in if you're a journalist, right? If you,
but I'm sorry, I don't mean to, be rude or anything, but I kind of want to stay on the topic of the flat Earth theory.
I know, but the topic is why would they lie? And I'm telling you, they lie about everything, right? Then they won't tell you the truth because you are not part of that that club, right? That they are in. So asking why would they lie boils down to speculation. And Ryan had a good point, right? That would be my speculation too. If they made you believe you are a speck of stardust somewhere in the back of the galaxy orbiting the sun, and the sun is orbiting in a galaxy, and the galaxy is orbiting around the great attractor, and we've all come from an accident, right? From a single point of a singularity, right? You've came from an accident. You've evolved from apes, right? Then your life would, in my view, be nihilistic because they take away your divinity.
They take
right?
away your meaning. Yeah.
They take away the fact that you are the one in the center of the universe, right? You have been created, and it all revolves around you, right? Not around the sun, not around Helios, but around you. You are the special one, and there is a creator that made you.
I totally agree with that, man. I consider myself a pretty religious guy, and I think I think that's a huge part of not being nihilistic and neurotic.
Right.
Is knowing that you have the spark of divinity, and so does everyone else.
Right.
And that's what makes you you.
Right. And then when I'm not a, so you have religion, right? That follows doctrine. I'm not a religious guy in that sense. So I'm a guy that believes that there is a creator, right? But I'm not a religious guy. So I'm not following.
You're not going to base your reasoning on, for example, Bible verses.
I know that there are many religious books, right? And they all talk about a creator. So for me, I can't figure out which one is true, right? I wasn't there. I wasn't. So for me, I know that there is a creator, right? And I know that he created me and you, right? So and this is my journey, right? Maybe somewhere along the line I do meet Jesus somewhere, right? Or find him in, I don't know, right? So where I'm standing now is that I know that where I believe that there is a creator, but the whole point of the heliocentric model revolves around it being created from a single point, and we've evolved from apes, right? And by taking away this, by taking away the fact that if you measure the Earth as a flat and level plane, we know that it has to had been created, right? So they take away that from you, and they put this indoctrination, this image of your mind of a ball somewhere in the corner of the space. So your life will be, well, I'm alive and then I'm dying. Okay, that's it, right? And again, it's all speculation from my point. NASA gets $60 million a day, right? I could lie for $60 million a day. There could be more land. There is this Admiral Byrd that claimed to go to, which was a Freemason. So whatever he said, maybe it's true, maybe not. But he went on live television telling about his trip to Antarctica, saying that there was a vast land the size of America with
I've heard about this.
Untapped resources, right? So there could be more land, more people there. So the term extraterrestrial is from the word extra terra, right? More land.
Yes.
More people there. A lot of religious books talk about a flood or a mud flood, right? So could be that there was in our history a big flood that drove all the people outside of our realm, right? Going to the extra terra.
Yeah, maybe the small groups controlling or pumping out this propaganda are the ones existing on this.
Again, so it's all speculations. And as a flat earther, I would say that most of the flat earthers would tell you that proving the Earth by speculation, the shape of the Earth by speculation will never win the argument, right? So why would they lie? Yeah, we can create a great story, right? We can write a book about it, but it won't prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not at that point. I'm not really trying to figure out what the shape of the Earth is. At that point, I'd have already answered the question because I'm asking or I'm saying that they've lied. But out of the interest and curiosity, I was just wondering if you could think of any motivations.
Sure, yeah, I've told you a few, but yeah,
money definitely, like that much money.
Yeah, but the
That's
money,
absurd.
right? When you dive into this rabbit hole about fiat currency and how it is created and what they do with the fiat currency, and they just print it out of nowhere. So PC, you're echoing very bad. So they print money, right, out of nowhere, and they've been doing this forever, right? The fiat currency is just created money. So in my opinion, right, my speculation would think that, well, it isn't even about the money, right? They can just print it. They just create it. And these people have so much money, doesn't even care about the money anymore. They care about control, right? Controlling your mind. Yeah, controlling your mind, what you think, right? If you have this image of your head of a flying, spinning water ball in space, then they can steer you in certain ways, right? They can tell you, well, we're going to die because there's going to be an asteroid, or there's going to be this, or the aliens are coming, right? This is the new thing they are throwing at us now. The aliens. The aliens
Oh yeah,
are coming.
I've heard this. Apparently,
So,
end of June, something big will happen. But
yeah. So yeah, that's the whole deal. That it's the steering and manipulation of the mind. In my speculation.
yeah, no, that's. I mean, I couldn't think of another reason, and that's echoed in a lot of literature from like, I don't know, dystopian futures. Is that the government or power that's controlling the people is doing it purely out of the interest of control.
Yeah, so I have to go on mute. I don't know if there's anybody else who wants to add on it. I have to go to the barber shop, get my hair cut. So, well, it was nice talking to you, Tommy.
Yeah.
Hopefully you get something good out of it, right?
Of course. Thank you, man.
This game has so much.
That beats illegal. Right?
Very nice. Son.
Hey, how's it going? Old dude. Good to see you on here, my man.
Yeah, mate. You too. You too. How's your day?
How's what?
How was your day?
It's early for me. It's just getting up, having some coffee. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, we've got high white skies in Scotland today. It's very sunny, but no real sunshine. There's a strange white and a high cloud cover.
So really high
Weird.
cloud cover. Yeah. Here there's low cloud cover.
You there, illegal? I just saw your message. Illegal fell asleep last night. If we have a mod, he was snoring and he got put on mute. If you want to take him off.
Yeah, I'll get him.
That's funny because he's the one that just played this last track.
Oh, maybe he's not on mute anymore.
So he's probably just got
No,
himself muted. Oh.
no, I was muted, but I still was able to play my song.
That's a trip. Try to take away my DJ role.
No, never that, brother.
Right on.
Appreciate whoever unmuted me. Thank you. I'm sorry for that.
You're welcome. No, it's cool, man. It's cool.
No,
I
I
wake
did
up
the
to
same thing
Discord.
last
I go
night.
to sleep to Discord. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry.
I did the same thing last night. Illegal. Don't feel too weird. They said I was snoring.
Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. It's protocol. People go to sleep in here, so we mute you. It's cool. It's totally cool.
Yeah, it
this
happens
isn't
even to Helio.
This isn't the first time. This isn't the first time either.
Probably not the last.
Yeah, probably not the last either. But I love you guys. Thanks.
I don't know how anybody could sleep with this on. I mean, it works for a little while until someone starts waking up where the sun is coming over, and then they start talking and wake me up in the middle of the night. So I'm like, this isn't working.
Yeah, you guys talk all night long, and then I turn round and it's daylight again here. And then you all go to bed, and I'm still up, and I'm thinking, well, it might be nighttime yet. Stay awake.
Yeah, well, there are other influences that make it easier to sleep with a voice in your head. It's hard enough getting to
Amen.
sleep with my own voices in my head.
Tell me about it.
Man.
I know. I just wake up at these. I wake up at these really odd hours. I mean, not always, but I wake up at like. I mean, it's more often than not. I'm waking up somewhere between 2 o'clock and 4:30, almost every single night.
That's the witching hour.
And it's happened for a freaking year. Literally, it used to happen at 3. Like, no shit. It used to happen within about 10 minutes of 3:30 for like a year.
That's like the witching hour, like on the dot. Like 3 a.m. is what they call the witching hour.
Yeah, I have a
Smart
tendency to
meter?
think of it too.
And so I figured there must be something I'm supposed to be awake for, so I just ride with it. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to question like my own circadian rhythm. It must be there for a reason.
I was wondering if you had any of those smart meters nearby.
Oh, I don't know. I live in a big, huge building, so all the meters are down in the basement somewhere, probably.
Should try
Warm milk. Warm milk
Warm
works
milk.
pretty good, actually. That works pretty
Try
good.
have you ever heard
Preferably
of
breast
those
milk.
the grounded sheets?
What's
They
that?
actually make
Counting?
they actually make grounded sheets, so it's like sheets and blankets for your bed that
Mm.
have metal threads that run through them.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I thought about grounding myself somehow.
Yeah, eat
Got
some
pillows
yoni and
and
call me in the
mats.
morning.
And I could do it because it's concrete structure, so yeah, I can still ground myself. I walk around on my bare feet sometimes, and I feel like I'm getting pretty grounded, even inside.
How do you
Yeah,
sleep at a hotel or somewhere else?
Not well. Especially not like the first night. So if it's only one night, not real effective. I don't care. God gave me all this energy for a reason, so I'm grateful.
I wish I didn't have to sleep at all.
I don't really need much sleep, and honestly, I don't feel tired either.
Yeah, I'm at my best when I go off of 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I feel like more tip top, more ready to go, raring to take on the day, as opposed to sleeping 8 or 9, lump on a log, tired still.
Yep. Sometimes getting too much sleep makes you more tired than, like you said, just had 5 or 6 hours sleep, or even a cat nap energize you rather than sleeping like 10 or 12 hours like I might. Love me some sleep, but I wish I didn't sleep at all. So many things to do.
Right?
Whatever.
An avocado, baby?
Yeah, avocado. Did you say avocado?
Yeah,
That's I
sorry. I was
love
talking
that.
to
I
my
love
girl.
avocado.
Yeah, they're my favorite.
How about a nice big like 4-egg omelet with like hold on, what could I put in it? Like fried red bell pepper
Have you ever tried
and garlic, and then you melt the cheddar on it and put it like either put it in the oven
Yeah,
or
last night I just
cover
made
it.
a squash and zucchini and egg casserole. I was just doing some experimental, like basically
like a quiche?
some high shit, and looked at a recipe online and yeah, cut up some squash and zucchini, onions. Yeah, put it in a casserole dish, threw it in the oven for like an hour on low heat.
Yeah,
Some
I could
cheese
eat.
on.
I think eggs are like my favorite kind of dish of all time. I think I could eat eggs every day. I bet I can't wait till I get some chickens of my own.
Hey,
Yeah,
Sonny,
yeah.
have you ever tried being an avocado lover? Have you ever tried slicing up like a very unripened avocado and then putting it in like a same kind of batter you'd put in like on a onion ring and then frying them?
No, I
Oh
never
wow.
tried that.
Not the
I'm
healthiest thing in the world, man, but they're delicious.
I'll
They
be
get
trying it.
raw.
I'll be trying it now, though.
Yeah,
I'll be
they're good.
checking it
Hell
out.
yeah.
Get a little ranch dressing, I'm good to go.
Hey, my girlfriend put me on to deep frying pizza rolls, and I was like, "What the hell have I been doing with my life?" Fucking, I thought baking was the best you could get, but she showed me deep fried pizza rolls, and there's no other way from now on. That's the only way. I was like, "Oh my God, what have I been doing my whole life? Fucking
I'm getting
microwaving
hungry
and
now.
baking pizza rolls, fucking deep fry that shit." And I got an air fryer too, which I haven't even tried out yet.
They work really good. We got one a couple months ago. You crisp up your food just like frying, but without all that fat. They
Right,
do what
without
they
the
say.
grease. But yeah, man, deep fried pizza rolls with some hot sauce and sour cream. Ooh.
Tapatio.
Yes, sir.
Here's a sound effect for that. I don't know why that didn't match. Never mind.
That's not what I was expecting.
Red band. Trash can.
Hey, baby, hungry?
That's probably what I'm gonna have for breakfast. I made that egg zucchini squash casserole last night and passed out before I could even eat it. So that's definitely gonna be my omelet for breakfast with my coffee.
Did you put it in a pie shell like a quiche, or is it just casserole?
Just a casserole dish. I just put it in the oven. I put a layer of onions. I also put some tuna in it. I put a layer of onions, and then I mixed the squash up with the tuna and seasoned it. Put the layer of that. Then I did poured the eggs in there. Then did a layer of a squash. Put another poured more eggs in there.
You ever heard of
Seasoned it.
spread?
Huh?
You ever heard of spread? The term spread? It's a jail. It's a jail thing. Not that I've been to jail very often.
Oh yeah, like a slam.
Yeah, they
Yeah, no,
call
I've
it
been to
a
jail. Yeah, I
spread,
know
and they all
about the
just kind of
slams.
get together and just
They
put whatever they have into one pot and eat it.
They be making miracles. We call that a slam. Yeah. Yeah, they be making miracles up in jail, boy. Them recipes, them jail recipes, boy.
Yeah. I'll come in. I've got a couple hot sauce packets. Oh, I've got some ketchup. Oh, I've got dry noodles.
Put it all together.
So they just put it all together and have a meal together.
Crunch up a bag of Doritos. Sprinkle that shit on there.
I got arrested in Reno one time.
Makes you appreciate hot coffee because in prison you can get hot coffee, but in county, in jail, you can't get. It's only as hot as the tap comes out, so it's like cold coffee, and you get out. And the first thing I got when I got out was a hot cup of coffee.
Yeah, I think
makes you appreciate the small things.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I think there's a lot of things coming in the near future that we're gonna be looking back. I would appreciate I should have appreciated having all these different little things. I just have a feeling that shit's going to hit the fan.
Yep. You only appreciate it sometimes when it's taken away. Small things in life you gotta appreciate.
Yay! For appreciation in the nation.
Appreciation Day.
Is this a sitcom or something? You got the laugh track?
No, I just pull them up out of the groovy command section and play ones that other play ones that other people have played. So I'm
Yeah, I didn't even know you could do that. You're just copying and pasting other other sound
Yeah.
effects?
No, I'm just playing them right from my browser, right from Discord. I'm playing them, and it picks up on my mic
Oh, okay.
because I'm using HDMA sound from my TV, so it's loud enough and it sounds clear enough. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was just re-gifted the powers of being able to play music. Yeah, I
Well,
had
that's
it, and then
good.
it was taken.
That's good. That's good because you have some of your own music. So I mean that's pretty
Yeah,
cool. Yeah,
yeah.
that helps.
I'm not trying to get nobody in trouble. I'm just trying to, if there's dead space, might as well play one of my beats, and I get the
Yeah,
feedback. So
I just try to give everybody a warning when I do it.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm tripping. I need to upload my beats to my YouTube channel and put it all on YouTube. I haven't even uploaded any new beats on SoundCloud. These are all like older beats or whatever. But like a friend of mine, he just got an MPC and he's making all kind of new beats, and he's gonna come over and I'm gonna give him a tutorial on how to sample and how to make beats, and he's got a YouTube page and everything, and I don't even have a YouTube page. I'm like, fuck, you just started.
See, I need someone that can do that because what I do is I can do like a rad guitar part, and stay on time and everything, just on the fly. I need someone to take those and customize a drum beat, and probably the bass guitar. I could do the bass guitar on them too. I can make my guitar sound like a bass and do the bass guitar too, but. So I'm trying to get like somebody that can do drums. I can't freaking do the drums. I don't have the equipment to do any of that, But
Yeah, we had this conversation before, didn't we, Sonny?
we may have. Yeah. It comes up every day. Like,
yeah.
I'm always talking about it now.
Right.
But
I think we had a whole conversation about this.
actually, I think I have a track you could listen to. It's kind of a rough one, but I'll send it to you. Hold on. Let me go find
send me
it.
something, man. I'll sample it, chop it up, or whatever, or loop it up. I can't get too overloaded though. I still got to make a beat out of Helio's album. I downloaded his album and I got a few samples on there I got to chop up to make a beat. I'm going to make a beat out of one of Helio's tracks, make a hip hop beat, and then send it to Battle Mod, and then he's going to do some of his farmer farmer rhymes.
Yeah, this is called a riff for a Friday morning when I made it up one day. Let's see, I put that. Oh, message. Drop that in there.
Yeah, I got some dude in my DM that wants to. He said he wants to ask me to get. Let's see, what did he say? I just want to ask you a few questions about what it means to be a flat earther. And he's like VC verified, but he has no other tag, so I don't know if he's a flat earther or what. But he's trying to get a soundbite out of me or whatever on what it means to be a flat earther.
I think Roger,
what it means.
Roger talked to him earlier, and so did I. He's that guy that's doing some documentary or something. He was doing some research.
Yep.
Yeah, apparently they have this event after Ladies' Night.
Yeah.
So
that's QE,
I
right?
even had my first cup of coffee yet, so I'm like, I don't know about all that, and I don't even know what you're gonna do or who you are.
Oh.
Are you a flat earther or
Illegal. I muted you because you were, I don't know, snoring or.
Yeah. I was. Yep. I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
But yeah, Tommy E. Gobblers. So
Oh yeah, I remember that guy from yesterday.
I didn't hear him. I'd like to have a little context before I reply to know he's gonna do it
Yeah,
justice.
I was hesitant. I didn't know what he wanted.
Yeah.
I'm still getting this whole debating thing down.
I mean, I have all the arguments or whatever, but
Oh
he's
yeah,
talking about what it means to be a
I've got
flat
the
earther and
argument.
this and that. And I got to get my thoughts together, but I don't even know.
Know what the best argument is?
Okay, what?
What debate? I don't
Look
have a
outside.
debate.
Go look
Yeah.
They
outside.
have a debate. They're the ones that have the entire debate.
Yeah.
The debate's been over for us for a long time.
Burden of proof.
That's quite simply the strongest position. So
That's what gets me is when they say the burden of proof is on you. It's like, no, burden of proof because of extraordinary claims. You're the one that is saying that it's a ball when you're experiencing the flat and motionless.
it's more extraordinary that all of these things that we rely on our senses to tell us where we are and stuff like that, you know, that they've convinced the entire, like most of the population, that it's something that's what's extraordinary. Like, yeah, it's wrong, it's false. But for them to put up that makes it very extraordinary.
Hey, woohoo! I just got 5 cents from my Walmart dividends. For my little
5 cents.
Congratulations.
Yay.
I just got a notification. Said Walmart, I got 5 cents dividends on my little $5 stock.
My wife just
playing
recently.
around.
Yeah, my wife recently, just for the hell of it, I was talking to her about crypto. She knows nothing about it. I know nothing about it really either. But she downloaded a couple of the whatever they are, the apps for buying and trading and stuff. And I don't even know what coins she bought, but she put a little bit of money into a few different coins. She said yesterday she's already up double what she put in. I still don't know anything about it. Not sure I want to.
Yeah, you might want to. It's the future. I just got done watching 3 seasons of the show called Startup, which is about the dark net and cryptocurrency. While I understand that it's probably some sort of a programming propaganda in there, I take it for what it's worth. But it's a good show, though, even if you're not into crypto. Startup on Netflix.
Yeah, I figured putting a little bit of money into it, just see what happens.
Yeah, I've been trying to buy just $5 here, $5 there on like stock, like medicinal marijuana companies and just companies that I use.
Yeah.
I put $30. I put $30 in crypto about a month ago just to kind of watch it. So I watched it go way down, and now it's starting to come back. Now it's starting to come back up again.
Yep, that's what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Up and down, up and down. And be careful too, because there's a guy that hit me up from being here on Discord that was into crypto, and I started talking to him, and we voice chatted or whatever, and he was trying to get me to invest in his cryptocurrency mining stuff or whatever, and then pretty much I figured out that all the red flags went up and it's a scam. So I don't know if he is on here like thinking that flat earthers are stupid and trying to like hook people, but just be careful out there, man, because I've almost been scammed. I do my due diligence and you know, I have intuitive abilities, but just be careful because man, they're on here and they will scam you if you just It sucks, but
Yeah, anytime I get some kind of DM about crypto or a crypto Discord channel or something, I take it with a grain of salt. Don't really pay much attention to it. You
yeah,
never
it all
know.
sounded good. And then I was like, I just need to verify who you are. And if they rush you, if they want you to like deposit money or do this or do that right away, and that's usually a red flag. Like they want you to do it right away. Because I was like, let's get to know each other, build a rapport, you know. And he's like, well, yeah,
You
but
better get in now.
yeah, if you get in now, like you know, I could steal your money later or I could steal your money now, so why don't you just send it to me now? So beware of that. But yeah, I got some money in like Bitcoin or whatever. It's been going up and down. I got in at like 35 or 36 and then it goes up to 40, 45 and then I made like $17 and then it went back down to like $186 and it just keeps going back and forth, but like they say, just hold because it's gonna go up and down. I'm not trying to get rich or nothing. I'm just getting my feet wet.
Yeah.
Buying a few stocks here and there, $5 here, $5 there. It's shit that I'm not gonna miss that I spend every day. So
I don't mind investing, but I like things that are a little more solid.
yeah, like I actually want to I want to buy a duplex. I got like $1,000, man. If I can figure out a way to buy a duplex with like 1,000 down, buy a multifamily home or whatever. I mean, it might need fixing up. It might take some work or whatever, but just to create a passive residual income, you know, so you always have money coming in, whether you work or not, or whatever your paycheck is. You got a little extra money. I'm still trying to figure out how to do that though.
Well,
I got my company all set up and everything to do it. 314 Investments is the name of my company. I got the tax ID number and all that jazz, but still trying to figure out the best way to get a property.
It depends on what you want to do. I mean, realistically, we have issues to deal with. I mean, private property ownership is like the biggest thing that is the hardest to do.
Mm.
And I mean ownership as in nobody can walk up with a fake bill, a fake anything, a fake warrant, a fake eviction, and take your property.
Well, can't they always do that with
No,
taxes and this and that?
they cannot always do it. They can always do it under certain circumstances. There are few circumstances in which they cannot do such things.
Right. Because
That's what
like I
me
was looking into tax liens, properties, and stuff like that, where you just pay the taxes and like they're basically giving properties away, like how they were doing in Detroit. Like I'm in the Midwest, and you can get a lot of properties or whatever for super low, just paying off the taxes and getting the property and maintain them because they don't want to maintain them. They don't want to cut the grass. They don't want to do any of the things. So trying to find the tax liens or whatever. Invest my money in something.
It depends on the country. I mean, if you're in the States, things are relatively easier depending on how you want to go about it. This is stuff that I've been studying and trying to help people out with for years.
Mm.
The mortgages are all baloney. There is no loan. There is no most of what we're taught is wrong. Communism is like an onion, and it's also indoctrination. Indoctrination is like an onion. You peel a layer, you find more onion, and you keep finding more onion until it's gone.
Yep. I'm hip to all that. The mortgage and all that
the
stuff.
way everything is done with the banking system, which is a central banking system, which for Babylonians it's good. For everyone else, not so much. Private systems, private trusts, private businesses. Because almost anything you do dabbling in the public, as far as say like common law statutes, codes, ordinances, shit like that, as far as paper land goes, you're going to get stuck all the time with either somebody coming to take something or somebody telling you you owe them money for something.
So what would you say is the best way to entry level get into the real estate or buying a property, like tax lien properties, or like what would you say?
Well, liens generally come from sweat equity. That's how I would do a lien. But if you owning property, chasing down the patent, pulling the patent forward, recording it in the correct location instead of with City Hall. I mean, there's right. There is a correct location to record your information, all, if not most of it, and then there are incorrect places to go. Our parents taught us all of the incorrect places because they were taught all the incorrect places.
Right.
So I'm trying to think of a way to condense like 100 years of research.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
Well, I like starting with the flag. I like starting with the flag. The stripes have always been there. It's an East India Trading Company flag. All you just do is change that little square on the top left corner with anything else, and it's still East India Trading Company, which is Babylon. So the way things go, right, and the stripes were used 300, 400, 500 years before America it was even colonized. No colonies, no cities, no nothing. That was used for the Dutch, the Swiss, the Finnish, and like 7 other countries. You had the red and white stripes with the Finnish flag in the top corner. It's all Babylon. So you have 2 systems, 2 sets of books, 2 of everything running at the same time. They're both going parallel.
Yeah, law of the land and maritime law, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Ish.
2 laws.
Everything shifted. Remember, Jesus. He said, I come not to do away with the law, but to fulfill it. So there's 2 sides. He was born on one side of the fence. He was born a Roman citizen. He was born under occupation. Feel me?
Yes.
Through his wife, he learned how to get out of that and just go onto the other side of the fence. You've got public, you have private, you have common law, codes, canons, and crap, and then you have equity, which is natural law, ecclesiastical law, pretty much everything God said at the very beginning moving forward.
Hmm.
On the public side, you're a slave. On the private side, you're free.
Right.
There is a way to do things, and that's what I'm learning. But as far as like houses and stuff, I mean, dude, you got to move your body from the public to the private. You have to move your spiritual life. You have to move your car, your house, your shoes.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do all that. I found it's much easier just to work within the system and know what it is, and than it is to get out of it, because I don't have the time and everything, the dedication that it takes to do all that. I went down that road about 5 years ago. I went through the whole thing of paperwork and corporate fiction and trying to, citizen and all that kind of stuff, and it's like, it's just a lot. You gotta like dedicate your whole. Like I typed up my own papers. I typed my own motion because I was trying to get joint custody of my kids. I typed up my own motion for that. Doing my research on law and how to do all that kind of stuff, but.
Well, the venue in the public side that you end up under generally starts with you, the first stupid thing that we do. We can dabble in common law, and sometimes they'll let it work. Most of the time they won't. We can dabble in their legal lands, legalese, and it will and won't. I mean,
Yep, I've tried to challenge. I've tried to challenge jurisdiction in traffic court and stuff like that, and they usually end up railroading you in the very end. It was an interesting like experience. Like so basically, I went up there and caused some controversy, and then they sat me down, went through everybody else in the courtroom because they didn't know what I was going to say, so they went through everybody else and then called me up last after the courtroom was empty. Because when they asked me if I understood, I said no. I don't understand, which nobody ever says. But I know what to say I understand means. So I said no. And then they're like, oh shit. And sat me down, called everybody up, and called me up last. And I didn't know everything inside and out. I was just trying stuff out or whatever, and they ended up basically railroading me, and because I didn't know, and I didn't file any paperwork. So I know that's important. You got to put it on paper. They can't hear you.
That's why you actually have to sue them in federal court for violation of rights under the color of law.
Right.
I'm going to get them out of my hair completely. You watch me do it. I've heard if you report them to the Department of Labor for illegal collections, that they'll stop it immediately. So I've already reported them to the Department of Justice. I'm going to make a formal report to the Department of Labor. I'm going to name names because they're human beings. So if they're another human being, they don't have immunity. They can't hide behind a county or a state. You can hold that like as soon as you tell them that they are going to be held liable for damages that they've done in actuality, then they're going to be in big trouble. So they're gonna acquiesce. That's what I think. And I've had to deal with these assholes for like 15 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You gotta have dedication.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible
to do all that.
So one thing I learned out recently, and I don't mind talking about it. because everybody should know how to do this, you demand things from these credit companies. Like if you have a credit card that you never signed an agreement that said you didn't have a contract with these people, in other words, and they've sold off this debt. It's not even so. You demand the accounting evidence of all of it. You want the whole original contract.
Yeah,
You want
the
a
original
contract that
contract.
states, yeah, that you want the contract that states that it was transferred, what the amount was at that time, who the agents were, that like who the people were making these things. That like you need the entire accounting sheet of the entire thing from the very beginning. And they're not going to show. They'll be scrambling. They'll never be able to show it. Especially, and then also the what is it, the length of time, it's going to run out. It has a statute of limitations on the time. So eventually, in certain kinds of income or not, they can't do it. So they'll have to expunge the entire thing.
Yeah, but that's still
Yeah, I need to learn more about this because they're trying to garnish my wages and from
me
like a
too.
debt from like 15 years ago.
Yeah, you can demand to see. I can even show you. Let's see. Hold on a second. There's one second. Let
And
me
I
look
just
through this document.
there are
just
ways to
haven't had.
do it. Simple ways to do what you're suggesting to get the accounting. There are already forms for this. However, that's still playing in the public under occupation. I do not like that. I don't want to go in with zero rights, having to fight an uphill battle.
Yeah, you're gonna have to learn if you like, because they won't listen to you is what they'll do. They'll continue to take your income. They'll take everything you own and you'll have no leg to stand on. So what are you gonna do? Okay, just let them. So I made mistakes, so I have to pay for them for the rest of my life because they made the debt so huge that no one could possibly pay it off in an entire lifetime. So
have you ever seen the public side versus the private side being announced by the president? The debt versus surplus. Have you noticed that the private side is always in surplus and the public side is always in debt? Look for that on YouTube. Every time they announce the private side, it is in surplus. Every time they announce the public side, it is debt. There is no dominion in the public side. You can play with tools like private membership associations to tuck cars and houses, and you can play with trusts, sure. But if you're still in the public, they will find a way, period, because all they need to do is rationalize a way around it inside of their system. It's theirs. They just recode it, and that's it. You're fucked. That's what they've been doing for 70 plus years. Recoding the system.
Yeah, that's why you can't accept you can't consent to their jurisdiction. You have to show you're a living human being, a man or a woman. Like you're a living being, so they need to show, because they can only attach laws to that capital lettered name that's the corporate fiction, because it's a dead thing, it's a fiction. So you just have to step out of that and say, I'm not a corporate fiction. I'm a living human being, a living man.
Babylon,
like you show me how your law, like eventually if it gets to that, but see, all you have to do is threaten with your own power. That's what I think I'm figuring out. Like if I demand, I'm not stepping in their situation. I'm telling them what I'm going to do if they don't stop harassing me. Like I'm demanding it as a living spirit.
Yeah, I commend you for that. How do you do that?
That's how you do it. But see, you need to know all the things. You don't step inside their gate. That's a quarterdeck on a ship.
Yep. Yep, I know that
Stepping
part.
into the captain's room. So you're saying, I like you said, you don't submit. You say, I don't understand is a good thing to start with.
Yeah.
Right, but
But then see, because a
passing the
lot of these things are codes and things like that written into the Social Security laws. You know what I'm saying? So in their own bylaws and their own codes, they state things like that you're a volunteer, a participant.
Mm-hmm.
So until you and so the technical part that needs to be done to counter that is you need is like submitting paperwork is you just have to do that in the proper way. We are not held to the same. Here's what they try to do in those kind of kangaroo courts. They try to hold a natural being like you or I to the same rules and restrictions that the lawyers who weren't trained, since we're not trained, we're just laymen or whatever, we're just regular people. We're not held to those same things. So as long as you submit paperwork within the guidelines, get it served properly, like that's the only thing you really need to know. It's writing the document and the statement. That's probably going to be the most important thing. You're writing an affidavit. You're explaining in detail what the harm has been done. It can't be actual or imagined harm. So anyway, I don't know. It does get pretty deep, but I'm working on it. It's been a long journey. Pretty
Understanding
confident.
the verbiage. Your grammar has to be correct. You actually have to understand the words that you're using.
Exactly.
And that's the trick they do. They use the words to get you to submit to their jurisdiction. If you can stand on your own, then they have no rights over you.
well,
You have
it's
rights over
venue.
them.
It's
Yeah.
all venue. The language they use is about trying to change venue. You don't have to do it with paperwork. But I have two questions. How many maxims are there in law, and how many maxims are there in equity? The answer to that should show you which side we should be on of that fence, because there's a fence between both of those. You can stay in that system. There's nothing wrong with it, I guess. That's between you and God. However, I can't go back.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're saying that right now because you don't owe anybody a bunch of money that are taking half your income away. That's what I'm guessing.
Buddy, I got a file probably about an inch thick over junk.
You're not probably like close to starving like I am. So I understand how you're probably saying that.
Yeah, I know what that system does. Been there. Been homeless. Living on park benches. Been there.
So were you saying that you don't have to, that without filing any paperwork or motions or entering anything into the court, that you can still accomplish something?
You can if you
Or-
know what you're doing. But that's equity. That's not cannons. That's not statutes. That's not code.
Right. So how do you demand your equity then? That's what I want to know because your parents signed, our parents signed us away with the birth certificate. So are you saying you don't have to do anything with that and tell
There
them something different?
There is something to be done with that. That was part of my original statement. We all went to the wrong places to record things. Instead of going to City Hall or to the DMV, you're supposed to go somewhere else. There's only one place, maybe two. All these other
Which
places are
is
private.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
which is
I believe it was land titles.
land titles.
Land titles? What does that have to do with commerce, you as a being that they've capitalized on? What does that
They,
land title have?
they own every system you touch.
I know.
Period.
I know human beings here were listed under USDA,
So say
Department
you
of
were
Agriculture. I know that.
say you were a .exe file. If you touch the wrong system, you're going to always get bugs, errors, and crashes. If you touch the
I'm
right
listed as
system, everything
I don't
works.
even know what you're talking about. You lost me, man. I lost the plot. So
I'm listed as grade A 100% beef.
What I'm saying is how we were taught to do everything, where we were taught to go, to record, to file, to this, to that.
no one
all
taught me how to go anywhere. I had to figure it all out myself.
that's what I mean, dude. Reading it, you're still getting taught by the guy who wrote it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you don't do research like I do, with like 50 or 100 freaking sources.
For what? I studied law for 14 years, or at least what I thought was law for the first 10. I'm going into my 15th year. I changed to equity 2 years ago.
Okay, good. Well, we're trying to figure out how you did that because I'm waiting for the solution part of what you're telling me, and I haven't heard any solution yet.
It's not just a one-liner. There is a lot.
I didn't say one-liner. I said a solution. I don't care if it's 20-liner. Like, come on, man. Throw us a bone here somewhere.
Is moving from that public side Babylon system over to equity. You have
Okay, great. How did you do that? What is your suggestion for a solution for that? What do you recommend?
that would lead going into probably canceling certain contracts that you've made with certain agencies, doing new paperwork, keeping all of your documents that you have, your social security, your birth certificate, your ID, for Chancery Court to be turned in for replacements.
Yeah, dude. So that's all I'm talking about too. Yeah, you have to get all your papers in line and you have to send them to the right places. So there's a procedure for that. Yeah, I know that's good. I enjoy that kind of conversation.
You weren't supposed to get IDs from the DMV. You weren't supposed to get driver's license from them. You're supposed to
Right,
get.
but you're going to have to opt out of it, and then so are you familiar with any of the precedents of cases that were allowed to step out of the system? I know of one. The guy lived in like Nevada or something, and he told it was during like Reagan, when Reagan was maybe what was it? It have to do with Reagan? Maybe not. Maybe it was just during the Reagan administration. But anyway, this guy took them to court and said they don't have that he actually sued. See, that's the difference. He sued every person in the chamber, in the Senate, and all of everybody on the very top, right? For violation of his civil right, his actual God-given right to travel. But the thing I figured that out myself. I lost a car in that deal because I didn't know how to do it correctly. So That was heartbreaking. So I had to learn the hard way, you know? It was really stupid. So,
Right.
so the thing is, unless you have your own property, generally, like, I didn't get stopped for like nearly a year with my car with no plates on it in the city. Cops driving behind me all the time, and like downtown LA. Cop was like LAPD right behind me and did not stop me. You know, but
Yep.
when you
They're like,
park
we
it
don't
on
want
the,
to.
but when you park it on the street, if you park it, all somebody has to do is complain. One person. There's a
Cops
car
knew we don't
parked
want.
in
We
front of
ain't
me,
got time
and
for this guy.
they'll make some shit up. They don't care. They'll tow the car immediately. They don't care.
Get rid of the complainers.
Hmm. Yeah. So that's what they'll do.
Details, though,
Yeah.
that can be done in the public. Details to certain things, how you do your pleadings, how you do this, how you do that, how you do this document, how you do that
The
document.
DMV wants you. In this state, the DMV wants you to put a $20,000 deposit to do this.
For
What you're
what?
talking. To out yourself from that system, you can put a deposit, and you're not required to have insurance. You could probably fight for, you know, I don't know. At that point, see, that's the thing. You have to
Yeah.
you have to pay your way. You have to pay for a right.
All right.
So
Yeah.
a right isn't a right if you have to pay for it. And
Everything
any
is
law that is passed that is any law that is repugnant to the Constitution is a fraudulent law. It's void on its face.
Which one? There's like 20 for
All of
each
them.
state.
All of those ones like that. Any of
You,
them.
you, you have
Any of the
organic.
laws that are repugnant or against what's in the Constitution or the Bill of Rights is freaking void.
Well, for 1833, for the state of Texas, you have organic, or at least what was supposed to be organic common law. And then by 1839, you have a new one that took away everything organic and it turned it all communist. And every following constitution after that, 43, 45, 52, got worse.
You have to stand under the root, the original. All these things that came after have been fraudulent.
Yeah.
Right, but that's, again, we're talking equity now. Equity is going back to Dominion, going back to the original Dominion, skipping the codes and all the crap. There's only 20 maxims of equity. Jesus used every one of them and how he dealt with the Pharisees, with the courts, with the Sadducees, with the people, with how he talked to people, how he explained things to people. He used equity only. He was guiltless, blameless, breaking the law.
Was the Constitution written in common law?
The original ones, supposedly, yes. However, that requires under the law of nations, and this is organic, natural law. This is from the beginning. Persia had this, and before Persia, you have to have a social compact agreement where all people in that particular area sign one damn contract and agree to defend, help, love, care for each other, period. Without a social compact agreement, you don't have organic anything. You have commercial cannons from Babylon. Period. There is no way around it.
Yep, and that's this is mad complicated. This is why I was like, I'll just maneuver within the system the best I can.
Right,
I would like
right.
to know. I would like to know how to get out of some garnishments, but like trying to cancel your contract and drive without a driver's license and like I heard about you get like instead of insurance on your car you get a bond or some sort of you get bonded or whatever in instead of a car insurance, and then you have to file those papers to the city and the state and the sheriff and all the
That's
departments and
that's canons. Those are all canons. All of those steps are all canons. Those are all policies. Canons.
right.
Canons. I
So
don't.
that's wrong.
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
I
That's not
don't-
the way.
I'm not doing canons at all. The only
Okay.
They
canon
apply. That all
only
applies to corporations. You got to quit being a corporation.
the only
got you.
canon I'm looking at is the one that tells me how to get off of the plantation. That's it. Those are the
Yeah.
only canons I'm looking at. In any book. State of Texas judiciary or whatever just changed everything. The lawyers, the attorneys just rewrote everything like 2 or 3 years ago, added equity everywhere.
So you don't have a driver's license?
Not the physical
Yep.
thing, but I signed that stupid thing and I still have to rescind it. But there were other things that I was doing first.
No, I get you. It's okay.
I'm
It's okay.
correcting other things in the background
Mm-hmm.
myself, doing certain steps and moving forward.
Okay, so
If
you're saying you
one,
have a driver's license while you get your other things in order to get it all lined
well, I
up.
don't have a valid one. No, I mean, it's an oxymoron. I don't have one, but I signed the contract a long time ago, and they still
But it
consider it.
expired. But it
Yeah, like a
expired,
decade.
so technically you don't have one.
Right, it expired a decade ago. But if I drive, because I signed that contract, if I'm in a car, they consider me a driver. Period. End of story. It's
Right.
2D world. They only see what's in the 2D. So if you fuck
Right.
something up in the 2D world, that's your ass. Gonna get burned.
So you've just been lucky for 2 years and haven't had to
Oh no,
while you're getting your other affairs in order.
They stole the truck. It's been gone.
Oh. They impounded it and you couldn't get it back, huh?
I obviously know because the bills of attainder. I was locked up in jail that night. They took the truck. I went straight to jail, no court, no nothing for like 2 weeks, which is a bill of attainder, which is communism, which is against the law.
They extorted you.
So again,
But-
like I said, what you fuck up in a 2D world, what you mess up on, will transcribe over into the 3D world where we live. This is Babylon versus the Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah, because you have a what is it? Not a copy, but a something of the title, and the original title or receipt, origin of receipt, the state has, and that's why they have the right to take your properties because it technically they own your property, right? Because you don't have the official title. You have
the Fed holds the MCO. Yes, they have
Yep.
copies of the MCO.
Okay.
They also have a very good record keeping system. Every MCO ever manufactured since pretty much what 1910, 1908, 1910. Every single MCO is on microfilm. Period. That is a fact.
Right. It's the same thing as our children are wards of the state. It's like our property isn't ours, our children aren't ours.
I mean, the Jesuits may not make good governors and dukes and such, but they are good record keepers.
Yeah, I've been through all this before, and I was just like, man, you have to just basically dedicate your life to, like you said, you're already like 5 years in, 10 years, and then 5 years of knowing what's up, and then like doing all the paperwork, and it's just like the only thing I want to know is how to get out of the garnish, how to write a letter to the garnishment, whoever bought my debt.
Right.
And
That's the thing about Jesus. There is no get out of.
okay, I got
I
you.
mean, in that's a Babylonian thing. That phrase, get out of this, get out of that. That's them. You can grease somebody's palm and get out of anything. That's Babylon.
Okay.
That is fact, Jack. Who's El Chapo? His first introduction into the drug world was he met Pablo Escobar, and Pablo had a load he was having brought into the States, and El Chapo asked him, when is that going to be in the States? And Pablo said that's going to be in the States within 4 days, 5 days, I think he said. And El Chapo said, if I can get that into the States for you within 48 hours, will you give me the runs? And Pablo said, okay. And El Chapo took the load and he got it into the States. And as soon as it was on the other side of the border, the U.S. authorities pulled El Chapo over and took the load from him. And El Chapo bought the load back for $10 million, was it? No, $4 million, I believe it was. He said to the police chief, listen, how much? Yeah. He had $4 million delivered to the chief a couple hours later. They gave the load back to El Chapo, and El Chapo delivered the load.
Yep, everything has a price.
But that's Babylon. That's the different side. That's one side of the fence. That's what we all grew up in. Indoctrination, learning Babylonian language, techniques, tricks, mind games, psychological warfare, all things that are illegal, by the way.
The thing of it is the two sides of the coin are the people in the drug cartels, and those people don't trust the banks and they keep their money in their pocket. And the authorities want your money out of your pocket. So how can they get it from you? They extort you. Oh, you got drugs on you? You want to get them into my country? Pay me. You don't want your money in our bank so we can take your money when you do transactions? Pay me to get the dope in the country.
Well, whose face is on the money? On the private side, there's no face.
I'm pushing to have I'm in Canada, so I'm pushing to have Mark Emery and Jody Emery put on our $20 bill and have pot leaves on our $20 bill, because now marijuana is legal in Canada. Get that bitch, the queen, off of there.
It's an interesting idea, but it's, again, theirs. It belongs to Babylon. It's only the ease of use in a commercialized system. God didn't set things up to be commercialized this way. Matthew 4:8. Satan took Jesus to the top of the mountain and showed him all of the kingdoms. All were under his control.
Must be
Because
glad if he could see all the kingdoms.
Say it again.
It must have been flat if he could see all of the kingdoms from the top of the mountain.
Right. And that was one of the scriptures that gave me my epiphany for biblical cosmology. But it also gave me the epiphany with my studies in law. It's right there. If Jesus was born under occupation, died a free man, with clean hands, owing no debts, having all dominion.
Yeah. I am addicted to watching videos on YouTube of people flexing in court. Like that's one of my that's like court porn. It's like legal porn to me. Like I love watching people go in there, like whether it be the Moors or whoever, a freeman on the land or whoever it may be. But I love watching videos of people going in the courtroom and flexing. And I noticed one thing is if you go in there stating Bible verses and on some biblical shit, that gets them going too. They don't know what to do with that. But I love watching other videos because it's not me. I'm not at risk of contempt in court or whatever. So I like watching other people do it.
It depends on
And
what you're using. If it lines up with a maximum of equity, then you're trying to change the venue. If you're saying something that doesn't line up with the maximum of equity, then of course you're confusing.
Are you talking about challenging jurisdiction or is that something totally different?
All of it. They are the gatekeepers to the private side.
Okay.
When a judge gets up in the room, sit down and just wait. He'll be right back. He's changing hats. He has to in order to handle equity. I've got buddies that have done traffic cases, mortgage cases, other stuff in their side, and they've changed the venue using equity. But people are looking for being on the other side of the fence completely. I can give people books to read. It explains everything. Chancery Court has no limit of jurisdiction, period. Chancery
What has no limit of jurisdiction?
Chancery Court.
Chancery Court. Okay.
If you have a proper application for relief to a Chancery Court, they can stop a war mid-shot.
Hey, bro, do you think the Earth's a ball?
What's it? What's up?
What up? I just looked at your rolls, bro. You think the Earth's a ball?
Who?
I don't really care. He's got some good information. I don't care what he lives on.
Well, he can't, but his information can only be so valuable if he thinks that he lives on a ball. I just want to know, like, do you think you live on a ball, bro?
Did you miss the part where I said Matthew 4:8 was an epiphany for me for biblical cosmology?
That's not what he added.
Yeah, I did. I just got in here. So, do you think the Earth's a ball?
No.
Okay, so you think the Earth is flat and stationary and geocentric and has a firmament?
Yeah.
That's biblical cosmology. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm just wondering why you don't have flat Earth rolls. I mean, what do you just come into this? Okay, I'm not trying to attack you, man. I'm just asking.
I'm new. Like, what is this? Like day 6?
Fair enough. Okay. So you're new to the information in general?
No, he's new to Discord. That's it.
Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to sorry. I wasn't trying to interrupt, but I just looked at your roles. I'll be honest, I have a bit of a bias. I'm a bit of like a prejudice. When someone thinks they live on a spinning cartoon ball that defies physics, like I can't really take them seriously. So I was just making sure that I could listen to you. You know what I'm saying?
You prejudiced bastard, you.
Well, it's just the way this environment is, right? It's constantly trolled and LARPers. Even just now in the lobby, there was a guy saying I'm a flat earther, and then coming with globe questions, right? Why is there an horizon? So these guys use the filthiest tactics, saying they're a flat earther, and then they slowly gaslight the community, right? With these tactics, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. Cuddles the cowboy. I mean, what would be your your 3 best evidences that the Earth is flat?
Witsit coming at hard with the flat Earth. Roll call coming in strong. Got his cup of coffee. He's good to go. What's up,
No evidence of sphericity. None whatsoever. Out of everything that I've been able to see, there's no evidence of sphericity at all. Two, I believe Yahweh, and I think the prophets were witnesses for the truth, and I believe them too.
Well, if you want to
Okay.
score points with Witsit, you better say Yeshua.
Yeah, and that's the Messiah, but Yahweh actually tracks back to Jupiter. It's Yehovah. But anyway.
I'm just starting shit. My bad.
It's okay, bro. It's all good. You keep learning, but Yahweh tracks back to Jupiter, and it's actually Yehovah. Yod Hey Vav in Hebrew, Yehovah. But anyway.
Witsit, that just lets you know that I watch your videos. So that was just a shout out to you.
Nice. Much love, bro.
Yep.
Right.
Sure.
Well, there aren't other people listening, so I mean.
Yeah. I mean, they need to know that like the most historically accurate figure ever has been effectively washed away from the history books, and he was the Messiah, Yeshua. But that's not really. I know that I don't want to just come in here and start hitting people over the head with the scriptures. We try not to do it too much here, even though I do it literally everywhere else I go.
Yeah. Go to Witsit Gets It YouTube for all the scripture talk and the science. Yeah, check out his channel.
Yeah,
You're into that.
Yeah, What's It Gets It on YouTube while it's still there.
Witsit
But
Gets It.
I'm glad you got to find out that Cuddles the Cowboy. I'm glad you found out what the Earth is, bro, because it really makes you look at the scriptures a bit different. Huh? I mean, they're like literally accurate all the way around. And also, you find out, well, wow, we're not this tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe of nothingness where we might get hit by an asteroid. We're actually just the center of everything and protected. And the Earth's very special and beautiful, and it doesn't move. And the entire sky moves for us.
Yeah.
How beautiful is that, man?
Well, that's what's funny. I was studying law, and law pushed me back into scripture, and scripture pushed me over into flat Earth, and then flat Earth pushed me back over to law, back into scripture. It's all there.
Hell yeah!
It's a symphony. It's beautiful. It's just seeing it.
Yep, connecting the dots.
That's why I started this thing.
Hell yeah.
Shit didn't make sense, and nobody could answer me. Nobody gave me straight answers as a young man. I just got brushed off with things about law, things about Bible, stuff that people couldn't understand because they themselves haven't learned the thing.
Yeah. Welcome.
Okay, I'm still all ears, so I'm still waiting for that solution. But anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
Me too, bro.
I could toss a resource in and have you listen, but again, if you're looking for like paperwork, that's all private. That's what me and Iggs have been saying. Most of the information on how to kind of navigate that direction, it's in the public, but it's coded.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's like, let's get back to the Earth topic because
Matthew 4:8.
because I don't even I don't know what you're talking about. So anyway, yeah.
In a world where no one knows what the world is. Dude, I was in there. I was talking to, dang. I'm not going to try to tie this into scripture too much. I'm really not. But I went over to the Gamma Panda server yesterday because I found out that they're coming out and they're talking about how now in 2020 we had the 20 shortest days ever recorded. And so they were saying that the Earth was slowing down very gradually over time, right? But now they say they made a startling discovery last year that, in fact, it must be speeding up now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I find it interesting that when Yeshua was asked about the end, he said the days will be shortened. And the days all got shorter, literally, on the very year that, well, everything changed and, the world shut down over Q and you have to get your wrist and forehead scanned to go. It is very interesting. But anyway, he said it'd be shortened. They are being shortened, and it's hilarious because now they have to change their model to slowing down over time to, oh, never mind, it's speeding up now.
Oh. It's like crypto. It's up and down.
When you're 40 years old, everything seems to speed up. The days go by, the weeks go by, the months go by, the years go by. The older you get, the faster time goes, perceivably.
Yeah, but I mean, like the literal time it takes the sun to get back around is getting shorter now. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. No, I got you.
Actually, Witsit, your reputation precedes you. I heard that you were over there. I heard it over here from somebody.
Yeah, it gets wild over there, bro.
You said Jim Panda has his own server, like Discord, like server, not just channel. Like,
yeah.
How do I how do I spot? How do I?
Someone will give you someone will give you an invite.
Yeah, but it's
All right,
awful, bro. It's terrible. I just go in there to like try to see if I can debate 50 people at once every once in a while. Like I just just to see what's going on.
Like you need to give them a disclaimer when you go on there. Be prepared for like a splitting headache, like brain
You're gonna be
damage to occur.
bombarded with nonsense, constant cussing and attacking, personal attacks, and 50 Globers just dogpiling you and screaming and cussing and spiraling. It's ridiculous.
That's what's up. Hey, I'm illegal. Send me a DM of that Discord link if you can.
All right.
Just like how I don't watch the news, but I like to watch clips of CNN on YouTube or whatever. Like I like to keep a little eye on what's going on, even though I don't watch the.
Here you go.
Actual,
I'll put it in the voice text.
All right, thanks.
I never go there anymore.
It's pretty terrible.
Yeah, I got.
Speaking of the scriptures, that's what jump started the conversation yesterday about the planes, because I was listening to the part about Sodom and Gomorrah, and then it's like the cities, that reside in this plain, and I'm like, wait, okay, hold up. Well, how big is this area? And then that led me to thinking, how big is the biggest plane on the earth? And then I find them saying it's like fucking 1/3 of the land, I guess. And I'm like, you can't
get closer to your mic.
1/3 of a curving ball. You know what I mean?
That's hilarious. I just saw that 1/3 of the Earth are planes, but it's a ball.
And then you look at the definition for planes, and it's, in no uncertainty does it say level land, basically.
Yeah, exactly. That's hilarious, dude. I had to save the screenshot.
All right, thanks, Sonny. I see it.
Yeah, but you could go to the other one too, which is like, I think what QE goes on his shows.
Oh yeah.
You could go to that. I can send you an invite to that one too.
Okay, cool.
So just remember, Gem Pandas is debate flat Earth and more. So that's their whole life, is debating flat Earth.
Okay, yeah.
Witsit could tell you all about that ad infinitum. Let's see.
Yeah, that place is wild, dude. I'm thinking about going in front of the White House with a microphone and flat smacking everybody. What you guys think?
Yeah, do interviews.
Wait, say that again.
I have a microphone with a little PA system, and I'm gonna go in front of the White House and flat smack everyone.
Oh dang!
Yeah, and I'm gonna also do the same thing I always do, like offer $100 cash to anyone that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth.
Dude, I'll pay to see that. I'll pay to see that, man.
It'll be on my YouTube, man, for the free,
I know, bro.
It's gonna be funny, bro.
Are you doing this? Because I always end up coming in like 5 minutes before the stream is over. Like,
I don't really know. We'll probably leave here in a little bit, so maybe a couple hours.
All right, I'll check it in.
Yeah, I'll try and shoot you a message or something, let you know.
That would be dope. Like I heard I seen a meme or something shared on Facebook that was like the evils that America has done, and you premise it with saying like one of the countries that we bomb. So you say like one of the countries that we quote unquote hate or whatever did this and this and this, and then get the reaction and be like, aha, just kidding. That was America that did that. And then get the reaction. Like you should do something like that where you like set them up and say, who said this, who said that, and then be like, oh, just kidding, that's blah blah blah. like something like that.
That's pretty funny. I've seen those
Yeah.
too. Yeah, like they'll like say famous quotes, and they'll be like, "Actually, Obama said that."
Right. You'll say, yeah, who said this? Republican, Democrat, and they'll be like all on board, and they'll be like, well, actually, Obama said that, and they'll be like, and yeah, the reaction is great. So you should do something like that, like phrase your questions, like do some Jedi mind trick shit when you do it. Like, I'll give you $100 if you can answer blah blah blah. I don't know. That's a good idea too, but just like something like where it messes them up, like quotes or like is this fact or fiction? And then say something that the heliocentric model states, and say, is this fact or fiction? And then it will sound crazy, and they'll be like, I don't know, fiction, and you'll be like, nope, that's what they say it is.
Dude, it's so funny.
like
So,
that.
like, dude, I offer $100 cash to anyone that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth model, and I even tell them, like, on the mic, I'm like, the first question, I'll go ahead and let you know what it is. You can even Google it before you come up here, and then you just have to get 2 more right. The first question is really easy. How many times does the Earth spin every 24 hours? That's the first question, bro.
Really?
Yeah. Most people get it right, but they really second guess themselves. They look around, and I let like entire groups of people do it too. I let them all do it. I let them like get the answer wrong and keep trying. I give them hints. Like they just cannot answer. The second question is usually what's the distance to the sun, and no one knows it, bro. No one knows.
That's like the blonde, like the girl in the car, or the different videos where they say, okay, you're going 80 miles an hour, and it's 80 miles away. How long does it take for you to get there? Like they can't get the answer right.
Yeah, exactly.
So then we just have to tell them you're not at the hub of a wheel that you can say, right? I mean, it's so stupid. They're at the hub of the wheel measuring. Nobody's at the hub of any wheel. Like no motion, flat horizontal plane. Like,
And then this one is not as sexy, but I mean, if we'd been talking about it for as long as we've been talking about the Coriolis or the lack thereof, Earth-based, right? Then it'd be like a thing. But just yesterday, I don't even know how I thought of it or how it came up in my mind, but we were already bouncing ideas off of the whole plane thing, and I just started thinking about red shift, blue shift, and I was like, no, wait a minute. Because somebody probably brought that up. And then I was like, yeah, but if we're moving, how come I don't experience the Doppler effect? And I never heard nobody really ask that question, but I mean, shit, if I'm talking into the west or to the east, like what happens? Nothing.
yeah, see, that gets better and better every day, doesn't it? Like, yeah, since your frequency is going above the surface and into the medium, then it surely would be affected by the Doppler effect.
The number one thing I tell people in the real world, because like most people in the real, like we deal with like zealots on the internet, but people in the real world, they just have never even looked into this. And so the number one thing I tell people, because I think honestly, if this doesn't click for you, you may be dead weight. I'm like, so when you see the sun move throughout the day and then it disappears in the distance, we call it a sunset. Eventually it goes where we can't see it anymore after moving throughout the sky the whole day. What the globe Earth says is that actually the sun is still and we're falling backwards 1,000 miles an hour, and it just looks like that. And in the real world, people are like, wait, what? Like they're like, that doesn't make sense. What? Like it actually clicks with people. So basic things. It's just that we have to get out there and talk to people in the real world. Like we run across the zealots on here that have, even on here, probably like for someone to stumble on this Discord, they've at least looked at the 10 reasons we know the Earth's not flat, and they've gotten like the basics explained to them. But in the real world, they've never heard it, or they've just heard the Flat Earth Society as a joke.
Yeah, one of the most dishonest things that you hear most common on here is being dishonest about how they found out about it. Honestly, I don't hear, like, in the check-in and stuff, I don't hear honest answers. Like, sometimes there are, of course, but for the most part, a lot of people come in here into the VC check-in and they're dishonest about how they found out about it. They can't let on, and you can tell they're holding on to something. You know, they have something in the hopper already, but they're not letting on to it.
Yeah, I mean, like, people are scared, bro. They know they don't know. I'll be like $100 cash. Anyone can answer 3 basic questions. You know what? Make it 200. All right, make it $300 cash. And dude, people won't even. I'm like, no strings attached. You don't have to pay to play. If you lose, you just don't win the money. Nothing to lose. And people are afraid to walk up there and answer the questions. It's crazy.
Wow.
Dude, I'd go up there and try to answer anything for $300. You know?
Right. Even if I didn't know or whatever. Hell yeah, you ain't gotta put no chips on the table.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
You only win if you get them right.
Oh, dude, I went to the Abraham Lincoln Memorial, and I sat out front with the microphone, which apparently you're not legally supposed to do. I had a cop come and ask me, I couldn't be on the steps, but right in front of the Lincoln Memorial, I'm on the mic talking about. I wonder why we why do we revere Abraham Lincoln as being the guy that freed the slaves when he's actually quoted saying that black people are beneath white people and they should never integrate. Something's not adding up. Dude, I mean, like, while people are going and taking pictures in front of him, I'm just like dismantling everything they think they know. Like, this guy, there were slaves longer in the North, and this guy was an incredibly racist guy. He said that minorities were beneath him and that segregation should last until the end and they should never integrate.
They all were. Yeah, they all were. The White House, it got too small, so they had to make all the slaves an open border over the whole continent. That's all they did.
And then I'm like, oh, by the way, the reason they built this giant statue is because Abraham Lincoln's on record saying there used to be giants. I bet you didn't know that. Like, dude, it's so funny. And then I put flat Earth cards lined up all around the Lincoln Monument, like right beside him. Like, the Earth is flat. It says the Earth is flat all around it.
What?
Dude, we made Washington D.C. our B, bro.
Hell yeah.
Hey, yo, with speaking of the sun, right? Like, they cherry pick the fuck out of certain conditions, and it's like I'm trying to find a succinct way to say no. We're not just gonna let that rock anymore, because they're like, well, what about sunsets? Well, for me, it's like, okay, which one looks more like the sun in the video? The one in the top picture that I posted, or the sunset picture that everyone is like, thinking of when they're trying to debunk flat Earth? And the video is a video that I took the other day.
Yeah, the word sunset is interesting though. Set.
Yeah. You're talking about like the pagan belief?
Yeah.
Yep. Dude, actually, that reminds me, I have a time lapse of the moon getting obviously bigger as it gets closer. But of course, the Globals will be like, no, dude, not really. I mean, you don't have a filter. I'm like, I have like 50 filters, dude. Shut up.
Those people need to shut up, man. What are they even talking about? It's like arguing with preschoolers.
Dude, I went on top of the highest elevation in like Tennessee or North Carolina in the Gatlinburg Mountains and the Smoky Mountains. And I time-lapsed the moon. And it's obviously getting bigger as it gets closer. Like, it's noticeably getting bigger in the footage. It's so obvious. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This is odd as hell. Because yes and no. Not yes and no, like, I mean, yes, what you're saying is true, but no, because it's also true that when it's close to the horizon, which I would think is like the furthest from me, it's also hella big. And it's
but that's because it's so low, right? Like as it gets back to the horizon, you're looking through the more dense part of the atmosphere again. So that's when you get that magnification. So it's like
Yeah.
it's small, it gets bigger, 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 and then it gets further away from you. It starts to look like it's getting smaller. Then it gets way away from you towards the horizon. As it starts to go down, it looks like it gets bigger again. But you're looking through that really
Right.
dense part of the atmosphere again.
Where the lensing, more
Essentially, what
lensing.
happens is, it looks big as hell, then it gets small, and then it gets big again.
Yeah,
Like
it looks
as it
like
gets closer. Like
yeah.
that's the way. Yo, the globe earthers are out of their fucking mind.
I'm telling you,
They're out
bro.
of their mind.
It's crazy, dude. You can't
But do
make
you
any
see
observations of the sky and still think it's a ball if you're honest.
you see the video that I posted? Like, if you see the sun passing through the clouds, it doesn't look like what people would normally look at and say, "Oh yeah, there's the sun." Like, look at what that looks like, and then tell me that's the same thing that's setting. No, it's obviously an optical effect. Just look at how it looks through the clouds.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's a trip.
It's all distorted right there right at that point.
Oh, dude, also, because, like, it was the night of the eclipse, right? That's why we went to that high elevation. And the moon was busting, bro. But, I mean, we were in the Smoky Mountains, so, like, there was an area at time where it was hidden, you know, by, like, clouds. But, dude, as it gets up, you can see clouds behind the moon, bro. Straight up. I have it on tape.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Straight up, 100%. Like, it looks like clouds are behind the moon. Like, and that makes you think, like, what is the moon, right? Like, are we just seeing a projection? A localized projection, like relative to our location. It's just really trippy. I'll show you guys. I mean, of course, what could be said is like it's just so bright that it looks like it's going. I don't know. It's really weird. Like the clouds are obstructed once they go behind the moon. That's all I know. You know? Yeah, like I got it on footage. It's really wild, and it was really high in the air. Because like when you're that high in the air, you're in clouds. You know what I mean? Like you're actually in a cloud all the time, and you can see. You look across, and the clouds are like right there. And dude, it looks like in the distance there are clouds behind the moon, and it could be an optical effect, of course, because we don't actually know exactly what the moon is. And I actually lean towards it being apparent, but like it's wild. I'll have to upload all this footage from my SD card. I have tons of. Dude, you can't see the clouds that behind the moon. Like you can see the clouds, and then there's the moon. You can't see them anymore, and then they continue once it gets past the moon. And then there are some clouds in front of the moon at the same time. Like it's really wild.
Yeah, there's no. It's you're not allowed to look to see the sky anymore over here. It's been overcast for literally like 3 or 4 months during the day. It only is getting like the sun actually coming out for just a couple hours in the afternoon. Then right before evening, clouds over again. It's amazing.
Where you stay?
On the extreme left coast. Way over on the west coast.
Oh, close to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, it's stupid here, man. I swear. I'm so tired of it.
Well, it's not as stupid as Washington, D.C., who has naked baby statues everywhere.
Yeah, it's a little better where I am. I'm south of LA, so it's a little bit quieter, but it's still horrible in the cities I'm here to report.
Did you guys see my Masquerade tour trailer by chance, where I made everyone turn into zombies after they get genetically modified? I'm gonna link it. The music's not the best. It's the first video I've ever edited in my life, but it's still pretty funny.
Hadri. Yo, what's it?
Yo,
I was in the voice chat for your little debate yesterday. That shit was sick.
Wait, what?
With in Gym Pandas. That shit had me fucking lolling so hard.
Yeah, they're funny, bro. Like when we were talking about the days shortening.
Dude, I think it's fucking funny how you can like 1v5 people and still know what's going on in each conversation. Like some people have to take like 5 addies for that. I'm being real with you.
I'm completely sober though, man. But nah, it's just I'm used to it, man. I listen to them in the background. I'm so used to them interrupting that I just like I'm used to it now. I have to keep up with each one.
And know which one interrupted at which time. Yeah, that was you over there.
Yeah. Wait, I'll get to you in a
Sonny,
second.
Sonny, were you there for it?
No, man. I weaned myself off of Gym Pandas a while back. I haven't been back. I don't go on. I haven't been on for like 6 months. I refuse to go on there anymore.
Yeah, but dude, I'm telling you, when Witsit's in there, it's a fucking it's funny. And dude, the last thing they were typing in voice text. They were saying, "Don't let him have his what was it? His grand final last say or something like that." And then Witsit got his
Yeah.
final say in and left.
I'll probably go again and
Dude,
check
every
it out.
time, dude.
I'll probably go check it out again. I would like to record short blips of good conversation. That would be funny as hell. So I might try to record some of that. That would
Dude,
be
I
the
make
only
them get a
reason.
closing statement every time, bro. So they get triggered. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Speaking of bullshit, I just signed in Netflix. First thing that it showed me was this new documentary, I guess, called Black Holes: The Edge of All We Know, having to do with Stephen Hawking's and exploring black holes, the limits of our knowledge of the universe. I might watch a few minutes of this bullshit and see what they say, but that's all.
Interesting.
Yeah, that I just I just thought I'd throw that in there. I just signed into Netflix just now on accident, actually, and then the first preview or whatever thing that Netflix showed me was called Black Holes: The Edge of All We Know. Number 9. Follow scientists on their quest to understand and capture the first image of a black hole while exploring the limits of our knowledge of the universe. I might watch a couple minutes of this bullshit.
Well,
I need a good laugh.
Don't get sucked into it.
Yeah.
Sonny, you there?
Yeah. Sorry, I was listening to the trailer just now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the zombies.
Help me investigate this 3-hour video because I went back to Stranger Danger's 3D model of the moon phases and it doesn't work, bro. I'm talking about the specific time that I'm talking about in the specific phase that I'm talking about, which is the quarter moon. And because they say it does work, they can kind of like configure it to get around exactly how it's supposed to look, except for when you're the observer standing on the ball. You're not going to see the phase that they claim that you're going to see. I still don't see it. So this video is my last effort to give them the benefit of the doubt. And so if this satisfies you, because I'll be watching it at the same time, it's 3 hours, but whatever I miss, maybe you won't miss. Because if this doesn't shoot down my argument, I'm going full bore, man.
I'll check it out. I'll definitely pay attention. I'll look at that. Probably watch it later.
Yo, what's it?
Yeah.
Hey, check it. I'm gonna post this.
What's it?
I'm gonna what's it? I'm gonna post it. What's it? Pay attention. I'm gonna post this in the voice text. Give me a second. Let me find it. Oh man, you're gonna love this. Okay, it's their chat box, but look at the bottom. I said this after you did your grand speech. I said this and then left.
Here we go. Screenshot.
Oh shit! Oh,
Yeah, they
I
be
hit him
getting
with
so
the fucking
triggered, bro.
emoji.
It's so funny, bro. Like, dude, every once in a while I look over at the chat box, dude, it's literally just constant spiraling, dude. They hate me so much, it's wild.
Oh
And dude,
shit!
the funniest thing, dude, every time I go in there, the latest stream I did, they have a meme of it. I'm like, dude, you guys watch my streams, bro, you losers.
No, you're. What were you? Oh, you were calling them gammas.
Yeah.
One's like Earth globe's like a watch, like a well-tuned automatic watch. The other one's like get them, get those flatties, like burn them.
Oh, dude, it's like they were
I know.
arguing over one another to see who could out fallacious the other. It seemed like their biggest argument was, well, why don't you explain to us your model? And he didn't even get into the part where he's like, well, you know, the what is it called, the burden of proof isn't on us. He didn't even go into that, but he just kept on going back to the globe. Well, what was the word? It's so fucking funny.
It would be hard to write something as psychotic as that stream of unconsciousness.
Oh yeah, it's a death pit.
Dude, when I mention the scriptures in there, it gets really bad. Like, you think it's bad with the globe, and it's bad. It's bad, dude. You mentioned that someone made them. Oh my gosh, you would have thought that you just ran over their puppies, bro. They lose it, dude.
Oh, dude, Witsit sounded like he almost made this dude cry. Okay, so this guy was getting really aggressive, and Witsit, did you hear the tone in his voice change? Okay, so you were kind of like just fending him off at first, but then he kept on going, "Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!" And then all of a sudden, you said something to him and mentioned the fact that he couldn't say it in proper English, and his tone changed so quick. I was like, "Oof."
Oh yeah, I try not to take those low blows, but like he kept interrupting. So I was like, dude, if you're gonna interrupt and cuss me out the whole time, at least learn how to properly do it. You know, like, geez Louise.
Oh, you let him interrupt at least 20 times before even saying that. It was like it was definitely called for.
Yeah, that's what's so crazy. I know that like most people, like a normal person that listens to that, they're like, why are these guys so scared of him? You know, but if for somehow like for them, they don't even like it doesn't even make them flinch. They're like, this is normal. We'll just like bombard him and attack him and mute him and cuss him out and yay, there's a globe.
Have you noticed how they all have this mentality of, oh, well, somebody else can explain it, but none of them can actually explain it. They all just think one another can explain it. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
imagine
absolutely.
having a belief like that, dude.
Dude, it's crazy. And every time that like what happens is they invoke something and I've researched it and they haven't. They bring it up and they don't know anything about it. Like they brought up like how we know uranium is how we know how old things are, like hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years. And I'm gonna go, actually, they say that they can't fully isolate the element, so they can't properly identify the timeline of the degradation rate. That's what they say. They haven't learned how to fully isolate the element yet. And they don't even know that. I'm like, well, you have no business invoking this, you know? Like, they just blindly regurgitate things, and that's why I'm like their worst nightmare because I looked into their pseudoscience. So they're like, oh man, like dang, he actually knows about this.
They pass
Oh yeah,
the buck over and over, don't they? Like they
Yep.
they pass the buck until they realize there's no one that can really.
That's exactly what they do. Yes.
And then they just troll the fuck out of you for 30, 40 minutes. Then they pretend that they want to hear what the argument actually was.
Yeah.
But they're trolling because somebody else knows
Remember
it, right?
when
They have to be right.
Remember when we went in there once for the old vestibular system, and then we went in there for the Andrew Thomas Young, and they were fucking retarded insane to watch.
Dude, yeah, it's like a robot that malfunctions, dude. It's hilarious.
We were
Yeah.
trying to dock at one point. That was pretty funny. We're like,
Yeah, that was an address like 4 houses ago. I was like, what?
Yeah, they try to dox me, bro. They try to dox me, but they have the wrong address.
Jim Panda a few days ago, he's like, well, Witsit's like the best they got as far as debating, but even he's pretty bad. So it's like he had to admit like you're the best as far as debating. He was trying to save it like, well, he's still pretty terrible.
Of course. I dismantle that dude, bro. That dude, he doesn't actually argue or debate. He just like invokes sophistry and emotions.
Well, see what Jim Panda will do is he will straw man the fuck out of your position, or he'll just come in the middle of the conversation and just say some shit that's totally unrelated, and then you'll try to address what he's saying by saying, I never said that, and it'll end up in you getting muted because you're talking over him while he's trying to straw man.
Exactly. Exactly. Or like even what I do now, I don't even interrupt them. Like I let them get it out, and then I talk, and then they interrupt me, and then I'm like, no, I'm talking. They're like, stop interrupting. It's insane. It's so wild.
Dude, Elijah. Elijah.
Yo.
So what you're saying about him, dude, Witsit literally mentally split this dude's brain in half, okay? It wasn't Jim Panda, it was I forget his freaking name, but this dude, he was like, so are you gonna defend the globe? And the guy's like, no, I'm not. I'm not defending it. And he's like, well, you got to pick a side. And so the guy would not pick a side. So Witsit, he was finally like, dude, I can't say it verbatim, but he literally fucking tore into this guy and was like, so you're gonna pretend to be, intellectual while always playing the devil's advocate on everything. He's like, do you do that in real life too? I was like, holy fuck.
Yeah, bearded devil. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, he tore him up, bro. That was some funny shit.
Dude, sometimes I get way too real for him, bro, because I bring up like real life. I'm like, so like, do you behave like this in real life? Like you're never gonna keep a girlfriend. If you have one, she's cheating on you, bro. Like people don't respect you, bro. Like I get real serious with them. I'm like, dude, you cannot act like this in real life, bro. I'm just big broing you. I'm trying to help you. And dude, they get so mad, but it's so real. You can tell it hits them in the feels,
Well, yeah, when their defense mechanisms come out, you can start to piece together what their what their love life is like, what everything else kind of is, just bits and pieces like that. They don't see it. But people that get really hostile like that, you can definitely tell what their home life is going to be, and when you call them out on that, it's usually such a strong statement because it really resonates with them,
Yeah, and usually you can know exactly what's going on with them just by what they say to you, like they self-project.
That's a terrifying.
Exactly.
That's a terrifying image, man. I could.
Man, those poor guys didn't even know what hit them.
But dude, if you read the chat, it's like Austin's getting dominated. It's. I think they have to all be genetically modified at this point or something.
Yeah, dude. The funnier things. I'll give them a little credit. Okay, the funnier thing that they did was when they said "Welcome to Earth." It was kind of funny. I mean, we have to admit that's kind of funny. Like, oh, welcome to Earth. They're trying to use our own saying against us.
Yeah.
And although ideologically that should be correct based on what we've been taught, it's not. So in a sense, it's funny, but it's almost funny in the sense that like, as if a 5-year-old would like trip and fall and get up and kind of cry a little bit and laugh. You're kind of like ha ha ha. It's the same sort of humor.
Yeah, actually, I said that out in front of Washington Monument with the microphone. I was like, yeah, because I'm a flat earther. But of course, that's a stupid term because I'm just someone that lives on the earth. It's flat. I'm like, you're flat earthers too. Actually, again, that's a stupid term. See, if you think the earth's a globe, you're just a globe earther. I'm like, I'm telling thousands of people this. And so that's like, it's way different. It's way different than in Game of Panda server. You have people pulling their phones out, making videos of me, people gathering around, people watching from the corners, people coming up to me after the live stream's over, like, keep doing what you're doing. I've never heard any of this, or even if you're not right, you have the right to keep doing this. I really appreciate the fact you're coming out here and, you know, standing up for the First Amendment. Like, in real life, people are thirsty for knowledge, right? And those are the people that you want to plant the seeds to. I go into Game of Panda server because I think it's funny. Sometimes I just want to, like, I want to see, like, okay, if there's 5 PhDs on the other side, they're allowed to mute me, interrupt me, strawman me, and they all tag in and out trying to come up with obfuscations, and none of them can beat me. If they scattergun with, I just like it's like, oh, okay, yeah, there's 100% no doubt in my brain that they're wrong. You know, like, I just do it every once in a while just to kind of, like, sharpen the tack. I'm like, what's the best they got as they tag team me, so that I can just kind of know all their arguments. You know what I mean? But, like, it's not in real life. It's not.
It's like easy mode, right? It's like I almost got to be careful.
Yes, in real life, you have to, like, dumb it down.
Dude, when you could kind of hear, you know, when somebody says something and then they think to themselves, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have said that," and you can kind of like feel that. Like when you were saying, oh, "All right, well, you know, give me an argument" or something like that, and they're like, "Well, you already know all of our arguments." I was like, "That's bad."
He straight up said that. Dude, one thing else, too, it took them like over a year, but they finally realized that when I ask questions, I'm doing it for a reason. So, like, I'm asking them the question to lead them down the road so I can decapitate them. And so they finally figured that out. So now they just, like, refuse to answer my questions. It's so funny, dude.
Dude, I was trying to PMQE to get him in there. I didn't get a response. He probably wasn't in, but I was trying to get you some reinforcements. So
Oh, he's perma-banned. He's perma-banned from there.
Oh,
Bro,
is he?
That's the same thing that happened the other day, right? Like, I went in there, and the train's coming. All right, give me like 5 minutes.
All right, bro.
5 minutes to say what you have to say, or 5 minutes until you say it?
Until.
Oh, I missed that.
Like, damn, my man's about to tell us a ton of stuff. Dude, something else that we don't have to keep talking about that, but like something else that's real funny to me that goes on in there is like, dude, I talk fast, and I definitely talk fast in there because I have to get my point out, and so I'll talk real fast for maybe like a literal 15 seconds, and they'll be like, dude, you've been talking for like 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, it's been less than 20 seconds, bro. Like, you guys are psychos. Like, that's actually how they perceive it. They hear so much information that dismantles their worldview. Like, it feels like an eternity to them. You know, it's very interesting to dissect the psychology.
You're bending their space time. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, shit, I shouldn't have said that. I'm giving them more proofs. Dang it. Yeah, I see your point about sharpening the tack, but I mean, shit, just for fucking humor's sake, bro. Like, that's so fucking funny. Like, it was sheer entertainment for me.
Yeah, that's another reason I do it too, is like entertainment value. Like, if someone's honest and they watch it, they're like, whoa, dude, is the globe earth in this bad of a situation? Like, this is the best they got, you know?
Oh yeah. It was like 5 to 7 dudes all giving you different fallacious reasoning at once, as if you're supposed to not only have the time to have an argument, but have also the time to point out each and every fallacy. It's like, come on, bro. Oh
yeah, no, yeah, and then their tactic
about...
also is to bring up some random thing and then ask for a citation, and like 7 people want a citation at the same time. I'm like, no, that's not how this works, right? Like, it's just a way to try to shut the conversation down. But I don't know. For me, it's a lot of those people in there have credentials, bro. I don't know if you know that, but a lot of those people have PhDs. So it's just really funny to me to go to like the heart of their higher academia priesthood, and they think that credentials matter. But what I found out now is that the PhDs know they can't debate me. So the PhDs in there, typically what they do now is they actually ask me what I think. They're like, okay, well then explain it on a flat earth. And they're not actually just trying to straw man. They actually want to know what I think about how the world works. They're actually curious. They could just never be humble enough to admit that they were wrong about the Earth, but they genuinely are thirsty for knowledge. Like they want to know how it works. They want to know, is there an ether field? Is this electromagnetic? How does it work? Like they really want to know. Like at this point, the PhDs don't debate me really anymore. They just ask me what I think about the Earth. It's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll never admit that they're wrong about the Earth. But the truth is, they know they might be wrong.
No wonder they're so mad because they have a model that actually doesn't have any measurement.
Yeah, dude, they still can't answer that question, bro. If I bring up the geometric horizon, the whole room loses their mind.
Yeah, you withheld the citation for a brief moment just for him to make a claim, and once he made that claim, you laid down the citation. And then he was like, "Oh, well," and then it got a little bit quiet for a minute. They let you talk, and then they just quickly tried to change the subject. That shit was embarrassing too. What was it about?
I remember. I do that with all of them. I hold the citation in the chamber the whole time. Like I have them all on my phone.
Yeah, I definitely see how you did that there, because I was like, dude, why doesn't he just drop it? And then I saw what you were getting at. You kept asking him his question, and then once he made the claim, then you set it down, and I was like, oof.
Yeah, that's why most of them just they want to get me out of there because they know what I do now. They finally caught on. They know that I'm setting them up. Like everything I'm doing is a few steps ahead to set them up. It's so funny. That's what you got to do, though, man. That's the best debate tactic ever, especially as a flat earther. Just know you know all their answers. Think about it a couple answers ahead of time, and then let them dig their own grave, and then just eviscerate them at the end of the road. You know?
Yeah, it's kind of like chess, I guess, anticipating where it's going to go and waiting for their moves, because ultimately they could decide whether or not to set themselves up. But once you see them start that path, then you kind of encourage it a little bit, and once they go further down, you decapitate.
Yeah, like exactly. Sometimes
into a corner.
Yeah, like I ask questions that'll sound dumb. Like they're like, "Did he really just ask that?" But the real reason I'm asking the question is so that they'll say the stupid answer. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And this works really well in real life. Like I said, like these people, dude, they're probably already genetically modified, and they'll take whatever comes out. They're going down swinging to the end. They're gonna worship whatever comes out of the ocean, and they call aliens, right? They're gonna worship them. But like in real life, this works amazing. Like you'll run across arrogant people in real life too, but as you just kind of like you lead them down the road and you make them say it out loud. So they have to think out loud the logical progression of the conversation, and then you end up just like dismantling it. They're like, wow, like it works really well in real life. That's why I'm out here. Really, I feel called to be out here. I literally feel like y'all wanted me out here, and I sold all my stuff to do it. But in addition to that, like this is it. You reach way more people like in everyday life. Like people aren't big and bad like they are on Discord hiding behind a picture. Like it's their real face. It's their real person. Like they're in real life. Like it's way easier to reach people. It's you'd be surprised. People are thirsty for knowledge right now, you know what I'm saying? So I encourage, even if people just go to work every day, like dude, just casually bring up a conversation with someone that you're next to, and once you do it a few times, you'll realize that nervousness you had goes away. It's really not a big deal, and people are more thirsty for knowledge than you think, especially if you're respectful, and that's if we all did that, then it'd already be out. That's my opinion.
Truth. Well, yeah, these guys, they're followers. Okay, so they're followers, and they're following a kind of what do you want to call it? A very it's a mockery based belief. You get what I mean? Where the proof is within
they're following their
mockery
programming.
being condescending and all that.
They're
kind of
indoctrinated.
shit, And exactly. And you can bet your bottom dollar that these are the same kids that in high school, right, is probably kind of a weird kid and whatnot. And if people were wearing Vans, they wore Vans too. If the cool kids were wearing a man bun, oh, they grew their hair out and they wore it too. And then they would try to fucking talk shit to kids that are, way better than them in almost every way, but just didn't follow that same sort of fucking fad. It's the same kids, and they're following what they think is cool, not what they know to be true, and not anything by their own beliefs, own knowledge, and their own perception, So if they're followers, there's got to be a way to appeal to them, you know?
Yeah, but like this is the thing. When
They're
I'm in the real
betas.
world, dude, when I see like someone that's like actually seems pretty cool, right? Like he's in shape, he's got a really pretty girlfriend, he's got a nice beard, like he's crushing. He's super open-minded, super confident. He doesn't care that I'm walking up to him and his girlfriend, or he wasn't around. I'm talking to his girlfriend about the earth. He walks up. He's super confident. He's chill. There's nothing that I can say that's gonna like jeopardize him. And so they're way more open-minded. It's the people that are really insecure. They want to attack you and laugh at you, and then they'll get real quiet, put their head down, walk by you, and then they'll make jokes to their friends after they walk away about how stupid you are. But it's the people that are confident in themselves, or assured in themselves, that will actually speak to you. And this is another thing, dude, right? So 5 years ago, it was a little different. We spread the seeds everywhere. We're trying to wake everyone up. In my opinion, we're past that point now. This is the great divide. Okay, either you're going to be a robot. We're literally watching people become robots, or there are people that have ears to hear. So when I walk up to a group of 10 people, if there's just one person that I can tell by their body language is actually has the ears to hear, I hone in on them. I let the other 9 bury themselves. Let the dead bury the dead. Like it's that time. It's that time where we're supposed to go reach the people that can be reached, and then let the dead bury the dead. And there's a lot of people. Like I met someone last night. She, I don't say the word, because we're on YouTube. But the code word is genetic modification for the V, right? Because it genetically modifies you. So I just say genetic modification. I'm like, nah, I'm organic, homie, right? So you're like, are you a GMO? This is how I skirt through the censorship on YouTube. And so someone came up to me who was genetically modified last night. And she's like, yeah, I don't even get cold anymore. Seriously, I don't get cold anymore. Whenever we tried it in our dorm room, we turned it down to the 50s. And all both my roommates are shivering cold, and I just wasn't cold at all. I can't even get cold anymore. She's like, should I just kill myself? Like, seriously, that's what she asked me. And I'm like, no. But that's where we're at now. That people are literally changing around us, and the zombies movies were there to show you what's going to happen. They're going to literally change. And so at this point, just reach the people that are still, like, it's crazy to say this, are still human and have ears to hear. People that are thirsty for knowledge, dude. And the other people, man, let them kick rocks, bro.
Dude, I actually had a similar effect when I took the vaccine.
To your point about the super confident person, that's kind of how I approach life, and I'm assuming that's how that person and anybody like us or them approach life, because we're like, what are you saying is going on? Where's the fire? Where do I run? Where do I investigate? What are you talking about exactly, so I can figure out what's going on? That's how my brain works.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's how we all were, and that's why we're here. It's like if someone says a theory I've never heard, I don't interrupt them at all. I'm like, dude, get it all out. I want to hear it. Maybe this is some gravy. Like, I'm glad I didn't know about this. I get excited now, when I hear something that I don't know. And it's just like there's one of two people. Holistically, we're all individuals. We're all different. We all agree or disagree on lots of things. But overall, it's either those that want to know truth and those that don't, bro. And this is the great divide, bro. It's insane to witness, but it's happening. And that's why I still think they absorb flat Earth. I still think that because the globe earthers, they don't know anything about the globe Earth. They don't know anything about the Earth at all. They just know what they think it is because they were told that, but they never think about it day to day. Flat earthers know all about it, both sides, right? The globe earthers will immediately flip over to something else if everyone else thinks that, or if they come and give them evidence of it, or if the quote unquote aliens come and tell them that. And so in my opinion, that's the most thorough way to get everybody. And so I think that they pop up out of the water. Everyone thinks they're coming from outer space. I think that they say they come from the water.
Yeah.
And they acknowledge the truth of the earth. And it doesn't mean that this is a futile pursuit. It's not, because getting the truth out there before it happens is important, because it can get people to the fact that there's a creator and to see the deception and not just blindly what they say, and we know that there's going to be a deception about aliens and stuff like this. But in my opinion, I still think it's very possible they absorb it. Most people think they're going to double down space. I think right now they're just kind of in troll mode. They're like, how much will they believe? Let's say we put a convertible in space and see if they believe it. I think that it's kind of in the troll stage. That's just my opinion. And I think that they will absorb this once they're ready to hit us with greater deception, because it's already out of the bag, bro. When I go in the real world in every city, in every major city, and dude, 1 out of every 5 people are either thinking about the earth being flat, have a best friend that thinks the earth is flat, has heard about it, is considering it, or already knows it. You'd be amazed how many people are like, yeah, you're right, bro. Yeah, flat earth. all over the country, bro.
Yo, just the other day. Just the other day. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I would
I was
say
sitting here talking to you, the guys on Discord, and like this guy with his daughter in his hands, he's just like his eyes like start bugging out of his head because of what I'm saying. He's like, "Yeah, right, yeah." Because I think I was talking about the geometry or whatever, and I was like, all right, brother." And they're everywhere now. Like
Straight
every
up.
time I'm talking about it, people go out of their way to say, "Yo, bro, keep saying that. That's true. Keep doing
Yep.
that."
Dude, I swear. Like when I was on that mic, bro, so many people like, dude, you're right. They'd walk by and they'd be like, you're right, by the way. I'm like, I know. You know what I'm saying? But like they know. And even the Globers, quote unquote, that come up, they're like, well, I don't agree with you, but they've already heard about the Antarctic Treaty. They've already heard a lot of the information. Like it's out there, bro. We're not where we were 5 years ago where no one's heard of it. Every single human on the earth has heard that there are people alive today that think that they lied and the earth is flat. Everyone's heard it. Most of them think it's just they've heard the fake representation of it and they think it's stupid, but everyone's heard it, right? And that should tell you something right there. They let it get out in the subconscious of everyone that people think the earth is flat to this day, right? Everyone's heard it. And then you come across anyone that's just a little bit open-minded and intelligent, they're like, yeah, dude, I think it really could be flat. I think it could be right. I haven't really looked into it much. I haven't much time, but the smartest guy I know says it is, you know? And I'm like, oh, yeah, well, he does sound smart. Like you'd be amazed. So that's why I think there are people like lingering around. Like Eddie Bravo said it pretty well. He said most people he thinks take about 18 months to come out of the flat Earth closet, right? And we can all relate to that. Like it clicked with me. The Earth was flat like instantly, bro. But I wasn't positive. You know, I went through like weeks, periods of time where I'm like, wait, but is it? You know, this is so crazy. Let me like look back and yeah, it is. You know, and you go through this like little stage where you're not sure.
Yeah, like yeah, because initially you're like, "Fuck yeah, it's flat." Like when I first heard somebody utter it, and I googled pictures from space, I was like, "This shit is flat." But I was like, nah, I don't know. But it is though. But I don't know. But it is. But I don't know. And like, like even up until last year, like if I was like around a bunch of Globers, I'm like, am I insane? Like, am I missing something? Like it was a real feeling. Like,
dude, that's why I think it's legitimately like a black magic spell. I think that once you get in the presence of the spell, everyone around you's falling for the spell, it starts to affect you a little bit. It's an actual spell, in my opinion, right? I think that they put a lot of effort into the spell.
Yeah, I would say
after
even more
years.
than 1 in 5 people believe in a flat Earth. Like so many people I talk to believe in it nowadays.
Dude, it's insane. All over the country,
now
bro.
look what. Now back to Jim Pandas for a second. So I'm gonna post in the chat, right? I posted this video one morning. Damn it. Hold up. I hate when shit doesn't go like according to plan.
Isn't it men make plans and God laughs? Or Yah laughs? Sorry, I'm dropping.
Is this it? Yeah, this is it, right? So I posted this video in the chat and I'm like, now guys, it's only 5 minutes. Now, I disagree with the premise straight off the ripper. Like, do you agree or disagree? It's 5 minutes long, guys. And they're like, well, why are you asking? Well, tell us what you think. Well, why are you saying it's wrong? Why do we have to play this game? Why do we have to answer you? Like, and I'm like, dude, it's 5 minutes long. If you watch it, you'll come to the same conclusion that there's something wrong with what he's saying. And this is supposed to be some physics dude, right? He has over almost 1 million subscribers. You know, 1 million subscribers almost. And this guy's, his name is Physics Eugene. I mean, come on, guys. Like, tell me if you agree with what this guy is saying in this 5 minutes or not. And they would not answer the question. And then 30 minutes goes by after them arguing about saying, oh, well, we're just going to mute you because you're trying to get us to play this game. And I was like, I already told you that I disagree with the premise. Like, what? What's the problem here? And so they finally started saying, I don't see anything wrong with it. So now that we've told you that we don't see anything wrong with it, why don't you just spill it? like, yo, the very first thing that the dude said, it doesn't even take 5 minutes. The first thing the dude says in the video is if objects in space are at rest, which they never were, as far as we're concerned on this side of things, right? In that paradigm. Right there off the rip, it's like, well, the whole premise is like flawed because when is anything in space at rest?
Yeah, never.
And I couldn't believe that they couldn't even be honest enough to engage me there. Like, so yeah, they will not play. They will not play. They will not answer any fucking questions whatsoever.
Dude, Eli, I will go in there and ask them if passports can pop out of explosions. Like pop out of an explosion, float down unscathed to show us the bad guy. Dude.
Are you talking about 9/11?
Yeah, where a passport popped out of fire.
They
Dude,
have
will
figured that out yet.
Dude, they'll
Those guys are
disagree with
ridiculous.
anything I say, bro. Anything I say. Because if Austin Whitsitt is right about anything, their worldview's in jeopardy. So they'll disagree with anything. Sometimes I'm just like, what's the dumbest thing I can come up with? Like, what's the most blatantly obvious thing I can come up with? And they'll disagree with it 100% of the time. It's insane, bro. It's
actually
something that I would
Fauci's
like to
emails
hear
leaked
you
yesterday.
touch on just a little bit more would be how you're calling it a religion. So when you think about it, man, and the fundamental of it, it's not an intellectual belief at all. And I think maybe explaining that to them, like really dumbed down, might be the best way to do it, because it's an emotional attachment. When they're obviously in denial like that, when given blatantly obvious proof, and then just switch the subject constantly, that's not a matter of the mind, that's a matter of the ego, the spirit or the heart. They don't want that to attack their core values and beliefs, and that's a very big one. You get what I mean? If they think that, everything about them is wrong.
They'll use that as a weapon passive aggressively, because like the slower I talk for someone to understand, the more they'll tell me, oh, you think I'm dumb or something? Like, why are you talking like that? And
they hate when I do it.
Because when I was saying the words that I was saying before, you was telling me get all those bullshit words out of here. So now I'm talking very slowly and deliberately. And now you're telling me that I'm talking to you like you're 5. Well, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. And dude, what I will say, dude, with the religion thing, I've tried so many angles. I've actually broken down for them the history, which is that it was proposed, as an ontological premise, which just, fancy way of saying philosophical, right? And so it was proposed philosophically, objectively. When it was first, the globe Earth was first proposed, it was philosophical, literally, right? Based on Platonism or like Neoplatonism. And so it's that the perfect shape is a sphere. And so that based on the metaphysical, spiritual, philosophical, ontological premise that the perfect shape's a sphere, then obviously the Earth that we all live on must be a sphere. Literally, that's where it started. And then you move on to Aristotle, who proposed an ontological premise built upon that space is a privation. It was the idea of what is antithetical or opposite to matter, right? The opposite of the material world, of matter, what we perceive, and it being a privation, which is just nothingness, absence of. Okay? And so literally the globe Earth and the space it's encompassed in were both 100% ontological premises, metaphysical, philosophical, right? Like objectively, it is actually a religion. Like literally, it's a religion. And when I explain that to them, and I cite Harvard telling you what Aristotle says, I cite Harvard and Stanford and Princeton all telling you what Neoplatonism is, and what the Greeks' original motivation for the globe Earth is, and what Aristotle said about the privation of space. And I cite it all. I explain it all to them, how it's philosophical. I'm like, can you at least agree that in its origin, it was philosophical, it was ontological, right? They will not admit it. And that's with their own highest levels of academia, Ivy League schools. So if you can't admit it from that perspective, you can't even admit that in its origin, it was philosophical. they'll never be intellectually honest enough to admit they have an emotional attachment to it, and that's built upon belief, right? They have to convince themselves it's built upon science. So it's really hard wall to break through. I've tried numerous ways. It's like if they had to admit that it was even slightly religious, their entire worldview would crumble instantaneously.
Yeah, because they've attached that whole belief system with their ego, so they have an ego attachment to it, and like to them, it must seem like if they're going to lose all that because they're in a only materialistic world, you know, and so everything relies on the materialistic idea, but it's tied into this philosophical belief system, and their ego's involved. So yeah, it's very odd. Really odd.
But bro, think about how crazy it is that they think everything is material, right? They have a materialistic worldview. But within the heliocentric religion, right, itself, it does not claim that anymore. It doesn't claim that anymore. It doesn't claim that there's only the material world. That is literally not the current rhetoric of the heliocentric model. They don't even claim that anymore. They claim that 95% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy, which is
Right.
extended beyond the material world, right? So they don't
Which they
even know their
cannot-
own belief.
They can't even like detect the dark matter, dark energy.
No. It's literally just a math. It's a math equation. Like when they applied the theory of relativity to the universe, it's like the occupation of space that they assumed was wrong, right? They assumed that there was nothing there. They found out, oh, it has the characteristics of something material, right? Like it has like physical characteristics that are not consistent with the theory of relativity, which claims that it's all empty. They found out, well, actually 95% of it isn't empty. So because of the math, like when they looked at, they had to, the math was that far off that they had to create dark matter. It's just a term, right? Like dark means we don't know. That's what dark means. We don't know.
Yeah, check it out. So it's like they're saying there's material in this place that you could never go to, you can never verify, but it's just there. It's just hearsay, literally.
Yeah, it's like it's actually a mathematical band-aid. Literally what it is the term that they gave. It's an undefined term, and that's what it means. Dark meaning we don't know, matter meaning we assume it's material, right? Or material-like. It's just the term we gave to the number off that they were. Literally, it's like a mathematical discrepancy. The numbers were off by 95%. Like, oh, I'm a conspiracy theorist because I don't believe your model that's off by 95%. It's insanity, bro.
Coin a new term, numpters. Those are numbers by
They think
numbers
everything is
numbers by
material.
numpties.
Right.
No, but honestly, I think those people at Gym Pandas are a special case because really, I think most people that are actually educated in, let's say, more realistic type of professions like building things, engineering, you know, actually structural engineering, metallurgy, all those kind of things, the machine trades, anything like that, even carpentry, that they would consider those people really poor choice of representatives. Like, why would they allow those people with that line of thinking represent this silly freaking globe? Like, I don't know. That's what I don't get. You think they would put up somebody that like was able to provide an argument? Like,
No, I think they're gonna absorb the truth, bro.
I think they're trolling us.
I think that they're trolling us and that the truth comes out. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
the truth
I
doesn't
think it's
come out
going
until
to
they're ready. They're ready to hit you with something way greater. Right now, that's the
Yeah.
greatest deception that we've ever seen. Right, hands down. They lied to you about the very nature of where you live. They made you feel like you're lost in space, spinning, and about to get hit with an asteroid, and everything came from nothing. It's the greatest deception that we know of, bar none. Except, well, they literally all of history timelines a lie, and it looks like there were giant mud floods, and they were super advanced, like just a few hundred years ago, and some of the major architecture in America was already built there, right? And all these cities were
Yeah.
unoccupied and just discovered. But outside of that, and that's still maybe not even as big. I think that the globe Earth is hands down the biggest deception that we know about. But when they have a greater one to roll out, they're going to absorb that one. That one was just to set up you being empty and ready to absorb the new one.
Yeah.
Well, coronavirus is all a deception, also.
Well, that's a pretty big one. That's not quite as big as like what created more atheists than any other lie ever.
Yeah, true.
It might be more slightly effective because you're getting people to actively change their daily routine and to get things that go against their natural instinct. So, but I think all of it is hand in hand. All of it is a deception. History is part of the the lie of history of the Big Bang. Everything from the Big Bang forward is a lie.
Hey, dude, I'm in
the buildings that were
right,
here,
right, dude. I'm in Washington D.C., bro. They did not build that freaking Washington Monument in the 1800s, bro.
No,
they did not build the
absolutely
Capitol
not.
building in the 1700s, bro. I just went by it. Guess what? The windows are underground because
there's
there
pictures of it.
there were layers. Oh yeah, I went by and it was on my live yesterday. There were literally the windows are underground because, dude, that building has been covered up by different layers. Right, mud came there. Dude, when you walk there in person, you see that the lower part of these buildings are stained darker than the top part of them. Because you can't paint them. You pressure wash stone, but it was set there so long it soaked in the stains. They're literally stained darker on the bottom parts of these buildings. Dude, this city was built long before they said it was. You know what I mean?
Because the iron oxide, the different minerals get into it. Yeah, that takes time. Yeah, I believe it. Isn't there something like I heard there was like 30 feet possibly down in that area.
Oh yeah. Dude, have you
I don't know. Everything's closed. So I can't.
If you
I
go to
can't
the
go.
Smithsonian or the Air and Space Museums, most of the museums in the world are part of these buildings, and they have you focused on the exhibits about dinosaurs and space and art and whatever the history they want to tell you on the inside. Meanwhile, you're inside of a building that defies the very history that they're trying to teach you. But you're not paying attention to that. It's amazing.
And dude, the Space
all over the
Museum's
world.
closed. We were gonna go there, right? But it's closed. The Capitol building's fenced off and closed. All the whole city, it's closed, bro. It's almost as if they're not gonna open it back till maybe all of these statues, all these figures that are in the statues, maybe they come back. I'm just saying, it sounds crazy to the unopened mind, but you tell me why they spend millions of dollars to deify them. I don't know. But everywhere you look, there's naked babies, there's Neptune, there's Roman gods all over it, and it's all closed right now. It's as if it'll be reopened. There'll be a grand reopening here soon, maybe.
It's amazing when people always talk about how the Victorian era were a bunch of prudes and they didn't, have all, they were not sexually liberated, for lack of a better term, yet every single one of their statues are naked people. That's a cool story, bro.
Laughable for real.
Dude, naked babies, bro. There are literal naked baby statues all over Washington, D.C. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Think about who actually had to carve those things. That's the part.
You got to give it to them, though. They didn't hide it, dude. Like, if you go to the Library of Congress, I was there yesterday. It's, of course, closed also. Out front of it is the Roman, quote-unquote, god of Neptune, right? There's a fountain out front. It's got the Roman god of Neptune. He's naked with a little, seashell over his little baby male anatomy. And then he's got, the council around him. And then there's two naked ladies on both sides of him. And they're on a horse, but the horse is like a hybrid that has, a fin, right? Like a dolphin at the end of it. Okay? Dude, they show you what their religion is. And the whole entire city's built around it. What does the Library of Congress have to do with Neptune, bro? And that's directly across the street from the Capitol building. And it's every single building, back to back to back to back, has Roman gods everywhere. You go to the Supreme Court building, there's a giant Roman god, the god of law with a giant sword. And then on the opposite side, there's a female goddess with a naked baby that's probably 5 feet tall, in the statue, looking up to the goddess, naked, standing beside her. Dude, it's all out here right in front of us in the capital of our country, but everyone's just oh, that's just art. Oh, that's a cool story,
I know, ridiculous.
I think there was a one world civilization, these architectures all over the world, and they built the statues for the deities that help reign over the one world order. I think that it sounds crazy, and that's why it'll work. And they're coming back, and they deify them. And they're not coming from outer space. That defies physics. That's stupid. You couldn't deceive the whole world with something that stupid. Something can't claim to be a god and then claim something antithetical to the second law of thermodynamics, right? You couldn't be a quote-unquote god and then not know anything about natural law. You're not a god if you don't even know about natural law. They're not gonna come making claims about the world that's antithetical to natural law. They're gonna pop up out that water, 70% unexplored, and be like, "Look, we're back." That's my opinion. And something's going on. We know that the Pentagon had their deadline yesterday. They're gonna start talking about UFOs and start drip feeding this.
Yeah. Yep. I know. I'm looking. I'm watching. I'm waiting for it.
And I don't know if you guys caught my live yesterday or not, but I stood out front of the Pentagon and did a live stream, and there's like easily 30, 40 signs that says no photography allowed. So I set up and did a live stream right out front of it, right by the signs that say no photography.
Good job.
Yeah,
Good job, bro.
yeah, and I was questioning every employee that left. I said, did you guys ever find that $2.1 trillion that they admitted was mysteriously missing the day before 9/11? Then apparently a plane, even though there's no footage of the plane, hit the same exact area of the Pentagon that money was documented in, and now we never got the answer to the $2.1 trillion. I guess you guys forgot about that. It's been 20 years. Does anyone know where the $2.1 trillion is? I asked every employee, they wouldn't answer. I'm like, oh no, but make sure you get us the UFO report in, Like, where's the money? And so I was asking him, and then one of the guys in like a military outfit, he turned around, he's like, hey, big guy, you can't be filming here. And I'm like, oh, what about the First Amendment? And so then he went and told on me to the cop, right? And then the cop that was on site came over there and talked to me, tried to tell me I couldn't film. And I was like, actually, I have the First Amendment, dude. It's freedom of speech. It also specifically says freedom of press. This is a public space that we paid for this. This building's owned by the military. Well, the military is publicly funded, right? So this is a public space that I paid for, and I have the first. A sign doesn't supersede my First Amendment. And so then they tried to ask for my ID. He said, what's your name? I said, Austin. He asked for my ID. I said, no. So then he went and got a supervisor. Supervisor came, talked to him for a few minutes, then came back over to me and said, are y'all good? Y'all need anything? We're like, no. He's like, okay, y'all have a good day. They knew they couldn't stop me. That's at the heart of the beast in front of the Pentagon, dude. So when someone tries to tell you can't tape something that's public or military or government, just stand for your rights, bro. Like, they can't stop you. And the fact that we've let them scare us away from the First Amendment is what the problem is. That's why they're getting away with all the censorship. Because people just see a sign and they're like, oh, I got to obey it. Dude, the freaking Pentagon couldn't make me not do a live stream. You know what I mean? So, like, they know the law. They just know that if they put a sign up, people will be like, okay. Just like they put a sign up and say, you have to wear this mask to come in here. No, you don't.
Right. Those signs are just for idiots.
Yep, they're just
Yeah,
suggestions for morons.
They say here they got the guys over the operating system saying it's the law, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Show me the
Yeah, I even said it to the cops, dude. I said, so effectively, it's just a suggestion then. Like, it's not a law. It's just a suggestion. He said policy. I said, well, I don't adhere to your policy.
Maybe you don't try that in a different country, though, like in Mexico or Russia or something.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm in
Different
America.
outcome.
I'm in, like, the heart of Babylon, man, where, the country that's going to spearhead the New World Order. That's where I was raised. So I'm going to stand for our rights here. I can only do so much, man.
Also,
That's another. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I saw something that said, don't trust authority because they don't know what they're talking about either.
in an effort to have the correct vocabulary, get in the habit of saying record instead of film or tape, because we don't use tape or film anymore in cameras. Just saying. I know how you like substantive specificity, so I'm just...
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, but film is aesthetic.
I'm
Yeah, but if you're
just
filming,
saying.
yeah, I know. Just record is easy.
Yeah, that's cool. What I like to say is shoot. So, because, dude, we went to the Capitol building.
Yeah.
We walked up to the dude. We walked up to the Capitol building, dude. And Chris walked up. I walked up to the cop, and I was like, "So we can't go up here?" He's like, "Nah." I'm like, "Oh, since the whole like raid," and I used the quotation marks. And he's like, "Yeah, pretty much." I'm like, "Oh, that's probably why they faked it then." And then Chris was like, "So where's the best angle and place where's the best angle for a shot? Where can we get the best shot?" He literally asked the cop where we can go to get the best.
That's freaking priceless.
Dude, it was hilarious. So from now on, we just say like, well, where can we get the best shot? It's pretty funny, but anyway. Dude, it's all fenced off, bro. Like you can't go in there. That's why they did that. So now you can't even get up to the Capitol building, you know? And so I'm just going to go stand right in front of the White House in like an hour and just pull my mic out and start flat smacking everyone, start exposing all of the wars, you know, everything. And we'll see what happens. So I actually have to go get ready for that. But I love you guys.
Later, man. Thanks for the report. Cool.
Yeah. I'll come in here more often because Game of Pandas is exhausting and stupid. And then I'll be live in like an hour in front of the White House if y'all are bored. Y'all want to see some White House flat smacking.
All right. It's going to be a comment section. Go in the comment section.
Yeah, get in the chat, bro. I interact live. All right, love you guys. Peace.
Later.
Later, what's it? You got any globers in the house?
Yeah, but I was
here
just
wanna-
listening to what Witsit's report.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, resident glober.
So was the debate he had on Gem Panda's server, was that recorded anywhere? Because they don't live stream, do they?
Sometimes Chemo records it. I think, and
They do record
okay.
24/7. But if you don't catch it, I think after the 12 hours on. I don't know exactly how that works, but for 12 hours you can see it.
Okay.
So, Matthew, were you here for our talk about planes?
About planes? I heard some about the moon, but I didn't hear about the planes. What was Witsit saying something about that?
No, I brought it up yesterday or day before, I can't remember, about how the planes of the Earth cover a little over 1/3 of the terrestrial part of the Earth. So I guess the land portion.
Oh, I see. Like the Great Plains and Sahara Desert and stuff like that.
Yeah. Specifically the Siberian plain. I forget. It's an obscene amount of square miles. I think it's like 4,000 miles across. If I'm not
Wasn't it 3 million? 3 million
Yeah, the
square
other day
miles?
it was like the size of the United States.
And it has poor drainage, as you would if you don't build a drain, you know, with like a depression in the area that you're building. Like, so what are your thoughts on plains being over 1/3 of all of the land?
I mean, it'd be the same answer as the oceans covering 70% of the Earth.
Well, I mean, as far as the definition goes, like plains, level, flat surfaces, like, you know, generally.
Yeah, it would be the same thing that a level in terms of a plane means the same elevation, not necessarily a straight line. Just like the level of the ocean means the same elevation, basically sea level, versus having the surface be in a perfectly straight line.
Well, we're not talking about straight. We're talking about level. So you just said that they're all at the same elevation. That's flat or level.
So, yeah, it depends on the exact definition of those words. Flat and level.
Flat is level.
No, if there's
Level
no
is
dips
flat.
or rises, it's flat.
Yeah, having no part higher than another. So if they're all based on mean sea level, they're level. There's no curvature. None. Zero. Follow?
Yeah, I don't think that's what Globers mean when they say level.
I don't care what they mean. They're just making shit up. Define level. Citation, please.
Sorry, I don't have a citation. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what it means. Having no part higher than the other.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. That sounds right.
It is. That's what it is. So if there's no elevation change, except for, undulations and stuff, we get that part. I mean, it's topography. It's no big deal. That's not what we're talking about. That's just pedantic fuckwittery.
Every time you argue,
say again.
Every time you argue with the Glober, they always try to change the definition.
Yeah, they just by fiat. They'll just say it's everything's level going around the curve. No, that's a fucking contradiction. It's a paradox. Then they say in our geodesics textbooks, well, they say level is curved. I guess if they told you you were a facultative anaerobe woodpecker, you'd believe that. That's all we'd hear, right? They're fucking morons.
I mean, the claim from us is that it's flat anyway, right? So I don't understand why. It's like they use the word level because they feel like it's more malleable, and then they can argue with us for hours about the meaning of level. But we don't say level Earth; we say flat Earth. So I don't really.
Yeah, but flat is level.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is that they'll use the word level because they think it's malleable.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Right.
But it's not because
I don't care if it is or not because I'm not using the word level anyway. I use the word
I know
flat.
what you don't care about. I know you don't. I know what you don't care about. What I'm saying is, just like in this situation, there are a ton of words that they hijack. And they say, no, well, in respect to the globe, this term actually means this. And then they'll say some shit, and you say, okay, well, give me a citation for that. And then they'll tell you what they don't need to go do.
See, the way I see a lot of Globers, though, is the way I see, like, furries. Like, there are people who legitimately think they're wolves. But we don't have to take those people seriously.
We're talking serious retard level here, folks. I mean, if you just listen to these guys, I'm telling you, I listened to some this morning. They're so fucking stupid. It's like listening to Elmer Fudd give the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. They're that fucking stupid. Bring any Glober in here, right? And I'll show you just what. Let's try a test. Let's do this. I'll go back to my original test. Testing Globers. Where is it? Well, that's not it. Where are you? There you are. Oh, I got to go one at a time in here. Son of a bitch. I think. Yep. Okay, let's try this test. Upload. And this test. That's a good test. Which one's level and which one's curved? Matthew, which one's level and which one's curved?
The top one is level and the bottom one is curved.
Why is the top one level?
Because it's a straight line.
Nope. Straight and level are two different things. I can have a straight slope. I can have a line that's sloped.
Okay, you're right. It's because it's flat, has the same elevation.
Yeah, it's flat. Yeah, there you go. Elevation. No point higher than the other, right?
Yeah.
Now on the bottom, that's a curved line. You see how they're different?
Yeah, because A is higher than B.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different points higher than the other. That makes the line curved. See, that's the test you got to give globies, right? Fucking idiots. This is the level that we're at. No pun intended.
So I'm curious, Matthew, did you agree with Quantum's definition of level earlier, having no point higher than the other points?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Yep.
Okay, so why do you think that level can be curved then?
I guess we'd have to use more precise terms to describe what I mean. If you mean level that way, then level can't be curved, obviously.
Okay.
So yeah.
So in what way could level be curved?
It could never be using that definition.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Level could never be curved.
That's correct. Got this shit.
Well, you see how there's A and then after B it curves back up. Well, what if it just looped back around in on itself? Would it then be level?
No, silly goose.
This is the test you give globies. I'm telling you, right in front of everybody, just give it to them. Which one's level? Which one's curved? Why and why not?
Yeah, but what does that prove?
Yeah, do you have a different word that you would recommend that we use?
For what?
If we are trying to describe the distance from the center of a ball Earth.
Oh, you can't do that. That's not a measure of elevation. Did you know that?
Sure.
Isn't that just called the radius?
Yeah.
I don't understand what this proves. What is this thing proving?
We're talking about definitions, not proof right now. And my question is what language and what word would you suggest that us globers use to describe that concept?
Well, you could say that we're hold on.
Numpty dipshits. It's a phrase, not a term. But numpty dipshits. You're caught. It's over.
So you don't have a suggestion for us to?
No, because you're screwed.
Well, the only suggestion is you guys just have to say, well, we're all equidistant from the center of the Earth.
Nope, can't do that. Nope, can't do that. Elevation is not measured from the center of the Earth, number one. Number two, if they live on an ellipsoid, then not every distance from the center is equidistant. So they're screwed both ways. Either way they go, there's a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger waiting for them.
So yes, what should we call that?
You can't have that either. Then I was trying to give you that smooth marble, baby, but I don't know what to tell you now.
Yeah, if you live in an ellipsoid, and another thing, you got to call NASA and have them redact all the quote unquote photos from space that they have, because that's not a fucking ellipsoid. Hate to tell you. So you got some problems here. Do you understand, on a globe Earth, according to the religion, every point along a tangent from your feet drops. Drop means elevation drop. You can't get drop without elevation. Elevation strictly is vertical, right? Either up or down. So that's the tenet of the spinning ball space monkey religion. Probably the number one tenet, right?
Yeah.
There's got to be elevation drop. Got to be. If you're on a curve, that's the definition of it. We just went over that.
You know, the chimpanzees, they were all saying drop from vertical. And I was like, what do you mean drop from vertical? And they just repeated it. And I'm like, yeah, but vertical is just at what point on that vertical is the 0 point?
Not drop from vertical drop.
No,
Well,
no, that's exactly what they said.
That's
Drop
a bit
from
redundant.
vertical.
That's a bit redundant, though, right? Vertical drop, that's redundant. Its drop is pertaining to up and down. That's the vertical. But
Yeah,
it's a drop from the horizontal, right?
a vertical drop, yeah, it has to be related to horizontal, or else how are you going to measure that? You can't measure any vertical drop without the reference to horizontal.
Yeah, drop is always in context with vertical. What do you drop horizontally?
Yeah. Earth is too big to see the curve, yet it's small enough to see a ellipsoid.
That's my question. Is there a drop? Can you drop horizontally?
No, we can only drop down.
So vertical drop, like I said, it's redundant. It's like apparent horizon, redundant, painfully so. You're screwed. Ballers are screwed every which way. They've been screwed for 5 years. This is just death throes of retards.
What happened 5 years ago?
As soon as the flat Earth came out, everyone knew it was flat. What happened 5 years ago? Well, we destroyed the fairy tale vacuum of space. That took the whole vacuum or the heliocentric model. It just took it out back to the woodshed. No spin. Each one of these it's just a killer. Right? So that happened 5 years ago. The rest is just fanatical religitard retards holding on to a fairy tale. They're in their death throes.
If any one of Nathan's housekeeping questions is correct, then it's a problem for every single one.
Yep.
Or not correct, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
So I heard this here before, but so if the ancient Greeks, Aristophanes, figured out that the Earth was a globe, what the hell did Columbus do?
Figured out. Eratosthenes. Some question is whether he even existed.
Right. Yeah.
But regardless of that, there's no primary documentation. The best you got from Eratosthenes is anecdotal fallacies, 200 years removed. That's all you got. You just got people talking about it. It's not scientific experiment, number one, and there's contradictions all through it. So Eratosthenes, that's put to the side. That's just fairy tales.
But they claimed Columbus did something, right? He
Are you
thought
guys
he
going
would.
to say Aristotle?
What did Aristotle say?
Well, I've never heard of Aristostides. Is that another person?
Eratosthenes is different.
Yeah.
He's the shadow
anyway,
and sticks and sorry.
Roger's whole point was that if they discovered that if they truly knew, like if the Greeks knew and all of these ancient peoples knew that it was a globe already, then what the hell was Columbus and all of them doing on one of the greatest trade routes of their time? Like, how did they think they were going to fall off of an Earth that they thought was a globe already? What's up with that story?
Yeah, that's just a historical inaccuracy that people think that Columbus tried to prove that the Earth is a globe. He didn't try that. He was actually just trying to find
that's what
a
my
route to
kindergarten
India.
teacher. That's what my kindergarten teacher told me.
That's not an inaccuracy. That is what is a curriculum that was taught in schools for many decades.
In fact, he thought he had made it to India. That's why they're called the West Indians, and that's why Native Americans are still called Indians. He
Yeah.
thought he had made it to India.
Yeah, I'm sure Columbus knew absolute, without a doubt, that he was traveling horizontally.
Any
or
proof
is it
that
because
Columbus
he thought
existed?
it was a globe? Is it because he thought it was a globe that he didn't end up where he thought he was going to end up? Like,
It's because he thought it was a globe, and he thought it was smaller than other people did. So he thought he could make it all the way to India. Fortunately for him, there's a whole continent in the way.
Do we know that Columbus existed for real?
Yeah, or what he thought.
You don't.
Well, I mean, you could say that about all of history. You did George Washington, did Eratosthenes, did Plato.
I damn sure
Or,
can say.
Yep.
or you only think, or you only think they said it because someone told you that they said it.
Yeah, that's why you just stay away from history for the most part. I don't even know why people even talk about it. Just deal with the evidence right now.
Yeah, the money's on a measurement. We need that drop rate. We need that demonstrated that it drops. It's too bad about that. No measurement ever in all of human history.
I got a measurement.
Okay.
Not in that way. The black swan's a measurement.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
We got the measurement. They don't.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree.
So Matthew, what's up? Matthew's still here. What's up, Black Swan? Why are you still a globe earther?
Because I don't buy the evidence, but we don't need to relitigate that right now. I was
You
just
don't buy that evidence? Why don't you buy? So you're a denier.
yeah. I deny that the black
Yeah,
swan.
you just say yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you asked the question. I'm answering it. That's
No, that's good. You're honest. I said so. You're a denier. You said yes. Okay.
I didn't say I was a liar. I said denier.
No, denier.
Oh, denier. Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you globe earthers explain gravity?
No, let's not go to gravity. We're on Black Swan.
So
We're on
my
the Black
answer
Swan.
to the black swan is simple. It's just bagok.
I was thinking it. I was doing it in my head. Forgot.
So you're gonna go to
He
welcome.
truly is the best. He just needs time, I think.
No, I
So you-
enjoy hanging out.
So
You know,
you
when
and-
I ask that question, you know I'm thinking it all the time.
No, I
goes
know.
through
That's
my
why I
head.
said it.
Forgot.
I know.
Refraction.
I know.
But as soon as you move the horizon, it moves it all. It's a concession. So you're going to concede that early, huh?
Well, I wouldn't see it as a concession, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
No, it absolutely is.
I mean, okay, this is one of those situations where we begin to redefine terms like obstruction, right? Like, because if there's a building obstructing my view of things beyond it, there's nothing that's going to change that other than me moving out of the way or something, right?
Why
The
don't you stick
building
with
is
his
just
answer?
gonna be there.
Stick with his answer. He said refraction. Can he define that? What is refraction?
I would say it's light bending somehow.
Probably light bending. I don't know about that. Light doesn't. It really doesn't bend. It deviates from straight. I want to know. See, to have refraction, as soon as globetards say refraction, they're invoking a specific type. It's called terrestrial refraction, and there's two conditions that have to be met before you can invoke that. Do you know the two?
I don't, and I'm not sure what terrestrial refraction is versus other kinds of refraction. I was just defining refraction as light deviating from straight.
Yeah, but we haven't seen a citation for that. And besides, I would like something showing that you know the difference between terrestrial refraction and atmospheric refraction, and how would you separate the two of those?
Yeah, I can't answer that because I don't know the difference.
Oh, terrestrial refraction, that's a little misnomer right there, Sonny. Terrestrial refraction requires two conditions. Number one, you have to know the radius of the Earth. And number two, the atmosphere, which is a paradox. It's a contradiction in terms because air is gas, or atmo is air is gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. So the gases must curve with it. So you must have those two conditions, which you don't have, so you can't invoke terrestrial refraction. Moreover,
Yeah, but when you apply a force to a gas, it will take this shape.
no, it won't. Moreover, you have to have, if you're going to invoke refraction, it's got to be Snell's law, right? You know what Snell's law is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So you have to have two different media, right? for the angle of incidence to change.
Yeah.
I know there's a derivation, and Snell would probably be overturning in his grave. There's a derivation from that takes away the definition, the two mediums, and just uses density. You know what the condition is with that?
You'd have to have different densities, I suppose.
You have to have atmosphere, curved gases. It's a paradox. So you can't invoke that. You're finished on all fronts. Who was the numpty that said that you can form a gas with a force?
I didn't catch who that was.
Post a citation, please. I want to see a gas have shape naturally. Force or no force.
I think it's one of those ethers. To be honest.
Yeah, he had failed third grade friggin' basic science and gas behavior.
Yeah, gas can only take the shape of a container.
That's exactly right. Inside the container, that's the only way it could take. And that's not even a shape. That's the shape of the container, right? What are the properties of gases? Anyone know?
Yeah, I know most of it, I think.
They distribute omnidirectionally until they reach equilibrium.
And they adhere to nothing. They do not bond to anything.
It's
Yeah, they're
easier than
easy
that.
to
That's all
compress, yeah.
true, but there's three classic properties of gases.
Travel in all directions at high speeds.
No,
Take the
that's-
shape of the container.
No.
Do you want me to say name?
I didn't hear you. Go ahead and say that one more time.
Take the shape of the container.
That's one of them. They expand to fill their container. They're easy to compress. And they occupy far more space than liquids or solids. That's
Reminds me
three
of Google.
classic characteristic properties of gases. Funny, there's a container in there. But back to the point on
Yeah.
refraction, you see where Matthew, you see where the problem lies. Hello? My mic working?
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah, your mic's working, but Matthew's not.
Did Matthew leave?
Yeah, he just left.
Yeah, right then.
I've never seen him slip out the back door like that. I've never seen that.
Oh, I have. I've
It's like
seen it.
Ricochet
Dude,
Rabbit.
he's so hard, his brain melts.
Bing, bing, bing. Ricochet Rabbit.
The
Probably was-
walking NPC game generator just crashed.
Probably was a technical difficulty. You know, the mic. There's a problem with the mic. They glitch out every now and then, right?
Sure.
Technical difficulties, and then some of them never come back. They never recover from that technical difficulty.
Yep. Well, there goes refraction. That was quick. That only took like 2 minutes.
Yeah, but thanks for playing along, Matthew. We need more people to come in here and begawk refraction because it's an immediate concession. Yes, it is indeed.
We didn't even get to what's refracted. They can't even invoke it.
I know. Just light spending down. I've yet to see an example of this without the presupposition of the radius.
Light bending.
Someone even sent me an entire freaking book.
Light bending down, is that refraction?
I don't know, bro. You have to ask them.
If it is, they got a problem. Inferior mirages.
I didn't say it.
Yeah. So any globetards, if you begak light bending down, like Gem Panda, that Shamalama Gamma Panda idiot, that's going to be coming out shortly on a numpty clip, by the way. Then you're going to have to explain inferior mirages. Because that's light bending up. Clown fucks. It's even in your own definitions. You don't even know the religion that you're friggin' spouting. That's how scary, that's how fanatical. This is where we're at. They don't even know the religion. They're not even parroting the correct pseudoscience from their priests. They're off on a tangent. They're like a fanatical left-wing fucking group. You globetard idiots. You're morons. You're retarded.
Here's what they sent me. Who was it? 1 second. This book on astrophysics. It was a riot to pick it apart, though.
I'm not clicking on the PDF and reading the PDF right now, Sonny.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
But also, if you give them the atmosphere, it
Why would
still
you?
doesn't bend down.
Yeah, why would you, though?
I wouldn't, but if you do.
Even if you give them a married bachelor paradox.
Yeah, the light moving from the densest part to the less dense part of that curved atmosphere wouldn't make the light bend down anyway.
Why go there? That's what I'm saying. Why give it to them?
Yeah.
I'm not giving it. I'm not giving anyone a fairy tale paradox. Yeah, within your fairy tale paradox, what happens? No. You're dead. Just kill him quick. See how that went with Matthew? That was quick. That was all of refraction. Sometimes you'll be in a hangout and listen to 4 hours of people talking about refraction. I did it in less than 2 minutes. There's no way out.
No, I do like that. Short and sweet. That's what I'm always preaching.
Yep.
That was impressive.
Yep. I know you're a Snell's Law guy. Just go to the next point because, yes, Snell's Law. What else are they going to invoke? That's the law of refraction, right? What are you going to invoke? And then you go to their fairy tale what do they call it? A derivation? I don't even know what they term that. 1 second. I got that somewhere. Where do I got that? And I'll show you exactly. Just give me a moment. Where'd you go? All right, here it is. You're going to love it. It's from Andrew Thomas Young, the subject matter expert. Here we go. I'll put it in Livestream. There you go. So, I'll read it. Snell's law gives the quantitative change of direction of a ray of light in passing from one medium to another. Well, the atmosphere is one medium, so there's not two mediums. The product N sine Z is the same on both sides of a plane interface between the two media. Where two media? Where'd you get two? I digress. Where N is the local refractive index and Z is the local angle, the rays don't exist, makes the normal to the interface. See the refraction page. In the curved atmosphere, Snell's law becomes, see what I mean? See, you see it?
Yep.
Okay, everyone listen up. Ready? Turn out the lights. Party's over. Now, show me curved gases.
No.
When gases have no definite shape. If you say gases have shape, you'd fail first grade. You know why? Let me get that. This is pretty funny. This is a gem I caught. I was laughing my ass off. I used in a couple numpty clips so far, I think. I don't think they've been out yet, though. Where'd you go? As pressure, you're going to like this one. Yep.
Turn out the R. The party's over.
Here we go. You're going to love this. So if you think gases have shapes, then you'd fail first grade. Watch. So This is from Christy Bodak from Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with the first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape.
Thank you, Christy.
Or volume. Yeah, that's right. It's fun, man. It's lots of fun.
Blackpool Sun.
Won't you come and put out all their pain? Blackpool Swan.
Won't you come? Yeah, while QE's on here, I watched a video. It said, it said no human being has exited the Earth's atmosphere or whatever. Basically, it was a video talking about how the Earth's atmosphere goes beyond the sun or whatever, and they were talking about something. I think something to signify the different spheres, the
Wait a
thermosphere,
second.
the
You said
whatever
went
sphere.
beyond the sun.
And the acronym for whatever they were using was SWAN, SWAN, and I just thought that was hilarious. That SWAN was the acronym for what they were saying was the.
Did you say the atmosphere went beyond the sun? I think you meant the moon, right?
Oh yeah, the moon, yeah.
Yeah, who cares?
Right.
It doesn't matter. They can push it out as far as they can. It's still a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, but that's what triggered me though to watch the video. It says no human being can ever exit the atmosphere. So I clicked on it, knowing that it was a mainstream thing, and then I watched it, and basically, yeah, it said that the Earth's atmosphere extends beyond the moon. But then they had something that was defining the things, and it said it was SWAN, and I was just like, wow, SWAN.
Well, you got. Go ahead. Sorry.
Synchronistic.
Well, you got Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, claiming that astronauts didn't go to space now. They only went to low Earth orbit. That isn't space, so astronauts don't go to space.
No, you missed. No, he didn't say that he was in context with something else. That doesn't mean he didn't. He doesn't. He's saying that the astronauts didn't go to the moon in 69.
No, he didn't say that. He said that when people say astronauts go to space, it's not actually space, but it is low Earth orbit.
Right. I heard him say that. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
But it's actually a magic trick, right? It's a magic trick reifying the fact that they can leave the atmosphere.
Atmosphere? What's that?
Yeah. They can leave the Earth.
Everyone's corrected what they say.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, did you listen to my 2-minute debunking of refraction?
No.
You missed it. 2 minutes. I took refraction and just killed it. It was over. You missed
it.
No. He keeps on saying no. I'm done with that guy. Do you see this go to 24 minutes after the hour, Dave? Make sure I want to see that citation pop up when you're talking to people. Tell me if you don't understand where I'm headed with it. No.
No.
Oh, stay tuned for a numpty. Oh, speaking of gas pressure, stay tuned for a numpty clip. Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, aka the photosynthetic redneck. No. He's gonna be talking about gas pressure. That's hilarious, man. Where do you hear this?
No.
Again? That one again?
No.
Oh.
That one again, I don't think I put that one out just yet. No, this is a new one, man. Let me hook you up.
Fuck. Where is it?
So, did I put a couple more arrows in your quiver there, Elijah? Elijah. There you go. I got an appointment, so I'm going to miss the live. I've already listened to it though.
No.
No.
Nuh-uh.
I mean, I don't see what the problem is with saying they didn't go out to outer space, but yet they still go to outer space. What's wrong with you guys? Sort of used to it here. They can go either way anyway.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we don't.
But it's the same with Neil deGrasse Tyson saying you wouldn't see curvature at 128,000 feet up, right? It's a magic trick. It's just reifying the fact that you would see it when you were higher.
No, he's telling you the truth. You wouldn't see it at 120,000. You know why?
You wouldn't see
because it doesn't exist. You wouldn't see it at that height or any other height. He's
Yeah,
telling you the
but
truth. You gotta listen.
yeah,
he's
they're telling the truth.
I know, but he's just doing his magic, right? Just doing his magic.
Right.
That you would see it if you go higher.
Right. Because in the background, it really what's going on is but it's still a ball in space and nothingness. Like he could say whatever he wants to say, but the presupposition is still there. Yeah, but it's still a ball and it's still spinning. It's still in space. Even though there's no curvature, even though there's no motion, even though there's no gas pressure without a container.
Sonny, what number is this live? What number is this?
Let me look. What, the live stream? Let me take a look real quick. Gotta change.
Oh, QE, I'm running a live stream too now these days. So let me send you. If Helios is down, you can look at mine.
This one.
Oh, here we go.
Can you link it in
This
live
one-
stream? I'm going to send it to.
This
I'm going
one-
to send it to Dave.
This one is 1773. Here, I'll put a link for this one on Helios.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
To pay attention to how the wizards talk and what they say, they always tell you the truth. You just have to know the way they tell you. He always says, if the earth was a beach ball, you would be a quarter-inch, whatever, blah, blah, blah. He's not telling you the earth is a sphere or whatever in so many words. It's just doing a wizard trick. Casting a spell, waving his magic wand. That's it.
Okay. I found the video. It was solar, wind, and just and it's tropical instrument. Solar, wind, and tropic. I can't pronounce it, but that was the thing that spelled out swan. In this video, no humans have ever left Earth's atmosphere. Here's why. And it's solar, wind, and anistropies instrument. Swan.
Nice. Oh, I didn't know if you catch that, Quantum, but I sent you a DM.
Okay.
So if Helios live stream is down, you can check mine out.
Okay. Sweet. Dave, you need to go back to that one and rewind just a little bit before you got in here and then hear the refraction discussion. No.
No, you sending it to my SPN DM?
I didn't send it anywhere. It's in live. It's in the live text.
Okay.
It's 34 minutes after the hour. Sonny put it in there.
All right.
Yeah, and
All
I
right,
dropped the stupid.
Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta
Go ahead.
go. So have a good one.
Later.
All right, thanks, John.
Yep. Catch you on the
So-
flip side, guys.
Yeah, have a good day. Yep, so that's interesting. So they're even coming around saying that, yeah, Earth is nothing like we thought it was, or like telling the truth, but they're probably like, people are so stupid now, it doesn't even matter if we tell the truth. They're not going to listen anyway. It's hilarious.
Yeah, just so people know, the link that I just dropped in Livestream voice text is the bullshit. I'm not condoning it or anything, but it's just hilarious. So if you want to laugh, watch that link. It's not to make a point or anything like that. And it has the acronym of SWAN in there, which made me laugh. So that's why I posted it. If anybody wants to watch it, what the mainstream bullshit is, the Earth's atmosphere extending out to the moon and blah blah blah. So that's what that is.
Yeah, why can't they tell us where this elusive boundary is between atmosphere and space?
Yeah, watch the link. Well,
Oh,
watch
Zenik is
that
in.
video.
I know. I was actually reading. I was actually kind of reading the first part in the description of the video.
Yeah.
It has it like outlined out what they're talking about. So
I
pretty
know.
cool.
That's why it's funny. Yeah, how do they that's what they talk about is where is the definitive. They talk about what is it what's the name of the thing?
The Carmen.
Carmen
The Carmen line. The edge. Like revisiting the Carmen line. They're like
Yeah.
they don't know. They're so sure about it, but they don't know where it is. Does that make sense to anyone here?
It's there. You
It's just
can't see
there.
it.
We can't tell you where it is, but we know things are happening there because don't they say that these particles, molecules, have to achieve freaking escape velocity? Where does this occur? Where did they see that? Where did they measure that? Where is that?
Where in the world is Carmen San Diego? The Carmen line. Yeah, and don't they say a certain amount of gas escapes the atmosphere? Very little, so some escapes, but some doesn't without a
Yeah.
container.
Now, where would they get that information? Wouldn't they need to know where that escaping is happening? And wouldn't they be able to, like, if they're saying that it's a thing, wouldn't they have to prove that it's a thing and its location?
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, they don't have that part.
Oh, don't get caught up in that. Like,
Don't get caught up in the details of the specifics of where these things are that they're saying are happening. Absolutely. But they absolutely can't show how, where, how, why, whatever, where any of this is happening.
There's a Carmen line, okay? There's a Carmen line. And that's where it happens. It's the Carmen line. Some gets out, some doesn't. It's magical.
It's probably the point where shit hits something solid and freaking breaks up into a million pieces.
So I haven't dived too deep into it. I haven't watched the videos that I asked for. I asked for videos and links, and I don't watch them right away. But get sent me the links on frozen oxygen, and that seems super interesting, and how it ties into the quote unquote firmament or container or dome or whatever, because they say the higher you go, the colder it gets. So you have frozen elements, frozen oxygen, and the frozen oxygen is the same blue color of the sky that we see. Like that's been a common question, is like, why is the sky blue? And I need to really watch those before I talk. I talk about it all the time, but I haven't watched them yet. I'm so lazy. But frozen oxygen is an interesting tidbit.
Yeah, so check it out. So you know how like gases are produced on the surface of Earth, right? So that stuff is always circulating upward, outward, and circulating all around. So think about when it gets to a certain height, it would go through this reverse situation where it started from a gas and went up and then became a solid again because of the cold. That would qualify as a container.
Yeah, and I think what was that last temperature reading that someone sent a balloon up, and it was something like 263 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. They had a temperature gauge on a high altitude balloon, and that wasn't even all the way up. The balloon popped at that altitude, was somewhere close to 120,000 feet or something, I thought. But yeah, you just know it's going to get colder the higher you go up, even from there. So it's already almost cold enough to freeze oxygen to a solid at 120,000 feet. So just imagine going up another 50,000 feet.
Yeah, they just lied about all those temperatures. I mean, they screwed up clearly when they said they were sending aluminum and titanium and stuff up to where everything under titanium and under melts.
Yeah, the thermosphere is a joke.
They really screwed up. Yeah, they screwed up, man.
Yeah, there's no thermosphere up there. They say it's thousands of fucking degrees. Are you kidding me? Further you get from Earth, the colder it gets. Period. Entropy. It's very simple.
Yeah, that was just another useless bandage they tried to apply.
Yeah, with absolutely no evidence of.
I think that's partly why, because we started pointing out all of these things for the last few years. I think that's why they're starting to change the whole deal. They're starting to morph it into something else. Like you notice that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was exactly after we brought up the gas pressure thing that they came out with the atmosphere extends.
It goes out to the moon. Yeah, it goes out to the moon. Yeah, right. I know.
That was right after we came out with that. Like, it's like they're listening. Are they listening?
Well, of course they are.
No, I think they are. I think they're listening, and I think they're actually slightly shifting it. They're shifting it away from like what most numpties would think. They're changing it right now.
We would never see the geometric horizon. All the things we say, they've reversed.
I think they maybe know there's no chance of them ever keeping that cat back, putting that cat back in the bags, as it were said. So they have to be able to manipulate like the outcome and like cause little detours along the way to slow down the process of the awakening.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, so why does the moon appear to have craters? I can't figure that one out.
Well, I think we pretty much know damn well that if it was what they were saying it is, that those are impacts, that every single one of them are exactly 90 degrees. There's no glancing blows on the moon. So what I posit is that it has nothing to do with anything hitting. They're not impact craters at all.
But it still seems to like feed the globe light, which is odd. Like,
Well, it's odd because look, put your mic off, yeah. Because look, it seems to me this is my speculation, and this part is just speculation. So it looks to me as if whatever that is up there is designed to look like that. So we would never actually figure out what it is exactly. That it was designed that way. So we wouldn't know, or we would have a very difficult time ever finding out what it actually is.
yeah, okay, all right. Man.
So the reasoning behind something like that is phenomenal. I mean, you have to just go, well, why does it look that way? You know, people have said it was a sphere for eons, right? But it doesn't behave anything like a sphere. It says in the Bible that the light was created before the sun and the moon. So that seems to indicate to me that light itself was created first. Then these lights in the sky, that the original source is lighting up these objects, whatever they are, or maybe they're not even objects. They might just be locations of focused beam or something to that effect.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Hey,
Yeah, that makes the most
unrelated
sense to me.
question. Go ahead.
I was just saying that makes the most sense to me that they're projections or something like that, like a focus beam.
All right, I have a mod question. I don't know if I should DM somebody, but I was just given the DM ability and to use -P in the link, and it normally plays a song, and I just did it when there was dead air earlier. And now you guys are talking, so I wouldn't play music over you guys now because you guys are talking. But when there was dead air, I tried to play something and it didn't work. Can anybody help me with that? I did -P and then the link.
Let me look. Are you in the Groovy bot? Groovy command?
Yeah. Yeah, I did
Okay,
it
hold
in.
on.
All right.
No, I don't see anything that you've put in there since earlier today.
Yeah, I deleted it.
Okay.
Because I did it 3 times, and so I didn't want to like. But here, I'm gonna do it right now.
Yeah, I see that.
I do. And it doesn't play.
Oh, okay. For some reason, because you have the title in there, that's why. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Thank
So
you, bro.
it probably you just gotta copy the link only and paste
without the P. Without the P.
No, you gotta do it with the P. Here, I'll play it right now. Here we go.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? It's not playing.
That's not playing. You're right.
Okay, so it's not just me. Okay, cool.
I guess not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe I need to drop and rejoin, and maybe it will work. It could be a Discord error.
I don't know why it would do that. I'm gonna go to actually. I got the SoundCloud pulled up.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try it directly from the browser. Copy that, and I'm gonna try it again. Oh, that looks different. It's still not playing it though.
Yeah, it's not playing.
Wonder why that is. Let me try to play something else real quick.
Nope.
No. They changed so check it out. They changed the roles, so I don't know if that's something because of that. Because now it says DJ Groovy Bot Control, but it used to just say DJ role.
Right.
And they changed that, so I don't know what they changed on that.
But I played something earlier today and it worked just fine with
That's weird.
with the tag I have now. Like, yeah, I played beats earlier. Well, I just woke up, so earlier means last night. But yeah, it worked last night. But it seems to not be working now, and I'm glad it's just not me. So I don't know if there's a new command plus P. But
Oh, I figured it out. Someone took the Groovy bot out.
what?
They took the Groovy bot out of the live stream. Yep, it's not there.
Wow.
Someone moved it out of the live stream. So it used to be always sitting there at the bottom. So now I only see the Groovy bot 2. I only see Groovy bot 2.
Yeah, Groovy
in the
2
live
command.
stream live stream 2.
Yeah, voice text. Yeah, I see that too, right below the live stream. So
Yeah.
maybe if we go into try it in Groovy 2 and see what happens, or I can do it. But
That's another command, but see, I don't think it'll play because the Groovy bot has to be in the same. Oh, wait a minute. They took them all out. Hold on. There's only the Groovy command, #Groovy command. There's no bot in that one either. Okay, so hear ye. There are no Groovy bots in any of the live stream channels.
Wow.
And cannot be found. I'm strolling down to see if they just got put in somewhere else, and I do not see them anywhere. So we'll have to talk to management, admin, or somebody like that. Somebody move stuff around.
Damn.
Yeah, they took the bot out.
Is Lunatic an admin?
Yes, Lunatic is, but I don't see him on here. He's probably at work.
He was going through stuff yesterday.
All right. Well, while we're working that out, we got some new people in here. Something old new. You want to open your mic?
Hey Ken, what's up, buddy? I'm just on the computer.
Hey, Godrockin, are you on a phone call? Oh, never mind. That's your mic.
I just
Okay.
muted my mic. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. I saw it. No problem. Just to let any moderators or admin know that the bots, neither one of the bots are in the live streams.
I did hear you on the YouTube channel though, Sonny. Oh, you're looking for you're looking for the music box bot?
Yeah, the Groovy bots are both gone.
Well, you guys are so bored right now. We're trying to play the jukebox, huh?
No, we could talk to some new people if anyone would speak up, but no one's speaking up. So yeah, we figured this out because when I first came on a couple hours ago, the bot was working because I heard music. They must have done something very recently and moved them out.
Right.
Well, we'll be on the lookout, Sonny.
Be on the lookout for.
There is a new group of religious zealots that watch this. No, this is new. They pretend to be Bible believers, right? But then when you talk about the construct of God's earth via the Bible specifically, let's just say we're talking about the Bible, they flip out and go invasion of the body snatchers and accuse us of worshiping this flat earth idea, when of course none of us have ever claimed that. And they're claiming they're Bible believers, and they're saying that talking about God's earth is worshiping flat earth. We're trying to talk about the words, Exodus 24. These people, and I know, and these people are in the YouTube chat claiming to be Christians, harassing the Christians that actually literally teach the word of God. And let me just read this out of the Bible real quick. You shall not make for yourself a carved image, any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. So that carved image, that graven image, that's talking about fabrication. So anything fabricated for visual, anything fabricated for visual acuity, for looking at, for worshiping balls in space, models, cartoons, is the biggest satanic religion in history. And it's so big, God literally said this to Moses. God himself, this was literally the Father of creation himself saying this: you should not make graven images above the heavens, underneath the earth, or under the waters underneath the earth. And he was so specific, Sonny, because we know that they make all these balls surrounding the earth. It's not a coincidence, and God is good.
Yep. All their models, all of that stuff, that fake solar system that they have in classrooms, all of that's graven images. Yep. So it's model.
Correct.
So what they do is model worship. They're the ones doing the worship. So we got fake. So we got fake Christians. That's nothing new, but yeah, I appreciate.
But here's what's crazy here's what's crazy. The craziest part about this, guys, listen, don't hit me wrong. They're not Globers. They say that they don't care, but if we try to support the Bible, we are worshiping the flat. They don't care. No, trust me, they don't care. I've seen these people for many months and years. They don't care, but if you talk about the Bible that clearly describes God's earth, you're worshiping flat earth. And that's the accusation. So as soon as you get a false accusation from somebody, that's not of God. That's of their father, the devil. There's only two sides. Thanks.
Yeah, we had a guy on here yesterday that said it's a globe, it's common sense, and that he doesn't care what it is. But
it's common sense without using your senses. Sure.
Well, see, that's a great example of somebody that's such a religious zealot. He is so entwined in this literal, this Gumby world that they live in, and they get so offended. But here's the thing: they're so scared to death, but they love it. They will tell you they don't care, which just projects that they care so much. They're scared to death of protecting it. And these are the typical atheists, the non-believers that we meet. And here's the reaction, guys. I mean, the reality of this is that every single side is wrong. There's only one truth. So you're going to get one group that has a title, and there's going to be 1,000 other different groups with 1,000 different titles. They're all anti-truth. They're all anti-God's word. Some claim they're Globers, some claim they're atheists, some claim they're Christians, and everything in between. Yet they, for some reason, as soon as you talk about this one thing, their arms raised and they're zombies trying to eat your brains.
Yep. He said he didn't trust government, but then we asked where his belief in the globe came from, and he wouldn't say. But then at the same time, he said he didn't care. But if you don't care, then why are you here talking to us?
That's just the triple redundancy shield. First, they have to protect their evolution religion. Their shield is the heliocentric religion. They protect the heliocentric religion with the what? Ball Earth. And they protect the ball Earth by saying, I don't care. This is idiocracy in its highest form. These are the dumbest people that have ever existed on the plane of existence. There is no one to even compare to the stupidity of the modern person that literally believes in this cartoon fairy tale. There's nothing to compare them to.
Yeah. NPC trolls.
Just look at the fact of how many atheists there are, how many open people that hate God are trying to proclaim that we have to live on this ball. That's the only evidence I need, really. You could take all the other evidence and put it in the garbage. All I have to see is who is advocating for this ball Earth religion. Every single person that's ever advocated lies through their teeth. So it's the largest group of habitual liars in history. And what does God say about lying? God hates liars so much, he put them in his list twice. As it says, these 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. So he goes from 6 to 7 because he mentions liars and their lying tongues to reiterate how much he hates liars. And that's, so all I have to do is know who the liars are and what do they want. It's so easy, bro.
Yeah, so, you know, it has a special place for people that lie to children too. But like the way I feel about it is all those people will get their rewards of the system that they're perpetrating. So I just think now I'm kind of like at the point where I'm like, I think there's going to be a whole lot more room available here on the plane. Because I don't think those people are going to make it.
Well, the path to destruction is wide. Path to destruction is wide. The path to truth and love is narrow, and it's a separation. So truth separates, and it's the salt of the earth. So it irritates, and people will even, you've noticed it, Sonny and guys, you've seen people lose their family members, friends, wives, and sometimes even children when it comes to this truth. And I have to be honest with you, if you're not ready to lose all those things, the truth might not be ready for you. You see, you got to be ready to lose everything for the truth. And here's why the truth, here's why the truth is more important than everything, because God is the truth. God is the one that sets the truth forward to see if you are going to accept the truth. So if I deny truth, I've actually denied everything that matters.
Eyes to see, ears to hear. We're all on different stages and different paths, and some people will get it, some people will not. Those who have eyes to see, those who me and my good friend that I met here on Discord came up with a new concept. I'll bring it up here, kind of to spread the word.
Is it the here concept?
Oh my God! You don't even know, concept. and you guessed it. Okay, so we were talking about.
No, I have big ears. I hear. God shows me everything. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we were talking about like the third eye, the pineal gland, the third eye, and we were talking about the third ear, which is like when you hear a voice in your head, you're not actually hearing sound like sound waves hitting your actual ear. So you have 2 ears, and you can hear things that don't come into your ears. So that would be your third ear, because it all started with phonetics and that there's 3 theirs. There's there, and there. And then he was like, okay, well, let's make a new one called there, THEAR, there, with the ear. You know, kind of like how we have the word here, which is H plus the word ear to hear. And so we were like, okay, what about the third ear? And so that's like our new shit we're talking about, and you guys are getting the beta version, so don't tear me up. But what do you guys think about that?
I'm gonna be honest. I have to be indifferent to it because it's I have to teach. You know, I have to have people understand that a day means a day and not millions of years. So I'm stuck on kindergarten world trying to explain to people that babies are real. the same people that don't believe in babies are asking me for evidence of God. Well, if you don't believe in babies, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult to teach you that God is real. So explaining different heres and things like that. I would say that we have the word thinking. We also have muse. We also have meditate, and these terms could be synonymous with the idea that we can listen to our thoughts, but they are not audible. You see what I'm saying?
No, but you're making it way too complicated. Okay, we have the third eye or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, when we like your thoughts. Okay, like I heard, like this goes into the concept of NPCs. Like I read a article that said like 8% or 15% of people don't have an internal voice dialogue, and I'm like, okay, those people are the NPCs that don't have an internal dialogue and internal voice, because I can't even grasp the concept of not having an internal voice. So I'm saying that voice you hear of your own thoughts in your own mind, you're not hearing it with your ears, but you hear it when you think of it, like your thoughts. And we call that, we created this thing called the third ear, which is hearing something that doesn't go through your other two ears. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you 100%.
Thank you. Thank you. Like, it's new. Like, this is, they say nothing's new under the sun, and there's different concepts and books, and we read from here and get this from that and this from that. But this is genuinely the first thing that I ever thought of that was like unique to me and my friend that I met on Discord, of our minds, like actually creating something new that I've never heard anywhere else. This is original from my mind, is the third ear, like the third eye, the pineal gland, whatever that is. And then the third ear, that voice, the ability to hear your thoughts is the quote unquote third ear, because you're hearing. So I'm kind of proud of it. So I appreciate you acknowledging that that it's dope, and I like to hear people who will argue against it, because I like hearing arguments against it or for it or whatever. Like whatever you got to say, like we're just all thinking of, this is just shit me and this other guy we're talking about, because me and him are like big into phonetics and etymology and words, and we get into all types of shit, and it all stemmed from the whole thing stemmed from my son asking me, like, isn't it weird? My son is 8 years old. Okay, so my son was like, isn't it weird, like how so many letters of the alphabet end in E, like the E sound, like B, C, D, E, G, H, P, T, V, Z.
That's in English.
Yeah. And so I brought this up to my homie that I met on here on Discord, and brought that up to him. And eventually, this is where the conversation ended up, is on this third ear concept. So anybody who has any response, I don't want to ramble on. I'm sorry.
Well, listen, bro, here's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not trying to overcomplicate it. I can't get people to use the two ears sticking out of the side of their space skull. You see, so what I'm telling you is that what you're doing is fine. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I am biblical only reference. If it's not in the Bible, it doesn't matter. If you ain't on Team Bible, then you ain't. Well, that's just how I work, bro. Like, that's the thing, is I have to stay myopic to my one thing that God has hired me for. I'm trying to get people just to open their eyes and say that a flat surface isn't a magical paroid. I'm trying to be literally like preschool, 2 years old. Please, let's teach these little ones how to walk, talk, use a fork and a spoon, know when to take the pacifier out. That's what humans need to be treated. Humans are the dumbest, most pathetic things in existence, because literally all you have to do is brainwash a human to believe something, and then they can't leave that belief system not because it's true or false, because it's called comfort. The comfortability of a belief system leaves people. The comfortability in that belief system leaves people stuck in a religion of psychosis. It's like when somebody is raised by Scientology, which is exactly what these atheists have been raised in. These psychopathic atheists that think spontaneously generated balls appeared in space, then formed magical monkey fish, and then they turned into internet heroes online. They believe that, and we can show them all the evidence till we're blue in the face how that's incorrect, but they don't want to believe because it's called what? They are cowards. They are scared of the truth. And that's why God says no coward will enter the kingdom of heaven. People go, well, that's not fair. Why would God be so mean to somebody that's just frail and scared? Because that frailty and that cowardice is what protects the criminals and perversions and crimes that we have to deal with. It's the cowards that hide from truth is why we're here, because they want to be comfortable. And that's why we have atheism and people that can't stand the Bible literalists and things like this. And that's why these people think they live on a magical ball, because they're scared to death of reality. And what do they say? Oh, I don't really care about this either way. That means they're scared to death.
Yeah, like they don't teach critical thinking or logic in school. They don't teach you how to think, just to memorize information and regurgitate it. And critical thinking and logic is so important. And I didn't even I wasn't even aware of logical fallacies and shit like that till later in my life, till like about 2 years ago or whatever. And if I would have known about this stuff, like conversations with me would have been very different. Like I spent a lot of time debating and arguing, not knowing any of those things. And if I would have known those things and I wouldn't even have to like call them out as logical fallacies, but I could identify them and then know how to navigate. And I didn't know that till recently. And because of the subject, it taught me that. And I'm so grateful.
It's actually worse. They teach you to swallow and just go along, obey.
Yeah. Don't ask questions.
Yeah.
Tell you what it is. Memorize it. Write it down. Pass the class. I've learned more about science and debate and all the things after school, after high school, after college, and more from this topic than any other thing I've ever learned in my whole life. I'm so grateful. So regardless of, well, I know what the nature of Earth is, but regardless of that, like I'm super grateful for learning about science and logic and fallacies and all those things. Just overall mentally.
Yeah, so if someone has no internal dialogue, how are they going to evaluate their own thought process and know when they're making a logical fallacy themselves in order to catch it and go, oh, that's what a logical fallacy is? To know when you're hearing one, you would have to identify it almost in ourselves first and catch ourselves and go, oh, shit. Like I just said something that was really fallacious there, and I didn't realize I was saying it. Like, yeah. So the other thing I was going to say is what I heard earlier about your ear. So I agree with what you said, because see that internal looking, if you can lay down and you can identify and hear your own thoughts or observe your own thoughts, then there is a listener. And the listener, the internal listener, would be the same thing as the observer inside of us. That's not our thoughts. Thoughts can't observe themselves.
The question is,
if there's no internal listener, like who are these people that don't have an internal listener, that don't have an internal dialogue? Like I can't fathom that's like, because of course I have an internal dialogue, but so like to say there's people out there that don't have an internal dialogue, those have to be NPCs. Have to be.
Or psychopaths.
Well, I don't actually believe that. Like, that people don't have internal dialogue. That doesn't make any sense.
I know. I don't believe it either. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so mind blowing to me. Is I can't fathom that not being a thing. Like, I don't believe.
People
Go ahead.
have too much internal dialogue. That's usually the problem.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, I read this article that said like it was 8% or 15% of the population did not have this internal dialogue, and I'm like, seriously? Like, how? But yeah, so that's NPCs to me. If you don't have an internal dialogue, you're a computer, you're an NPC.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that because, like, I think not being able to control your internal dialogue makes you an NPC.
Okay, well, what are the people that don't have that internal voice, that third ear, as I coined, DJ Illegal, June 1st, 2001, third ear. So I coined the phrase third ear, me and a buddy of mine on Discord. I won't say who, unless he wants me to. But yeah, so like, what do you call that? If you don't have that, what are you? Like how? Like I can't even.
Well,
I can't.
I would be very curious to figure out how they came to that conclusion that there's some people that don't have it. I mean, I don't know how you would know that.
I read the study, and they did the study. Sorry, I hear my own voice. Somebody's echoing. If somebody could go on mute while I'm talking, so I don't hear myself. Okay, thank you. Yeah, they like from what I read from the article, they did a study and had people, and they asked them questions, and they didn't have that. They didn't have that. They didn't like. I don't have the article. Maybe I need to post it.
So here check.
Livestream.
So check it out. I really have a complete disbelief that there are people that have no internal dialogue with themselves. I don't believe that's even possible, but I think it is possible to have an internal dialogue and just ignore it completely. So are they just ignoring it, or is it that they don't have it?
Right. Like a mental illness where they don't hear, they have it but don't hear it. And that's what I'm talking about, like the third ear. Like maybe they have, they say calcified pineal gland. They have a calcified third ear where they have a third, a voice, internal voice in their head, but they don't hear it. So yeah, that's a good point. Like, yeah.
But that's the entire purpose behind like meditation is stopping your internal dialogue. So like, I mean,
that's why I like sleep so much, is to turn my fucking brain off, because it drives me fucking nuts, and I just want to go to sleep to shut that shit off. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Meditation and
I've been in a state of extreme heightened emotions, and I tried different things to calm myself down, and it didn't work. And then I actually laid down and I did, like, I don't know, some sort of meditation technique where you imagine like a ball of light starting at your head, and then, you think about it traveling down your feet. And I will tell you, it's been a while since I've done it and I need to revisit it. But I will tell you this, that it literally wiped away my despair when I meditated. It absolutely 100% works. You can use your brain to control the mind and the body.
I need you to talk to my girlfriend.
Oh man. I mean, I tried going for a drive, listening to classical music, which I love.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Jazz.
Yeah. I mean,
music,
nothing
jazz.
worked. And then I was just, to the near point of exhaustion, really. I mean, I didn't go to sleep or anything, but yeah, if you do it right, if you meditate correctly, it will literally, like a washcloth on a countertop, it'll wipe it away.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of yeah, I got it. I guess I be a little bit transparent. Throughout my life, I've gone to therapy on and off, and I came across, it's called dialectical behavioral therapy, and that's how I found that particular meditation technique. I need to revisit it because it's really good. And then there's
That was a good therapy.
something you can tell your girlfriend. Okay, you can tell your girlfriend this. This is super simple. Okay, so
Okay.
I heard this recently from someone named Andrew Huberman or something like that on YouTube, and he's very impressive. And he said that if you need to do when you're in a heightened state of emotion and you can't get yourself out of it, you use what's called, what he coined as a psychological sigh. You use the body to control the mind. So you inhale slightly, and you exhale more than you inhale, and it does biological functions to your body and it calms you down.
That's what I try to tell my girls. I like deep breaths. Breathe, like just take a deep breath.
Well, it's not no, you don't want to take a deep breath in. You want to take a short breath in and an exaggerated breath out.
Short
Let me
breath
find the dude. Let me find
long breath.
Yeah. So it's called a psychological sigh. Like and you're letting out more air than you take in. Let me find that dude. He's great. Let me find him on YouTube. You guys will like him.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it. You're putting it in live stream?
I will. Give me a second to find it.
Okay, you're good.
I can tell you also a breathing technique used in rowing, which is actually not known in many countries. I know it from my coach, which was training together with Ivan Patsaikin. This guy won gold medal on all boat sports. So you take a long breath in, then you short breathe out a little bit. Then
that's for a
again
different
breathe
situation.
again.
That would be for a different situation, though.
Yeah, that was the opposite
Again.
of what Jenny said.
Yeah,
I didn't
that won't help you if you do that. You know what? I couldn't not find. Sorry to
Adam
interrupt you
Sandler?
before you go
No,
on, really quickly.
he was in the middle of something.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let
so
Jenny finish.
I couldn't
Let
find.
Jenny finish.
He was in the middle of his explanation, and y'all cut him off. What's going on?
Okay. Okay. All right.
So
Continue.
the technique is very well known in sports, and they don't teach it to everybody. You take a deep breath in, you quickly exhale a little bit, then quickly inhale back as much as you can, and then you slowly breathe out everything, like completely. Yeah. So
he's like double up.
Those
double up on the breath.
Those two short, quick inhale and exhale trains your diaphragm and your oxygenation in your body. Yeah, yeah. So
yes, thank you.
I might be able to find that one video. Let me keep scrolling down my list.
Pet your dog, please.
Two neighbors here now.
She needs love too.
Yes, sorry about that. I'm mute.
You're okay, man. Just pet your dog, man. She
Oh,
wants that
you know what?
love. She's feeling the
That is
vibes.
not the right channel. Guy, sorry. That's not the right one. Sorry, I
Alright,
didn't mean to
well,
interrupt anybody.
no, you're fine. I'm in a live stream, so when you do, just tell me so I don't have to go back and forth.
Yeah.
Just tell. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
But yeah, haven't. What do you guys think about? Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead. My bad.
No, I was gonna just change the subject and talk about some random shit. So go ahead before I.
Oh no, all I'm gonna do is post a video. I think we were kind of done talking about it, really.
Okay. Just let me know when it's in voice.
It is. It's there, and I'm gonna try and find the actual video that I was referencing. But that's his channel. There's tons. There's tons. Oh, here I found it. All right.
Thanks for the link. I'm clicking on it to put it in my
Now,
history so I can watch it later.
yeah, but this one is the one I was actually referring to. Reduce anxiety with size. Sounds crazy. Works.
Yeah, Eric Dubay has a good video on the breath.
Yeah, so it's using the body to control the mind.
Yeah, all is mental.
Or maybe I said that wrong. Using the mind to control the body. I had that backwards. But Andrew Huberman, he's like a neurobiologist. So he kind of knows his shit. He's pretty impressive.
I clicked on the link and it took me just to his channel. Was there one like specific
Yeah, down below.
podcast?
No, down below that, my very last post. I'm so sorry. I am not trying to make this more complicated.
Okay, sorry.
You're good.
I tried to go to it and it just took me to his channel. Okay, reduce anxiety. Okay, got you.
Okay, so I think somebody else wanted the floor for something else, unless you had something to add.
Yep. Someone else was chiming in.
How do we get on talking about that anyway?
I don't know. We were talking about okay. I got it. I watched this video, so I'm gonna come back to it. It's in my history. I'm gonna watch it when we get off of here. But
we were talking about internal dialogue.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so you know, control using the body to control the mind, that can like help take you out of, you know, being lost in those like thoughts kind of things, your internal dialogue. Kind of like being in the present moment. It's a way to keep yourself in the present moment.
Mm-hmm.
But like I think you guys are more alluding to NPCs, though.
Yeah, people who don't have that internal dialogue that we probably all here have, and for us to fathom someone who doesn't have that, we can't even wrap our minds around it because it's like it's all we know. And that an article came out saying that there's some people that don't have this, and we're like, okay, those got to be NPCs because I can't even understand what it would be like to not have that. Like, and someone just direct messaged me. They said, I've been told I was crazy because I've listened to the voice in my head my whole life. It has a lot to say, and nobody wants
to listen, but like I said, I'm just crazy. So someone just direct messaged me and said that, and like I appreciate people sharing their personal stories with me just based
Yeah.
on some random shit that I brought up or whatever. But yeah, like he's been told like there's a voice in his head. Yeah, it's like, and then we get into like the extreme version of a voice in your head of schizophrenia, or
Ooh, that's a
like,
whole nother
you
ball
know,
game.
exactly. Like we have normal voices in our head, and we can have weird voices in our head. So like, what is that? Like we talk about, like I coined the term third ear
Have you
and our internal voice. So what is that extreme version where you hear other voices? Like who
actually, have you heard of somebody called Freeman
Yeah, yeah.
on
That's
YouTube?
actually that's actually, yeah. I know you're talking about Freeman, the guy.
He had a
That's
guest.
actually that's actually my middle name is Freeman, which is funny.
Nice.
So, but I know who you're talking about. But go ahead.
So he had a guest on his show, and this was a psychiatrist in a mental institution, and this doctor did I guess an unofficial observation, like study research on these schizophrenics that he would work with, and you know what they would say to the, I mean, the doctor, a psychiatrist, mainly they're going to want to give somebody medication to make the voices go away, problem solved, allegedly. But he would ask these patients what the voices talked about to them. It's just so, not to say it's never been done like that, like those conversations have never been had, but anyway, he was under the contention that it was some sort of like, like they were possessed by otherworldly beings. And that's super fringy stuff, I mean, call it sci-fi, whatever you want, but that's just an interest of mine, stuff like that. But if you look on Freeman's channel, you might be able to find it. It's been so long since I've watched it.
Yeah, I haven't watched
Yeah, the
Freeman in
kind
a
of stuff
long
he said
time. He
was
was like,
bizarre.
he was my initial like into when I was getting into like 2002, like politics and 9/11 and all that kind of, and Freemasonry, and like Freeman was.
Oh yeah, he's pretty open.
He was the first
For the
guy that
most
I
part.
really got into and listened to. So yeah, but I haven't found him like recently. Like I'd like to watch his stuff now. I assume he's still there, right?
I would definitely classify him as like being an esoteric kind of individual.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
But he was one of the first people before I even got into InfoWars and Alex Jones and that whole mess. It was Freeman.
He did that documentary on Britney Spears in the media. And before I even knew about Freeman, I was like 27 or something when the Britney thing was happening, and I just felt so bad for her because she could not walk freely in public. It was bizarre.
Yeah,
That
that
was
was her
so
whole
bad.
shaving her head thing was like trying to break free from the. She was
Well, what
trying to
I
break
found is
free.
interesting,
Shaving her head. She was trying. Yeah.
she allegedly said, I want them to stop touching me.
Wow.
It's like WTF, man. That's some heavy
Yeah,
level shit.
and the thing, it resurged, right? They have a whole like Free Britney thing, like she's being held captive, like she has her handlers and
Oh yeah, she has
what's
a
it?
conservator.
Yeah,
It
what's
used to
the
be her
legal?
dad.
What's the legal term for that? It's not handler,
Conservatorship.
but yeah, like
Conservatorship. Yeah.
and she can't get out of it.
No,
They
because
they
she's
control everything.
bipolar. She's bipolar. That's why.
Yeah, same thing with Kanye. They try to make him crazy. They try and put him in the hospital. They try and do the same thing. Whatever it was that they did to Britney, they're trying to do to Kanye. They're trying to do the same thing.
That, my friend, is the price you pay for world-class fame.
Yep.
Yep.
All his
Yep.
albums,
Yep.
all his
And then
albums have been about that, about power and fame, and that's what he wants, but he doesn't want what comes with it. And he's telling us, man, like he's telling us.
Yeah, Kanye is not Kanye all the time. He's just not.
So those people having a moment of clarity all of a sudden and being vocal about it, then all of a sudden they're crazy.
Oh, you know what that made me think of? It would be kind of like the Alzheimer's of the Monarch programming. Like they have this Twilight moment where they can recall that they're in trouble.
Yeah, right.
And they'll say anything.
Britney
I never thought
is
of it quite
definitely
like
a
that.
victim. No, Britney is definitely a victim of MK Ultra. They showed us on Stranger Things. They showed us on Stranger Things.
She's considered a beta sex kitten, is what she's called.
Yep. Beta
That's
sex
her role.
kitten. Yep.
Poor Britney.
And she
God.
tried to break out of it. That's what that whole shaving her head and all that type of
Yep, I
thing
want
was.
them to stop touching me. That like gives me goose pimples, man.
I feel so bad. Like
I know, right? And you know, I felt empathy like that even for Michael Jackson. That's a huge topic in and of itself.
Yep. I have controversial opinions about Michael Jackson. I don't believe any of the shit they
tried
try to say
blabbing
about
shit on
him.
the beans. He spilled the beans like 3 or 4 days before his death.
Yep. Yeah.
And Joan
And the same.
They whacked Joan Rivers. Yeah.
I have controversial opinions about O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, but there's too many coincidences, though. That's the thing.
They have the same lawyer too. Synchronicity.
Surprise,
but yeah.
surprise. How can that be possible?
OJ did not do it. I'm gonna say on and for the record, OJ did not do it. His son did. His son, Michael. Yes, there's a book written about it. His son Michael did it, and he was protecting his son. That whole like driving down the highway.
The plot thickened. I never knew that. Wow. Okay, how old was his son at the time?
His son has a legal history of he was a chef. He has a legal record of like trying to stab his girlfriend.
Time out though.
Okay.
You're saying his son committed the murder. How old was his son at the time? He had to have been really small.
No, he wasn't that small. He was older, like he was an adult. His son was an adult, and his son was a chef. And he didn't like he didn't like Nicole because that's who his dad was cheating. He was cheating on Nicole on his mom. So of course he hated Nicole because he was cheating on her with his mom at the time. And I'm telling you, I could go so much into OJ.
Dude, I remember exactly where I was when it was announced about the OJ verdict. It's imprinted into my brain. So I wasn't really saturated. I didn't saturate myself with the story as it happened every inch by inch. But yeah, that was big news. Everybody in the whole workplace stopped and everybody listened to the verdict.
They found the knife in a storage unit that his son owned. Like, there's a whole book about it. Like, there's a
really,
and just the whole thing. Michael, like the horror movie. You know, Michael. You know, not what is it? Not Friday the 13th.
Oh.
But yeah, Michael, his son, you know, his name Michael, and he had a history, stabbing, and had a history with you know, his dad was cheating on his mom with this other woman, and all these other things. I can't even remember all the shit.
Okay, so was the murder done in a fashion where it looked like it was ritualistic or almost random? I don't remember. It was decades ago.
No, I mean his son did it, and OJ basically took the heat off his son by going on that like drive on the highway and having the whole police chase and everything like that, and allowed his son to like have an alibi and get away and all the things.
Well, money will
Like,
buy you anything.
yeah.
So
But
as Simpson Jr., has he killed anybody?
but it was OJ's son. That's all I got to say.
I mean, after the Nicole and what's his face were killed, did he kill anybody else?
No,
Or
no, not that I know of. He's
no
laid
attempted
low.
murder? You said
He's like a head chef.
stabbing.
He's a head chef at some restaurant or whatever. That was his. You know, that's what he does. He's a chef, works in the kitchen. And no, he hasn't
So
gotten
bizarre.
any other trouble since then. But his
I
son
wasn't
was the
really on
one
the
that did it.
internet. I wasn't on the internet like I was when I found other stuff before Flat Earth. So, but I never ever heard anything at all about that. That his son
Yep.
he was never a suspect, right?
And that, yeah, and he was even in the courtroom when his dad was on trial, and they show like footage and pictures or reactions of him when like the verdict went down. And you know, I mean, that doesn't necessarily prove anything, but like he was there. His son is the one who did it. I'm just gonna say that right now.
That's
It was his,
so flipping bizarre.
not OJ. Yeah, and OJ did. That's why, because it's like people want to ride on OJ because he wrote that book. If I would have done it, like
Right.
someone who never did it would write a book like that. Someone who actually did it would never write that book. But he knows he didn't do it. He knows his son did it. So he's like, if this is why I'm innocent, because if I would have done it, I would have done this. And he wrote that book. If I would have done it or whatever. And
Dang, I
it's
might
like,
want to read it now.
yeah,
Shit.
because he felt comfortable
You know,
writing it.
it's so. You know what?
It was his son.
Your connection's going in really bad, going in and out really bad. Can you rejoin real quick?
Okay, sorry. Thanks. Yeah, I will.
No problem. Okay, hopefully. All right, so are you back? Okay, are you back? I'm not looking at my phone.
I'm back.
Okay,
Can
cool.
you hear me okay?
So the title of that book never made sense to me. It just seemed like he was being an arrogant dick or something, but now it totally makes sense.
Yeah, because if you think that he did it and then he wrote that book, then you're like, okay, like that's fucked up. Like, well, yeah. And so, but if you have the understanding that he didn't do it and then wrote that book, then it's like, okay, I understand. Like and it's even crazy.
I
Like,
always thought he did it. I always thought he did it.
Yeah, I know, but he did not.
The only thing is the glove, though. I thought that was just like mockery before I really knew anything.
If it doesn't fit, you must have quit. You would assume that his son's hand is slightly smaller than his, right?
Wait,
that
what?
was
I
his
didn't hear
son. No, his hand didn't fit. His son's hands are smaller than his, right?
Well, obviously.
Okay, right. They didn't fit him because he didn't fucking do it. His son did it.
Where did they find the glove? Why wouldn't OJ grab it?
I don't know. I don't know
Well,
that shit.
I guess I thought you knew every. I'm not trying to sound facetious or anything. I thought you knew every aspect of it. That's why I asked like that.
No, I do, but it was a long time ago. That was a rabbit hole I went down a long time ago,
Oh
and so
man,
it's
that
not
was
fresh.
a
It's
long
not fresh on
time
my
ago. That was
mind.
3 decades ago. 3
Yeah, like
decades
I
ago.
got into it before I got into flat Earth. Like I was into Hollow Earth. I
Really?
was into the fake moon landing. I was into 9/11. I was into Michael Jackson,
So
O.J.
OJ, that
Simpson.
was one of your first. OJ was one of your first
Yeah,
conspiracies or whatever.
not one of the first, but one of the last before flat Earth. Yeah.
Right. Okay, got you.
Yep. So it's not fresh on my mind. Like,
I got you. I'm with you.
yeah.
Totally understandable. Yeah. I don't mind knowing a little bit about a lot of things because you have to be able to connect the dots.
Yep, that's basically
You
what
don't
I
have to be an
am.
expert on
I know a
everything.
little
You don't have
bit. I know a little bit about everything, but not a whole lot about.
well,
Yeah.
I'm sure everything wouldn't be the right word to use.
Yeah. No, that's not. Yeah.
But I got you.
I'm
So,
into
yeah.
all the things, and I mean that's how I got to flat Earth. Is I was bored, and I was like, okay, I've laughed this off. Haha, that's the most ridiculous shit I ever heard. But I was bored, so I went into it, and then I was like, okay, let me Google Earth spinning from space, and I couldn't find any video, and then I went down the rabbit hole and Mark Sargent, and then
Really? You searched Earth spinning from space.
Yep. That was the first thing I did when I first heard about the topic. That was the first thing I did was Google Earth spinning in space, and I couldn't find a video.
What was the first thing you heard about flat Earth?
Just YouTube recommendations on the other shit I was looking at, and it just kept popping up,
So
and I
what
laughed
video
it up.
did you watch?
It was
You remember?
probably
Not everybody remembers.
Mark Sargent 200 Clues was I think was the first one I watched.
All right.
And I was like, I'm gonna disprove this.
You mean 200? You mean Eric Dubay's 200 proofs?
Okay, yeah, maybe it was Eric Dubay 200 Proofs, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, big difference. I thought
It
I'd
was
clarify.
Eric Dubay and then Mark Sargent.
Yeah, Mark Sargent made 12 videos, I think. He called them something else, but yeah.
Oh, thanks, God Rockin', for popping in there. Good
yeah,
response. But hey, guys, I gotta head out. Good to talk to
Okay.
everybody. TTFN.
See you later,
Oh,
Jenny.
yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Jack. You got a question? Unmute yourself.
He only has a listening pass. I don't think he can. Someone's going to have to assign him a VC verified role.
Oh, okay. We got Hijacked in here. Who else? Something something old new. You have a question? You want to come off mute? Something old new.
There's a guy named PC Tech T8 or TX. He's VC verified.
Yeah, we've actually, I think, spoken to him. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, did you? Okay.
A couple days ago, maybe, but.
And then there's also Resolve. Yeah, you spoke to him already too.
He's a silver FE.
Oh, okay. I was still looking at the other one here.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I don't doubt flat Earth.
Oh, there you go. There's PC Tech. Right on.
Yeah, someone just gave him a VC roll, so that's good.
I know.
Like 4 days ago, they took my flat Earth thingy because I got it too early.
Oh, so you're a flat earther then?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Well, all you have to do, PC Tech, when you're in the presence of a mod in here sometime, they'll just do a short interview, give us your best 3, and then they'll give you the role.
Hell, Lunatic took it from me. Helio gave it to me the other day. Helio.
Yeah, Lunatic can and will do that. No one is immune here. I mean, no one is immune here. So
right, I've had tags given by Julio taken away from other people too. So don't feel bad.
yeah, no, dude. If you're here long enough, I don't think you're doing it right unless at some point you piss somebody off and they strip you of all your roles. And then you need to ask for them back and then get them back. So yeah.
Somehow I avoided that, and I can't tell you how, but it's been I don't know, it's been at least 2 years.
Well, you have to be a little obtuse. Yeah, I think to get that, you have to step on enough people's toes.
Right.
And even if you don't realize it, even if you don't realize it, like me at first, I didn't realize because I wasn't used to having these types of conversations. You know what I mean? So I'm willing to put it out there and say I wasn't the best at social interactions with verbally talking with the people. I had to grow up a little bit.
Yeah, we all learn to do that, Sonny. 24/7 FE is a strange place for that. You think you're versed in the ways of manhood, and then you come to 24/7 FE, and it's all reappraised all over again.
You're I know. I'm you actually, if you don't get to the place where you just go, holy crap, I don't know jack squat about most of the things. I better just listen again.
Yeah. I thought I had been down every rabbit hole. I thought I had gotten all the puzzle pieces figured out and put together about all the different lies that the government's been telling us for 20 years. And then I found out the Earth was flat and that history is wrong. I didn't even know the rabbit hole.
Yeah. It's a shock to the system.
Yeah, that whole
Welcome
history
to-
thing is something else, man. It is
Welcome
something.
to the last level.
No. This is not the last level.
No, it's not the last level. Yeah.
This is the beginning of the conversation, not the end.
Right.
This is in some respects, it is kind of like the last house on the block, but the last house on the block that opens up another whole huge area.
The house is a gateway to another whole community.
Yeah, you're going to level 2. If you're not past flat Earth, you will not go past into level 2.
Yeah, that's just reaching the first. And when the more you come to terms with all this, I guess, no, I mean, certain things, I would just say, if you're jumping over hurdles, flat Earth would be the first hurdle to jump over. But I think, there's other lies that are being told that it just seems like there's so much diet woke. But that's, to me, that's only because I've been looking into it for 20 years. Other people don't even realize that JFK was not shot by Oswald. I have had those conversations with recently
Right. But they never heard of project Operation Northwoods. They never heard of PMAC. They haven't looked into any of that stuff.
No, so that basically, to those types of people, there are people out there who still think 9/11 is, I mean, there are people who don't even realize they're diet woke. Stuff that, that they're not even diet woke. They're not even caffeine-free diet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's like giving them a kind of a free pass saying they're diet woke. No
Yeah,
free
they're not
passes
even
will be
that.
given. Sorry.
Don't you dare try to take my caffeine away. That's my point. I drink
I can
coffee
deal
every
with the
day.
diet, but you can't buy. Still need that caffeine.
Yeah, they will be going to battle with me if they try to take my coffee away. I'll be building a freaking ship and sailing to get my own. If you know, literally.
Yeah, you and me both.
Killer Priest, Wu-Tang, Majestic Legend, King, pens, papers, shows, capers. I'm an MC, need a lot of movement makers. Lyrics, tables, record, labels, break us for every dollar that they ever make us. Pens, papers, shows, capers. I'm an MC, need a lot of movement makers. Lyrics, tables, record, labels, break us for every dollar that they ever make us.
Hey yo, my eyes on a sparrow. If you see me, throw a holler. Roots, Tyrannosaurus, marble deep. Dig a hole in China, trying to find a guy compared to me. Fella, you better tell him hella final Simon. That murder he wrote's a mystery. All I got in this industry, 2 pennies. MacGyver, make something out of anything. Houdini survive a claw full of arrows like the eagle balled on $1. Money, love, I'm in the middle, my tug of war, Casablanca. They so prima donna while I spark and more than contra Miyagi. The kids karate, I'm a shark, they just piranha. And I'm a Vietnam, I'm through the eye of a needle. Jeffrey Dahmer, eat your heart out. I'ma ride for my people like a martyr up in Cairo. I'ma blow the crowd, a problem solver like Revolver, so they call me for revival. Just go speak his mind, stop the monitor. Death before the signer like the mafia. Lessons through the rhyming like Muhammad. I lead top 3s, not me, I'm before one. Below be the froze from the Shogun. See notes in the tote when the flow done. Mighty Joe Young, my bow gun blow like photons in your shoulder and it's over.
Pens, papers, shows, capers. I'm an MC, meet a lot of movement makers. Lyrics, tables, record, labels, break us for every dollar that they ever make us. I try to tell these cats they don't want to see me with the underground Detroit rappers spitting magazines. Majestic legend king rapping on the message. Use the beat as a vessel when I wrestle with the scene. Still lyrically unseen by the mainstream. Catch a floating face down, searching for the dream. I don't think it's possible for illogical to see me on the microphone rapping with the priest. Watch your back when you talk about my rap. Yo, I stay being cool, but you keep talking back. You wanna act rich, but you ain't got a stack. You rap about your gats, but you never pulled back. So I rap up on the microphone, level 1 murderer. Smash up your vertebrae with wordplay. I'm a renegade, penetrate through heaven's gate. I regulate the magistrate when I elevate. Pens, papers, shows, capers. I'm an MC, need a lot of movement makers. Lyrics, tables, record, labels, break us for every dollar that they ever make us. Pens, papers, shows, capers. I'm an MC, need a lot of movement makers. Lyrics, tables, record, labels, break us for every dollar that they ever make us.
Angel wings on the arms of King Kong, priest to Dom, holy Quran, desert eagle make them feel God. Book of Psalms on the side of my crown, razor blade on the side of their jaw. You don't really want war, beast mode from Wu-Tang, ego, Texan ego, heat blow, we live illegal, we big and diesel. First of all, who's your A&R? Mountain climber, who plays electric guitar? Spark a L, put him in the graveyard. My 8 sound like Pope Gregory the Great. Spit rhymes cause the levees to break, the heavens to shake. We coming, your king, pass me the cake.
Yeah, I got you. Pens, papers, shows, capers. I'm an MC, meet a lot of movement makers. Lyrics, tables, record, labels, break us for every dollar that they ever make us. Pens, papers, shows, capers. I'm an MC, meet a lot of movement makers. Lyrics, tables, record, labels, break us for every dollar that they ever make us. Make us, make us.
Pucks, A&Rs, you know what I mean? We coming, we doing it up hard, man. You know how we do, we smack tornadoes.
Yeah.
Putting lightning in the handcuffs. You know what I mean? We big gorillas, silverbacks, bears. You know what I mean? Your king, tell him, man. Sitting on the throne. It's right, we throw our cup at you fools. Clowns. You know what I mean? Style, yeah. Be prepared to beware. It's whatever. Wu-Tang, nigga.
Sorry about that. We put lightning in handcuffs. Apparently the bot works again. I was just testing it out. Sorry if I interrupted y'all. I didn't mean to do that, but the bot works again. Wu-Tang Forever. That was a track I produced, by the way. Featuring Killer Priest.
Is an altimeter a good device to use to determine your height at a location?
Good question.
What else could you use?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out so that I can verify. Since I live in Texas, it's kind of hilly, so I'd like to pick 2 points that are far away.
You can find elevations on manholes in the road. They'll tell you exactly how high they are above sea level. We use them in construction all the time. You'll shoot your first grade off the manhole, and then you do the math, set up the datum for the new building. And so if you've got a builder's level and you can shoot the grade off the manhole, you'll find the numbers on a lot of manholes in the road. So that's just where they put them. And then you can just do the math from there if you've got the equipment to do so, I guess.
And what I was hoping to do is use a telescope to shoot off I got to find a plane out here that's kind of level to where I can see for quite a while. I don't have any big lakes around.
No curve.
Yeah. I want my own videos of it, though. You know what I mean?
Right. Hell yeah.
Actually borrowed it to do astro, to look up at the sky and see what I could see. But the sky doesn't determine anything as far as Earth. So, yeah, at least being flat. But I've seen enough videos. I'm convinced that water's level and that there's no detectable curvature, according to NASA's stipulation on what the radius is and blah, blah, blah.
Hey, nothing wrong with doing your own tests. Do that shit. Hell yeah. No curve. No curve. No drop.
I haven't seen anything that proves it yet.
Yep. I guess the bot works. It was a little glitch in the Discord for a minute. He must have been updating their new updates. So for a period we couldn't play anything, but now we can, obviously.
Yeah, there's issues with the video bot as well. It's not playing, and there's the other bots are being. I think they're all in a tea break at the moment, so lobby's kind of busy. Lobby's kind of busy because the bots are the bots are away to lunch.
So the audio is good, but the video isn't updated yet. Because I've never even tried to update a video, like to play a video. I only have DJ capabilities, which I had to work hard for. But you say you can share video too?
Yeah, once you get to gold, when you get gold plus, you can use the bot for the memes and the videos link. It's quite handy as well. Like,
cool. Good to know.
the hard part is trying to figure out what all the memes actually are. The meme list is about as long as 2 football pitches, but it's only listed by name. So you have to sit in a room and cast every meme up onto the screen to see what one's what, and then try and remember it.
Well, whoever's posting the memes had to pay a lot of dues to be able to do that, as I've experienced, just to be able to play audio, play my beats when there's dead air and Nobody's saying shit. To play a video, wow. Okay. But that's what's up.
Yeah, it's just a security issue. We've had people, in here for
Right, of
years
course.
and years, and we've even had moderators that turned round and shot us in the face and the foot and the nuts at the same time. So it's just security, mate. That's all it is. There's nothing personal, ever, ever, ever.
Yeah, I don't take it personal at all. I understand. We don't want to get shut down. I don't take it personal at all. Like I said, I had the DJ role given to me, trusted to me, and then taken away, and then given back. And now I have it, and I'm trying to use it responsibly. Like the X-Men, you know what I'm saying? Got to use your powers responsibly.
Spider-Man.
I think that's exactly how the process works. That's how the process. That's exactly the same thing that I experienced as well with the DJ role. So now I have confirmation with another person.
Peace, bro.
It's a test, guys. It's a test. We're all testing each other.
I know.
How serious we are because.
Yeah.
Hey yo,
It's like
whenever I say your name,
this planet or this
Go
earth, you
ahead.
spend so long when people just mess you around and lie to you. We don't trust anybody anymore by the time we get here.
Yeah, we don't trust shit.
Yeah. I agree,
Yeah, so-
and I still have that bias. I'm still and I'm sure people were just as suspicious of me, and maybe they freaking still are. I don't know, but I find myself really suspicious of people that come in too. I have to really watch that because I can get out of bounds real fast.
You're pretty sus. Sonny is wicked sus.
I don't fucking give a. I'm fresh out of fucks
Yo,
here.
Sonny.
Yeah.
Sonny, when I hear your name, Sonny,
Yeah?
when I hear your name, do you know what I automatically think of? I think of Revenge of the Nerds, and the chick on Revenge of the Nerds, the hot chick. Her name was Sonny.
Oh
and
my
anytime I
god.
hear your name, I like as a child, I had a crush on Sonny from Revenge of the Nerds.
It wasn't me though. Okay, I'll just have everyone know that it wasn't me. So I know, it kind of makes me cringe actually, but I don't care. See, that's who Sonny is. That's not your Sonny. It's this one. That's a different one than those ones.
No, I know you're Sonny, but I'm just saying when I think of the word Sonny, that's what I think of. I don't think of you when I hear your voice as that chick. But like Sonny, I think of that.
Well, that's
that
probably
show. Obviously, I'm not 8 years old anymore. Like I used to have a picture of the chick, Vanna White.
Yeah. So check it out. I didn't make this name up. This is the name my mom actually named me when they brought me in to see her for the first time.
That's a real name?
That's
Your real name is Sonny?
No one knows about that name. It's not written down anywhere. It's not.
Okay.
It's not. Yeah, it's not my legal.
Unofficial
It's
name.
not my legal name. Yeah, it's not my legal name, but I consider it my name.
My mom calls me Charlie, but that's not my name. But she'll say Charlie as like, I don't know. She's telling me to do something, like she'll use Charlie. So that was like your version of Charlie. Is she called you Sonny? That wasn't on your birth certificate name, but she calls you Sonny, and like how my mom calls me Charlie, even though my name is not Charlie.
Yeah, everybody called me Sonny, so I just went back to my original name. That's all I did. So yeah, I like it. It fits me really well.
Hell yeah, shine bright, son.
Why are you such a dark fellow, Sonny?
Hey, everything that's light, there's got to be darkness involved too. So yeah, we all have that.
I'm just
No,
messing with you, bro.
no, it's true. It's true though. We have a couple different natures, you know, within us.
Yep.
So I think it's good to be aware of those things. In my old age wisdom, that's what I would say is learn to know what that other side is, because when you are able to capture that, so if you're a monster, but you know you are, and you're able to put that in a cage and moderate it, there's nothing more powerful than that.
How old are you, son?
Sonny, are you a guy that's 60 that sounds 30?
I'm freaking ancient, dude. I came from another time. Literally, yes.
Are you the guy that's 60
your
that
dad?
sounds 30?
Yes, exactly.
Seriously, you're 60?
I'm 62.
Oh, fuck! Yeah, Sonny. Okay, I won't sit down with you.
I don't even care. Listen, it doesn't faze me at all because I've been alive so long. I've seen multiple generations passing before my eyes. I'm like, I'm still here. What the fuck happened? Like,
I don't
it's
believe
bizarre.
you, bro.
It's bizarre. That's cool. I'm glad you don't. I like that.
Yeah, I'm complimenting you. I'm complimenting you. You are not 60, bro. You're not 60. Like I say, I'm 40 years old, and I say I'm 24 with 40 years experience, right?
Yeah. Like, I don't even know. Like, I don't listen to myself talk because I have no idea what that sounds like to you. Like, I've heard myself sing and stuff like that a little bit, but
bro,
I can't listen to myself.
60.
I have no idea what I sound like. So I've only had people tell me that, you know.
Dog,
You have a
40
unique sound, Sonny.
at most.
No, dude, listen.
20,
Listen,
you could be
dude.
20.
Listen now.
25,
Check it out.
35.
Yeah, I am. That's why. So listen now. I feel like I'm only middle age. Like I feel like literally I'm prepared. I'm moving on to 120. I want to live out all of my days to 120.
Same thing with me. Like, nobody believes that I'm 40 years old. They all think I'm like 22 or whatever, unless I like talk to them or speak. But they all think I'm in my middle 20s. That's how I look, and that's how I feel. Like I'm like, damn, I'm gonna live to be 150 years old. Fuck.
Yeah, it's really bizarre, man. It's so strange. Yeah, the only reason that like I'm in this position at this age because something happened before you were born that happened that I came about. That was nobody's decision that we know of. It wasn't any kind of decision. Like I think personally that there is a decision there, though, that caused it to happen at a certain time. But I had nothing to do with the decision that I know of at this stage. You know, I don't know if like I made the decision. Some people have said that made a decision to come here. Like, how did that occur? So nobody had a choice of who they are when they got here, or where they came from, or where their parents are from, or any of that nonsense.
How long the game lasts, like what you chose, like your soul contract, and what you come to do, and how long. Yeah.
Man, that's what it comes
I
down
do not believe you. I do not believe that you're 60 years old. There's no fucking way. No way.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that I don't have any ills, aches, and pains. Like, things come up, like sometimes physical things come up, but my whole the way I operate now is that I'm going to push through anything. I don't care what it is. I'm ready to continue on. Like I'm like, it hasn't bothered me. Like anything, like broken teeth, like broken bones, like aches and pains and bruises and old injuries, you know, back injuries. Like, I don't care. I don't care.
There's no way you're 60 years old. There's no fucking way. No way. No way. No.
No, I can still run around like a freaking flying squirrel, like right now. I could. Yeah, I could still right now. But some days, but listen, some days I can't. I don't. Some days I don't operate like that. Some days I'm literally thinking, "Fuck, I know I'm going to die sometime, God, but is it today?" And I just keep going, "No." Well, I look around, I'm breathing still. I'm like, "No, it's not going to be today." So that's the way it's been for a long time now. Like, I know it's coming at some point, but it's not today.
Your voice. Like, I know I can only judge you on your voice, but there's no like the same thing people say about me, like or I feel about myself. There's no way I'm 40 years old. There's no way I'm 60 years old. There's no way. That's amazing. There's no way. No way. Nope. You're not. You're gonna be 120 before you die. But you sound like a 30-year-old or 25-year-old, same as me. There's no way. No way. Like 20 years from now, I'll probably be the same. Like I have the same six pack I had when I was 18 years old. Like I haven't gained any weight. Like there's no way. Another 20 years from now, I'll probably be exactly the same as I am now. And be like, you're 60? And I'll be like, yep. And they're like, nope.
Check.
Yep, I had to join and come back, make sure I wasn't talking to myself. I was ranting about
Yeah, I think I cut out for a while. Mine cut out for a while for some reason.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna live a long time. Like,
well,
imagine how many things have happened in our lifetime in the 40 years, and then imagine how much things can change in the future. Like, just from
yeah,
the 80s
I
to
know.
now,
Right.
how much has changed. And like I'm saying old man shit all the time, like, oh, I didn't walk barefoot uphill in the snow. You know how they say I didn't do none of that. I can definitely say some shit like flip phones, and I invented text messaging and pagers and shit like smartphones and before
How about life
streaming
before
and
any of that?
Blockbuster
Exactly,
and
dude.
rent a video. Like I
I
feel old as
know.
shit.
No, but listen, I listen. I remember things going back almost 40 years before that. Like like at least 20 years before what you're talking about. I remember things before. Like there was a whole thing before. There was not even colored TVs, and
No, you don't.
just before transistor radios came out. I remember when miniskirts, and the most fascinating thing was miniskirts and transistor radios. They were brand new.
I remember when here's my memory. I remember when thongs came out. when chicks started wearing thongs.
Dude, I was already an adult by then.
Yeah, I know. I was in high school. You're old as fuck. I get it. You're not old, but yeah, you're old as fuck. But yeah,
That was
when
just
I was
about
in high school
fucking married.
and thongs first came out, you knew she was fast. You know what I'm saying? She had the thong that was poking out the back. You're like, okay, yeah, I can get in this.
Yeah, I gotcha. I've pinpointed the timeline you're talking about. Yeah, I know what I know what timeline that is.
98, 99. I'm telling you, my senior year in high school, you was wearing a thong. Yes, sir. That's when pubes disappeared. There ain't been a pube in 20 years. Pubes and thongs.
That's funny.
Yeah. Bald Eagle. Shout out to my Eagle fam. Yes, sir. Drop down and get your eagle on, girl.
So that's why I would never be as foolish as to like try to claim some superiority because of some numerical designation. You know, that's stupid. So sometimes I don't mind, like, so I don't mind because people think I'm young. So sometimes they dismiss me, and that's okay. Like I don't, like, they can do that if they want. Now I'm just at the point of complete acceptance of what someone else does doesn't mean they know anything about me. You know, so
Right. Just basing on your voice, I would judge you based on your voice, not knowing that you're fucking 60 years old. But
yeah, but just to be fair, I'm not like anybody my age around me, and I never really have been.
Bro, I need to see a picture of you in my DMs. No homo, but like,
dude,
I need to see what you look like. I need to see what.
Oh, okay. Listen. The only thing I'll do is I'll put a picture from 1977. That's the only one I'll put up because I don't care.
God.
Oh, but do you
put
have the
one of
same
my
long
child.
hair as you did then? You have much longer hair than I pictured you.
I have much longer hair now than I did then.
There's no way you're 60 years old.
Down to the middle of my back now.
There's no way.
So anyway, yeah, hippie here, kind of always have been. Suppose, except when I was in the Navy.
So are you looking forward to retirement, Sonny?
I'm already retired now. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I'm fighting with these people that are at the end of all of it. When it's time to retire, they just can take everything, like almost everything.
Yeah,
I look at people I went to high school with. I look at people I went to high school with, and I think, what the fuck happened to you? You look like you went through World War III or some shit. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Like, oh my God. What
people
happened?
I went to, I'm 40, and people I went to high school with look like they're 60.
Oh, this one.
I don't believe Sonny is 60 at all. There's no way.
Oh shoot, this is one. I'm a little kid. I'm like a kid in this picture. I don't know if I should show that one.
No, just.
Okay, I will. With one of my best friend's sister. I'll put that one in. What the heck? You'll be like, which one?
Yeah. Are you the chick, Sonny?
No.
I don't want to assume your gender.
No, it's all right.
No. That's cool.
Yeah, that's me.
He posted a black and white photo. That's all you gotta say. He posted a photo that was black and white. So yeah, he's 60.
Yeah. I don't care because no one would know who these pictures are. I'm not even concerned about it.
Yeah, it looks like an album cover. It looks like some shit I would sample. If your shit was on the cover, I would definitely sample that.
You look a little bit like Robert Plant in that picture, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've gotten that before.
Who's the girl?
She's one of my friends from high school, like around that era. His sister. Yeah.
Okay. That's what. Hell yeah. That's crazy though. 60, bro?
It is crazy, believe me.
I know. In 20 years, I'm gonna be like, I'm 60. What the fuck? Like, what?
It goes by, it goes by so fast. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like my neighbor is 60 years old. He's like me, and like, he's like, I was 40 just yesterday, and now I'm 60. And I'm like, okay, me too. I was 20 yesterday, now I'm 40.
Uh-huh. It's always like that.
We've had the shortest days in all of recorded history in the last like 4 years or something like that. They said.
So what's going on with that? Yeah, I heard Witsit talking about that.
Yep. I don't really know what's going on with that, other than it does mention that in the scriptures that in the latter days the days will become shorter.
Yeah, like I understand when you get older, you perceive time differently, but like weeks or days.
But I'll tell you what,
or
the times go by a lot quicker when you get as old as I am. I'm 65, and the days, time just flies by now. It's like, where did the last 10 years go? It's like a year or two. Seemed like it's been 10 years. Like, oh my God.
Years or months.
It's really weird.
Months
really
or weeks,
strange.
weeks or days. It goes by quick.
Yep.
My daughter is fucking 15 years old. I took her to her first job interview the other day. Like, my daughter is 15. Like, what the fuck? She was a baby.
Yep. The days are flying by these days. I'm telling you what.
The days are long, the years are quick. You blink and a year goes by, but one day could last like, you can drudge through days, but add them all up and all of a sudden you blink and a year goes by.
Not now. When I was a kid, days used to be forever, but not now.
But it also depends on how you filling up your day too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. If I'm doing yard work and gardening, and it does go a lot slower.
I like to work on shit. I like to still build cars, race cars. I do restorations with a friend of mine. And then, of course, construction, like whatever happens at mom and dad's house, I fix it. Their sewer line collapsed last year in the yard. So I just dug it up, put a new one in. So I used to do that for a living as well. So it was like no brainer, no big deal. We got bids for $14,500 to fix it. 2 of them. And I told my mom and dad, I says, don't you dare hire those fucking people. I said, you know I can do this. And my mom went, you're getting too old. I says, no, I'm not. I said, so I'm doing it, period. So I did it for $2,500. And they got to put $7,000 in their pocket because the insurance company paid them 10 grand. And if they would have hired it done, it would have cost them $4,500.
Wow.
But instead I put 7 grand in their savings account. So I felt really good about that.
Good looking out.
So I love doing that kind of shit, especially for family and friends, you know. It makes my day to be able to help people in that way.
Oh yeah. Especially your family and friends. I mean, if you're doing it for just, every day.
No, I love to build. I love to build shit.
Hell yeah.
The last
who does what he
two
loves.
buildings I built were the conference center for the LDS Church in Salt Lake, the $100 million building, and the Walmart cold storage warehouse in Corinne. It was a 1/4 mile long from corner to corner. Those were the last 2 buildings I built. I was the only other person than the superintendent to have a full set of blueprints on the job. So I took care of all the layout for everyone. On the whole building.
How much curvature did they account for that 1/4 mile?
Not even a 1/4 of an inch, my friend. We set that up with a datum and everything was shot level, just like the water.
Yeah, we just had a new Amazon factory built right outside our city. So my Amazon packages are gonna come quick as fuck.
Fucking Amazon, those companies are taking over.
Yo,
There's
they
no
have
more
a huge factory by the airport. Like, so we have my city, Fort Wayne, and then there's interstate and around it, 469, and then there's the airport expressway, and right outside of that is the Amazon warehouse that they're building, and my kid's mom lives like 10 minutes down the road from the warehouse. I'm like, oh damn! I'm like, you're gonna get your packages in like 1 hour. Like fuck 1 day, fuck Amazon Prime. You're gonna get your shit in 1 hour. And not to mention when they start delivering packages with drones and shit, like they're talking about, right? Fucking dropping off your
They say that, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
There you go.
They have to drop
gonna be a while.
packages onto a porch, or they can't leave it out in like the technology for drones is going to have to be a lot easier or better, because there's wires everywhere, there's trees next to it, there's all kinds of things that make it difficult to do that. Maybe long distances, like where someone's out in the middle of nowhere, they can fly it out to them or something like that, but I don't know. I live around a lot of trees, and drones don't typically do well with trees.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, it might be a while, but
Literally have to change the laws, because commercially you have to actually see the drone. It's got to be within visual distance of you in order to be able to fly it. So if you're flying, that defeating the purpose of being able to fly at distances to drop stuff off.
Well,
You got
if they can see,
they have to change the laws.
They can see where they're going. Like, there's cameras on the drone, so you can see where you're going. You can drop it off on someone's porch.
Well, yeah, but like you're gonna have to do a lot of backwards and forwards to go right next to the door to where a normal person would drop it off. Otherwise, it's gonna have to be out under the rain or something. That takes more battery power. That's a real pain in the ass. And some of the drones, you have to get really close to that door or window, and then that's also dangerous because you're now flying around where people would walk, and then that becomes a whole nother thing. They all talk about it, but knowing the regulations they have to put up with, unless they are going to change that, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Maybe super duper long distances, but again, I don't know.
The same thing you talk about that is the same thing about like automated cars and like everything being automated and driving. Like the same issues you're raising with that is the same thing of automated cars, right?
Well, that actually might be sooner. I would imagine that would be sooner. Like cars already can like follow the road. Like right now, I can let go of the wheel and it will follow the road.
Yeah.
It'll adapt to it. Like it's
Well, yeah.
It's crazy.
I believe that the automated cars will come before probably the drone.
For sure. I would imagine.
Yeah. Like that, but yeah, it will be the cars first before the drones.
I mean, they would say instead of doing drones, we'll have cars that drop off.
Are the cars gonna start talking to me? I wonder.
They already do.
They kind of already do.
Be like, get out of the way.
I hate it when the car talks. I tell them, how do you shut that bitch up? Fuck.
I'd be like, keep going, robot car. If you just would have kept moving, you wouldn't have got my way. Shit.
Bullshit money, B. This is small fucking potatoes. What do you want to do? Go more legit? No, more illegal. More illegal. More illegal. More illegal.
Yeah, what's this?
So the earth is flat. Yeah, we all know that. It's a flat fact.
This is bullshit money, B. This is small fucking potatoes. What do you want to do? Go more legit? No, more illegal. More illegal. More illegal.
More illegal. More illegal.
Make it more legal.
More illegal.
More legal. Don't be illegal, y'all.
This is small fucking potatoes.
Hey, Sonny.
What do you want to do? Go more legit?
Have you ever,
Yeah.
you ever listened to a band called Dirty Loop?
Wait a second. Dirty what?
Dirty Loops. Yes, Loops. Dirty Loops.
Dirty loop?
Dirty Loops. Yeah. Hey, check them out one day. They're probably three of the most talented musicians on the face of the planet right now. Seriously, they're so fucking good. Everybody that views them is like, well, oh my God, what am I listening to here?
I just pulled up their YouTube channel, so I'll check it out.
Yeah, check them out. There's bullshit. It's kind of a weird style of music, but I would suggest pay attention to the skill level those guys have. It's amazing. Fucking amazing.
This is great jam music to do like improvisation over.
Thank you, bro.
Fucking just off the chain. Off the fucking chain, their skill level.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
So we got a member called Nave Twiser. Maybe he wants to ask some questions. He has space herpes, so don't know how I got that.
Hello.
Hi, man.
I don't know. I just do my own researches from time to time, and for now I don't have any questions. But thank you.
Cool.
What? Sorry.
I said it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Being that there's nothing else to talk about, do you have any direction you'd like the conversation to go towards?
Maybe other proofs for flat Earth other than no curvature.
I didn't catch that. Something about force. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Maybe other proofs for flat Earth other than no curvature on the sea.
No curvature.
He's asking for other proof, guys.
Yeah,
show him
other
the laser
things.
test.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Copy
show him the
that.
laser test. Show him how the black swan works. There's a slight language barrier, but we'll get there.
Right. No, I think he was saying other than curvature.
Yeah.
Other than no curvature, yeah, what else is there? No rotation.
Well, the
No
lack of
rotation is a
Coriolis.
huge one. Yeah,
Yes.
that was a big one. That was what pushed me over the edge, was the fact that when I throw a drone up in the air, Earth doesn't move underneath it. So, well, that's a big problem.
PC Technics, are you there? PC Technics? Come off mute and say hi. Just say hello. Just say hi, guys. You guys are idiots. Hello. Anything like that? Just say hi. PC Technics. Unmute. Say hi. You're not friendly. Okay, pass it on. Go ahead. Nave Twizzer. Nave
Yes.
Twizzer. Come off mute. Oh, there you go. Hey, bro, what's up, man? Hello. Hello, Nave.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm great. What about you?
Good. Excellent. I'm great. How are you? You
So,
good?
so let me ask Nave Twizzer a question, if I might. Since you don't have any questions, I'll just ask you one. Have you found any measurement of curvature ever?
No.
Okay.
I saw a video.
Then,
How about detection of rotation? Do you know of anybody who has ever detected Earth's rotation?
No, not really.
Okay. And then, have you ever heard of gas pressure without a container? Would that be silly, or would that be scientific that you can have gas pressure without a container? What do you think about that?
Pretty much impossible, I know.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yep, he's good. Good to go.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thanks, man.
You're
Yeah.
welcome. I appreciate you, bro.
Thanks.
You're welcome. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm soon gonna be 16.
You're about to be 16?
Yeah, in July.
Oh, wow. I wish I could be 16 again. You're very lucky
Yeah,
to be in us lunatics at 16. I wish I was.
Yeah, I'm much younger than you are.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you have any questions?
Not really, for now.
Really? You came in here and don't have any questions?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a stupid question, because we've heard it all. So it's like, you're 16.
Yeah.
You gotta want to know something. What do you want to know?
Tomorrow I'm going to the beach to do a small experience on my own.
Right.
Like, I'm going to set a point A and a point B 10 miles away. And I'm gonna see if there is any curvature between those 2 points, you know?
Awesome. So you're doing your own experiments, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Do that shit.
I don't have anyone to go with, but I guess it can work alone, I guess. I hope.
Test, not an experiment, but test.
As long as see, measuring along the surface, you need to have a baseline of this elevation height, all the details of elevation height would need to be known along the entire route. So you need to set a baseline so you know if there's any changes in the way the Earth is shaped. Little hills, little valleys, drops, rises, you know what I mean? Unless you have all the data on how high those are from mean sea level. That's the only way you could do that. So if you're doing a graduated step process where, let's say, I'm just going to make something up. Let's say every 100 yards you have something there, like a cone maybe. And then you do that. You'd need to know each of those locations and pretty much everything in between where they are elevation-wise. Or else it would be an inaccurate test. That's why they use water most of the time.
Yeah, ask him if he's doing it over water.
Are you doing this over water?
No. Like near water, but not exactly.
So on land, you're doing this on land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna try to be close as far as I can to the sea.
Well, ideally, if you could, all you would really need to do is take a video with a zoom camera and zoom into some area 5 or 6, 7, 8 miles away, which would be like 10 kilometers, and zoom into the shoreline.
Yeah.
If the curvature that they say is there in 5 miles, I'll use imperial because that's what I use here. In 5 miles, that should be 16.6 feet of drop. So if you're zooming into waves 5 miles away, which you can do easily with a P900, and see the waves that are only 2 and 3 feet. 2 and 3 feet waves, you couldn't see over 16 feet of curvature. It's just simple math, geometry.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Earth curvature calculator.
Yep.
Yep. Good job, bro.
Thanks.
Yes. We appreciate you trying to figure things out for yourself and not taking other people's word for it. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Figure it out. You'll come to the same conclusion we did.
Maybe. Who knows?
No, you will. You will.
Yeah.
Flat, stationary, observably, obviously, observably, and measurably flat. Pretty simple. It's super easy to disprove the globe claims. Super easy. Anyone can do it. So we appreciate you being here, and you're gonna learn a lot if you just hang in and listen. Like that's one aspect of it, but we have lots of other aspects of the conversation that we can go into if you would like. If you have any other questions, because we can go into those too.
Yeah, thanks. I've been here for a couple of months as well.
Just listening in the background.
Yeah, I've been on Cogdis as well.
Yeah, no, that's all good, man. That's what's
It's an
up.
amazing place.
You was creeping, learning. Hell yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Since January, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The longer you're here, you'll learn all the arguments. So, like, every single argument that will come up that somebody that's a Glober will bring to you, we will explain to you what to say to those things.
Is there anything that someone asked you that you haven't been able to answer? Because my personal experience was I was talking about gravity and downward bias, and I didn't know how to answer the question of downward bias of gravity when I was trying to explain to the pseudoscience of gravity and Einsteinian and all those things and trying to explain it to them, but they were saying there was a downward bias, and I didn't know how to answer it. But then later, I figured out the answer to it, which was relative density. And if there's not a downward bias, it's just that most things are more dense than air. So it's not a bias; it's just the majority of things are more dense than air and fall down. So is there anything like that you get stuck on that you would like to know about?
Can I send you a YouTube link?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. 1 second.
Mm-hmm. What are you sending me a link about? May I ask?
About the moon. The moon position, more exactly.
Mm-hmm. Type.
Yeah. It's a 6 minutes long video.
No, that's all good. You send me a DM?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, no.
This guy is pretty toxic, but yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh, there we go. No. Okay. Oh, Professor Dave. My
Do you know
favorite.
him?
Yes, of course we do. We all know Professor Dave.
Oh, he's cited you, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh,
Destroying flat Earth without using science, part 1.
Well, he won't come in here and talk with us, even though he'll sit and listen and sit in the lobby, and he'll speak in the voice text, but he says he won't discuss the matter of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So who does that? But he sits here and listens and makes nothing but anti-flat Earth propaganda.
Oh, Simon Dan does that as well. Yeah, they're both massive pussies.
Simon and Dan, Professor Dave, they all go in the chat and will type their asses off, but will not speak ever. So, okay, I got your link to Professor Dave, so I don't want to be biased. I haven't watched it yet, but what is it about that video that you're trying to show? Like, what is your claim? What is that in reference to?
like the position of the moon related to Earth, of a flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. The moon and the sun and the stars. We don't know what the fuck those are. Do you understand
without
that?
the sun and the stars.
What?
Without the sun and the stars.
What's the moon? What's the sun and the stars?
Yeah, he's getting into what I was saying, basically. Yeah. Don't talk about the sky to determine what we're living on. Like, don't talk about the sun. We don't know what it is, where it is, how far it is. We don't know what the moon is, what it is, how far it is. We don't know what the stars are, how far they are, what they are. We don't know none of that shit. We don't know. We don't know. Lights in the sky. But the earth is flat.
Or not a spinning water ball. We'll say that. We can at least prove that it's not a spinning water ball. We can disprove the heliocentric model. We can at least prove that. So that's the positive claim. That's what we can tear down. What it is after that, you're a kid again. You're a kid, just like me and you. We're a kid. We don't know what shit is. It's amazing. What is this? Where do we live? How do we? Yeah, what are we doing? It's all brand new to us. But science wants to tell you that they have everything figured out, and they don't. They just guess. And if you know what science is and scientific method and what you can prove and not prove, then you know that. Gravity, bullshit.
So, like, is the Earth completely flat, or like
Say it
somewhat
again.
flat?
Say it
Is
again.
the Earth completely flat, or about?
Well, not of course completely flat like a piece of paper flat, but just not a sphere.
Yeah,
So
no,
of course there's mountains and hills and valleys and
yeah,
dips
without
and
those stuff.
yeah. There's all that, but it's not a sphere. It's not a globe. That's what we're saying. So,
but the water is flat. The water is flat. All of it.
Yeah.
Same elevation.
Yeah, it's flatter than what it's claimed to be by the people in charge. That's the point.
Yeah, so 71% of the Earth is water. That's indisputable. That water is all horizontal. So 1/3 of what's left of the 1/3 that's left, that's land above sea level. 1/3 of that is plains. There are plains 1/3, and then so that means that's another 10% of that last 1/3. So you only have 20% of what's left of land above sea level. That's not a plain, where all the mountains, valleys, canyons fit into that. So that's only 20%. We find no curvature in all of that over water, over those plains. So there's no curvature. You would only have 20% to work with for all of the curvature.
To make
all right. Let him ask his next question. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
So it's not like a question. I'm just saying that sea level on a globe on around is bullshit.
I'm sorry, what?
You get what I'm saying? Like sea level on a round shape is bullshit, in my opinion. Like, it's not an opinion, it's a fact, pretty much.
Right. There is no sea level on a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Water is level.
No matter what you pour into, pool, a lake, a cup, a bathtub, whatever, water always finds its level. They use it in building all the time.
Because you need a container to contain the water in the first place.
Yeah.
Yep.
The outside of a sphere is the worst way to contain anything.
Yeah, and the water fits itself to its container of shape.
Yep. We're not even going to get into gas pressure and and what that requires, right?
All but the surface of the water. The surface of the water does not conform to the container. It conforms to one level plane. But the bottom of underneath the water, yeah, it conforms to what is contained. That is correct. But the surface is level.
And then we can get into gas pressure. Gas pressure at sea level is 14.6, 2.7 gas pressure.
Pounds per square, 14.7 pounds per square inch. How many
per square inch of what?
Per square inch of any surface area. like the ground, like your skin of the body. How many square inches are on a body, do you think? It amounts to thousands of pounds of pressure on the human body that you were born and you live with it every day and you don't even notice it because your body is also pressurized.
Well, don't worry about that. Just worry about we have gas pressure, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. So, where do we get the gas pressure from? We're not saying. Let's go to that.
Well, the container's the antecedent to pressure. We all know that. It's in the definition.
Yeah.
The wall, the gas.
Let's let him say his piece, and then we'll respond.
Are you a new moderator or some shit?
No, say what you want to say, bro. I love you, man.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I'm not a moderator, but I love you, man. So do what you want. I'm not trying to control you. Gas pressure. You ever thought about it, homie?
Not much, to be honest.
Good. That's an honest answer. I appreciate that.
Every time I fart.
Do you know what gas pressure we have here on Earth?
Sorry, what?
Do you know what gas pressure we have here on Earth at sea level? Do you know what that?
To be honest, no, not really.
Nope, that's good. That's fine. It's completely okay to say I don't know, because I didn't either. We have 14.6, 14.7 psi at ground level, at sea level is what they call it. That's the gas pressure that we have here on Earth. Okay? Can you have gas pressure with, which I don't expect
Not
you to
really, because you need not really, because you need something to hold the gas, you know.
Yeah, you have to have a container. If you look up the definition of gas pressure, it says the gas exhibits the pressure on the wall of its container, right? It needs a container. It's the antecedent to have gas pressure is a physical barrier for the gas to press upon to give you that pressure, correct? As far as you know? Right. We have 14.6, 14.7 gas pressure here on Earth. But they tell us that there's an atmosphere next to a vacuum with no container.
But
right?
And magical fairy dust holding it all down.
Yeah. Gravity, gas containing gas, gravity containing gas. We can get into gravity and break that whole down, but yeah.
Light bending down, like all kinds of shit be going on. I don't see how they could possibly keep up with that story. There's like so many things acting really unusual with no explanation. Doesn't like bring up any red flags. Come on, people.
Who was the dude that I was talking with?
Nave Twizzler, I think.
Oh, Nave. Yeah, Nave. Okay, so Nave. So they tell us that we have an atmosphere next to a vacuum. The
space is a complete vacuum?
Second law of thermodynamics, entropy dictates that gas will expand rapidly in all directions to fill the available space. And they tell us space is, or quote unquote, outer space
is a space for the gas to fill, but it doesn't fill it.
Yeah.
Right. Space is fake, bro. It's a violation of natural law of entropy, second law of thermodynamics. Gas can't expand. Gas would immediately super fast fill the, like we couldn't breathe, like we wouldn't have rain. Like there's all kinds of things you can say, like if gravity was holding on, then we wouldn't be able to breathe or to have rain or anything like that. So you have available space for the gas to fill, it doesn't fill it. Why? What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Mr. Nave?
Yeah, sorry, I'm back.
No, you're good. What do you? I mean, just be honest. Like, what do you think? Like, you
What did
understand
you say?
gas pressure?
Oh, the gas pressure is pretty much a nonsense, and no
Right.
curvature is pretty obvious.
Right.
And what else? What else?
No spin.
How do you prove that?
Earth
No, how did they? No, how the question is, how did they prove it? We didn't say it. We weren't the ones saying that it's spinning.
Oh, I see.
We haven't said that. No one here said that. So the thing is, we see the lights above us in the sky moving around us, but our vestibular system doesn't detect any of the motion. So therefore, the globe Earth has the burden of proof. They have the positive claim. We never said it's moving. They did. It's required by their model. So if they want to insist that their model is correct, and all we're doing is just asking them, show the actual empirical proof for these things. And no one has done that. No one has done that. That's why we're still here. Otherwise, we'd just close the server down. Wouldn't we? Why would we even be here? If they provided some irrefutable proof of this globe, we would close down shop and do something else. But no one has. But no one has brought any of that information. Measurement of curvature, detection of rotation, or the vacuum of space, gas pressure without a container.
So, like, do you think NASA will be exposed one day? Like, somewhere in the close future?
Well, the people that right now are going out into public, and just about every 1 in 5 person they're talking to is saying, yeah, I agree with you. All that stuff is a bunch of bullcrap about space and curved balls spinning in space, like the whole thing. Everything existing out of nothing, created by Jesuit Catholic priests, but yet say they're not in a religion.
So why exactly a ball and not the triangle or something?
Say it again?
Why they exactly chose a ball and not a triangle or anything else?
For who? The globe earthers? No, they're stuck with what they gave us. They told us the size and what it is. So they insist on being the ones that have all the answers to everything. So we're just saying, okay, provide proof of these claims then. Because we're not the ones claiming that our whole entire world is a spinning ball. They are. That's been pushed out throughout the whole centuries, right?
Yeah. At the very least, we can destroy all globe Earth claims, at the very least. So it's not what they say it is. The Earth radius, 3959, 25, 24,000 miles in circumference. We can destroy all of that.
So how much people believe in the flat Earth, for example, in America?
We don't know because those numbers are being messed with as far as subscription rate, watch times, channels being taken down that have flat Earth content. So everything has been used smoke and mirrors. So there's no way for us to know because we're not really like if we were able to use the internet like what it's for to actually go ahead and do a consensus, like say how many of you out there raise your hands, you are this or that. We're not allowed that option. Do you understand that it's been restricted as far as what is allowed, so they're not going to allow that. So we don't know, but we've heard reports. I have heard reports of different countries like Brazil having something like 12 million or something, like 40% of their entire population. I could be wrong, but don't quote me on that, but I think something like that, a huge number.
Even if we took a poll, people wouldn't be honest because a lot of people aren't honest in their true beliefs.
Yeah. And that wouldn't have come for people like outliers that are on the fence. They're like, not really sure. Like, I don't know. So it's hard. It's really hard to tell, But I think there's no question it's growing, and it's growing faster than it was before, actually.
It doesn't matter how many people. It's the truth. So
that's true. That's true. Mm-hmm.
It's the truth. So whether you believe it, how many people, it doesn't matter. It's the truth. We're on it. We might be early, but we're early, and we found it, and that's what it is. If you can give us some evidence of it not being where we've been asking the same nine questions for a very long time and haven't gotten any answers, so it is what it is until you bring some to the table. But it doesn't really matter who. It doesn't matter if I was the only person and I was talking to one person that go
That's
ahead.
true.
That's true. I hear you. Go ahead. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people believe it. If zero people if zero people know the truth, that doesn't change the truth. If you're the only person, it could be one person. It doesn't matter. Truth is the truth. Zero people recognize it, or zero people. It doesn't matter. You know the truth. That's all that matters, and that's what we're all here for. Not to convince anybody else, to learn the truth. And this is the biggest this is the biggest thing of them all. Like, I get it. Like, I hated it to begin with. And then
Here's what I think is wrong with. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to butt in like that. But here's what I think is wrong with these anti-flat Earth. If you're going to these things now, what they have is they have a negative claim. All they're saying is that flat Earth is wrong, but they're not providing the proof of their positive claim. Is like hidden in the background behind the curtains. They don't want you to see that they are presupposing a globe in everything they're saying from the very beginning. They're just keeping that part quiet. That in my opinion is dishonest. Because it's not hard to tell when somebody's speaking and they're doing that. You can tell. I can tell just by listening to the inflection of their voice that they have something in the background, but they're not letting loose on what that is. They're not and I don't know why they think they're getting away with it anymore. But anyway,
well, it worked in the past, so we'll try it out. These motherfuckers don't know shit.
So how old were you all when you became flat earthers?
Say it again. What?
How old were you when you
How
became?
old
How
were you?
old?
Go ahead,
How
Easy.
old?
Go ahead and answer
Okay.
that.
All right. How old was I when I realized the Earth was flat? That's your question?
Yeah, but if you don't want to answer, then it's completely
No,
fine.
no, it's fine. I'm 40 now. I realized probably back when I was 36.
Oh, so I'm very young here. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of a question where you can't really, because it's a blanket question. So the answer to that question, to answer it directly, is it happened to all of us at all different ages.
Yep. Some
Like
people took like 2 minutes, and some people took
4
2
years or
years.
3 years or whatever.
Yeah,
Or like
yeah.
me, like it took me 3 years, literally 3 years of ignoring every single flat earth thing that ever came across my desk that I avoided for literally 2 or 3 years. I wouldn't even look at it. I didn't have time to look at that nonsense. And then finally, when I got to the position where I was able to listen, my ears were open, and I saw the 200 proofs, and I couldn't refute those. And then I kept going like water level. Like shit, I'm like, I sailed like lots. I've been on this water a lot and seen things way out at sea. So I started thinking about that, and I started taking their dimensions and going and looking at water, because I live near water now. So I can go to the harbor where water is nice and calm, and you can see this area of the rocks across the harbor, right? 2 and 3 miles away, and this width of this high tide mark, like at that distance, is kind of narrow, right? But then you go figure it out, it's only like 4 feet. So at 3 miles, that would be 3 miles would be 6 feet of curve. So I realized at that point, I couldn't even see that mark on these pilings or the bridge stanchion where it's dark, where the tide comes up. That's where it's dark. So there's this little band. I started realizing I couldn't even see that in my binoculars or with my camera. Off 3 miles away to the bridge, I couldn't see that little area. So you know what I'm saying? Little things like that. I had to keep going back and checking. Now wait a minute. Yeah, I think it's flat, so let me go out and look again. Then I would go out and look and see further and further, and then I'm like, for sure, indeed, it's flat. I think that process only took me a couple of weeks, because I lived right near water, so I had lots of time, so I just like spend my time going out and looking at the water every day. Till I go, now I get it. Like I got the whole black swan before I even heard of the black swan. It was like everything rises up from your position on a plane. The bottom part rises up, the top part goes down. It all rises up towards your eye level, right? And everything squeezes in from the side, top and bottom. So what I realized about wherever I was looking, like in a picture that someone had drawn using 1 point perspective, or you're looking down into the horizon, because that's the same way our eyes see, like in a cone, that everything converges in. That if I'm looking at something that's further out and higher up, like the horizon's further out and higher up, that can never occur on a curved surface, ever. That would never ever happen. But that's all we see, and the reason artists use it, which I think is a really strong point, is because they are making something that looks realistic. It looks like nature, so it has to converge like that, just like things do in real life with our vision. So think of a perspective on a freaking curving, change the way things look. People don't even think about this, man. The horizon would never be higher up the further you got out. Right? It would drop off suddenly. That would be it. It would start going down rapidly at that point, exponentially downward. It would look totally different. So yeah, that even the reflections on water, like that image that Miguel Souza just put up. Like how everything comes in and sorry, am I going off?
Yeah, no, it's all fine. But Sonny, the Earth is too big, right? The Earth is too big.
It's too big to tell. You got a bunch of flat spots. You got a bunch of flat spots everywhere you look.
Right.
but it's still a ball. Yeah, that's funny. Too much.
Yeah, water. That's his stuff, man.
Yep, water's what finally did it for me after a few
Yeah.
months.
Do you ever look back in the search and look up everything that you've ever written since you've been on the Discord? Too funny. With all the old trolls in there and everything, that's hilarious. Wow.
Fuck them trolls. Fuck.
Bring back the old trolls. Oh yeah, they had some. We had some of their own like personalized memes for them, like someone. Remember that troll? He had his own Wile E. Coyote meme. That was pretty fun. Make trolls fun again. I know, really. Oh man.
You know it's round because it looks so flat.
Yeah, bring back the trolls again. Bring them on back in. It's called the. We're gonna have a special event. It's a special day. We're gonna welcome back all the trolls. Come on, give it a second chance.
Good luck.
That's a good idea, Sonny. A troll reunion show. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah. Bring in one of your regular accounts or a sock puppet account. We don't care. It'll be a free day for trolls. Come on in. Give it your best shot. We'll be here waiting.
Well, I would venture to say that there's a decent amount of them that have probably rethought their anti-flat Earth view. I would say some of them probably have come around a little bit.
Yeah, that's probably true because I think this one little seed that gets planted with the flat Earth in your head is a special little kind of seed that goes in there, and I don't think someone's just going to be able to forget about it. They won't be able to, so they will come around, or they'll just go on hardcore and become like a Gamma Panda clone. It's a clone. Gamma Panda clone. Sorry.
Yeah, but I agree, Sonny. For honest people, it's implanted and it's reality. It's in your face every day, so it kind of grows.
Yep. So like I said about it, a year ago, back in September, almost a year ago, back in September of 2020, watch out for that worm. So that worm, that flat Earth worm, crawling into the center of your brain, it's still in there. It's not going away. So come on in and get your worm exorcised, and we'll get you tuned right up. Where's that? Used to be a reward.
It's just in. It's 2021, and there are still people that think they live on a spinning oblate, water-covered asteroid. Back to you, son.
And not only that, they're using Stone Age technology still to this day. Had to change the server. Had no bars. Whoa, still no. Am I still coming in? Nope.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes, Sonny.
Okay, check. Yep. Actually, that kind of helps having a VPN. I can switch servers and get a better band.
So it wasn't just me that got kicked off for a while?
No, I did too.
Nah, like about an hour ago or so. Like I kept trying to Discord wasn't working at all, but it was on my my tablet when I got home.
No, I didn't get kicked off then. I got kicked off just a couple minutes ago. Check. It must be a Discord. I guess it's on. Okay. So how about that in 1931? This dude had a bet for $5,000.
Okay, what was the bet?
So hold on, I'm trying to blow this picture up. That's taking a little while. 1 second.
Yeah, I think we used to have this on the old server, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, so it's like just like a poster. It says, would you like to earn $5,000 if you can prove that the world is a sphere floating in space, turning on its own axis, revolving around the sun? You can earn a prize of that amount. Such a prize has been posted for years, offered by Wilbur Glenn Voliva, General Overseer of Zion, Illinois, home of the Christian Catholic Apostolic Church. So think about that. $5,000 in 1930, what was it, 1931, I think?
Zion, Illinois, that was literally a flat earth town. They had signs outside.
All right.
So if you live here, you believe in the flat earth, basically.
The catch is your proof must not start with the assumption that the world is round, or rather a globe. Yep. Not this picture. There we go. $10 megabytes. What?
Hello. Hi. Think we have a new person called Vuil. Vuil. You have control over your mic if you want to say something. Vuil, are you there? Do you have any questions, flat earthers? Do you have any evidence of the globe? You can present it. Are you there, Vuil?
He's fresh out of globe evidence, Jimsy. What are you going to do, man?
Can't do much. Anyways, Vuil, I'm gonna mute you for now. Let us know if you want to open your mic later on, okay? What's up? Wanna go eat?